और इस वक्त जब हम ये तस्वीरें देखते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने माता को शव को जो कंधा देते हुए इस एम्बुलेंस में जो अंतिम यात्रा रथ है उसमें लेकर जब क्रेमेटोरियम में लेकर जाया जाएगा उनको, और जो अंतिम संस्कार हैं वो एज पर रिचुअल्स जो किए जाएंगे। इस वक्त आप देख सकते हैं हीराबा मोदी के शव को अंतिम यात्रा रथ में रख दिया गया है और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी खुद उनके साथ में जाएंगे क्रेमेटोरियम। वो अंदर जा चुके हैं, अंदर अपनी माता के साथ में जो आखिरी कुछ पल हैं वो बिताएंगे। वो हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं ये तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की हीराबा के साथ जो आखिरी यात्रा है, आखिरी जो यात्रा है हीराबा मोदी की, वो हमें देखने को मिल रही है करते हुए। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी उनकी इस आखिरी यात्रा में क्रेमेटोरियम तक जो आखिरी उनके जो लास्ट राइट्स हैं वो परफॉर्म करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब साथ में जाएंगे एक बेटे के नाते। पहले हमने देखा वो तस्वीरें जो उनके घर से निकलते हमें समय हीराबा मोदी के शव को कंधा देते हुए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, और उस शव को जब ये अंतिम यात्रा रथ में सवार के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अंदर जा रहे हैं और जो क्रेमेटोरियम है वहाँ पर लेकर जाया जाएगा शव को। और जो लास्ट राइट्स है हमें बताया जा रहा है सेक्टर 30 गांधीनगर में ये जो क्रेमेटोरियम है वहाँ पर जो अंतिम संस्कार हैं वो किए जाएंगे हीराबा मोदी के। और जो हमने पूरे फैमिली को हमने देखा, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के जो भाई हैं उनको हमने देखा, हीराबा मोदी को देखा, उनके जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं उनको देखा, कई सारे जो मिनिस्टर्स हैं, भूपेंद्र पटेल, कई दूसरे जो मिनिस्टर्स हैं वो सब साथ में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ में इस वक्त पे, इस कठिन वक्त पे इनफैक्ट सारे जो नेता हैं, सारे जो लीडर्स हैं सब जाएंगे प्रधानमंत्री के साथ में हीराबा मोदी की जो अंतिम यात्रा है उसके लिए। और जो लास्ट राइट्स हैं वो जो हैं वो परफॉर्म किए जाएंगे। और उसी के लिए उसी के साथ हम ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं वृंदावन बंगलोज से, जहां से हीराबा मोदी को लेकर जाया चुका है उनकी अंतिम यात्रा के लिए। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी एक बेटे के नाते उनको कंधा देते हुए जो अंतिम संस्कार हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी वो भी परफॉर्म करेंगे।
अभी सचिन भाई
Hiraba Modi and Prime Minister Narendra Modi in front there, a pallbearer in this case bearing her mortal remains as she takes her final journey to the crematorium in Gandhinagar. Her mortal remains were brought there just a short while before Narendra Modi reached there as well. And in the visuals that we saw from inside their bungalow, he prostrated himself at the mortal remains of his mother. He laid a wreath there and he took her blessings for one last time. And then the mortal remains were picked up. He was in the front. He bore her body to the ambulance. He stepped into the ambulance and he is now joined her last journey. Sad, tragic visuals here. She passed away at the age of 100, a centenarian, at 3:30 a.m. at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, where she had been taken a day and a half earlier, now 48 or so hours ago, after complaints of having difficulty breathing and blood pressure issues. We were given some amount of hope that she may recover, because the bulletins and the updates had said from the hospital that her condition was improving, but she tragically passed away at 3:30 a.m. Priyanka has been telling us and recounting many stories over the years from when the Prime Minister would visit her. It would be many occasions before elections are held, many after he had won. Let's listen in now to what's happening there.
All right, so we also see several neighbors, several family members, in fact, chanting prayers for Hiraba Modi. You can see several neighbors, in fact, the ladies of this particular place that have particular society, in fact, they have gathered and they are chanting prayers for Hiraba Modi. So these really are the images coming out, Ankit, from the Vrindavan bungalow, where in fact these prayers are being chanted for Hiraba Modi, who has just departed and in fact has left from the mortal remains have been taken from the Vrindavan bungalows as well to the crematorium, where the last rites will be performed of Hiraba Modi. And we had seen those images of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister also carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi, giving a shoulder as a son does as per the rituals of the Hindu religion. And of course we do see the Prime Minister had carrying out those last rites. He will be traveling with the Hiraba Modi's mortal remains on the Antim Yatra Rath, and he will be going to the crematorium with Hiraba Modi. In fact, is en route to the crematorium where the last rites will be performed of Hiraba Modi, who had departed from this world at 3:30 a.m. in this morning. And a shocking news really that it was being registered as for people here, since we had been getting those updates of Hiraba Modi, and we had been learning that she was stabilizing, that she was recovering, and that we were expecting her to be discharged today. We were expecting her to be brought home here today, in a healthy condition, in a stable condition, and of course then for her to be brought here for observation so that she can recuperate and recover. And those really were the images that we were expecting to see today, Ankit, here at the Vrindavan bungalows, where we were expecting her to come back here because we were expecting her to be discharged. So all of these things, in fact, let's keep showing you the visuals, because we do see the family members who are here. And of course a very emotional time for the entire family here. We see, of course, the family members and the neighbors here at the Vrindavan bungalows who have come out here, and they had in fact come for the last rites and the last journey of Hiraba Modi as well. And they had come here to witness, they had come here to pay their respects to Hiraba Modi, and they will be doing so, of course, with the last rites of Hiraba Modi being performed at the crematorium not far from here. And we also see the Prime Minister and, of course, all the others that have gone on the last journey of Hiraba Modi. But as of now, the family members, the women of the house who usually in certain customs do not go for the last rites are also here, and the elders of the house, in fact, who were chanting those prayers. We see those images from the Vrindavan bungalow where, in fact, Hiraba Modi used to live with her son, and we see those brothers, her sons, giving her the shoulder for her mortal remains to be carried for the last rites, as the sons do, as per the Hindu religion, as per the customs, as per the last rites that will be performed for Hiraba Modi. We saw those heartbreaking images, really, of the Prime Minister shouldering the mortal remains of his mother, Hiraba Modi. The two of them we had seen in one frame earlier, just a few weeks ago, in a very vibrant conversation, those vibrant images that we had seen of the Prime Minister with his mother just a few weeks ago. And now we see, sadly, the Prime Minister shouldering his mother, Hiraba Modi, and, of course, taking her on the last rites, for the last rites, going for the last rites that will be performed in the crematorium in Sector 30 in Gandhinagar. And, of course, we can expect the Prime Minister to spend some time here. Expect him to come back here and spend some time with the family members. But as the Prime Minister functions, for him, we have usually seen that the work comes above everything else. So maybe we can expect the Prime Minister complaining back perhaps today, but we will have to wait for that. But of course, the Prime Minister, as of now, carrying out the last rites of his mother, and we do see the Prime Minister expected to come back here as well, because the security arrangements tell us that. And we can expect that those images that we will see of the Prime Minister with his family today, of course, a very difficult time for the Prime Minister and the entire family, because we had seen how close the Prime Minister had been with his mother. Because, as I mentioned, just weeks ago in this particular location itself, remember, Ankit, we had seen those images of the Prime Minister taking a detour after marathon rallies that he had addressed, and even then he making it a point to come here to visit his mother, Hiraba Modi. I remember we had been trailing him for the elections, and we had been trailing him for the rallies since morning. And in the evening, even after, covering 4 to 5 districts in rallies, and even after that, he had made it a point to come and visit Hiraba Modi as well. And those were the usual images that we saw of the Prime Minister and Hiraba Modi together as well. Time and time again, where the Prime Minister had made it a point to come and visit Hiraba Modi, and not just visit, but spend some good quality time with her, because those were the images that we saw from right inside the house where we're standing outside of. And of course, we had seen those images of the Prime Minister and Hiraba Modi sharing a meal. We see those images of Hiraba Modi watching the Prime Minister on television, and we hear of these news of Hiraba Modi having spoken to the Prime Minister after every big event that takes place, and that really tells us the kind of bond that the Prime Minister and Hiraba Modi used to share. And this is something that we have witnessed firsthand when we have been covering the Prime Minister in Gujarat, and each and every time that he makes it a point to come right here at the Vrindavan bungalows where Hiraba Modi used to live. And that really used to tell us how close the both of them had been, and that is why we see those heartbreaking images today of the Prime Minister shouldering the mortal remains of his mother, Hiraba Modi, and taking her to the crematorium, riding with her in the Antam Yatra Rath, and going with her mortal remains and to the crematorium where the last rites will be performed as well. So those really are the images from the Vrindavan bungalows, where the rest of the family is also present right now. And time again we have seen, Ankit, these images of the Prime Minister and his entire family that he has visited, that every time he has been in the home state of Gujarat, and not even when he has not been here. We have seen the Prime Minister speak of his family. We have seen the Prime Minister Narendra Modi speak of Heeraba on various occasions, and has always spoken in admiration of Hiraba Modi, almost as though he has reflected in various of his speeches and statements that he has given in public forums, that he has an utter admiration for Hiraba Modi, for the kind of work that she did, so the kind of sacrifices that she made for Narendra Modi, for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and how he has recalled those sacrifices of Hiraba Modi in various occasions in a public platform, where he has recalled how Hiraba Modi used to work for him, to put him for basic necessities that there used to be a dearth of for Narendra Modi, how he had spoken about his time growing up, and that how there were difficult circumstances that they had been facing while growing up as well, and how Hiraba Modi had also worked to put the and how Hiraba Modi had also worked to actually put in the work for getting the family also to get the bare minimum. So this is the kind of statements, the kind of admiration, the adoration that we used to see from the Prime Minister when he spoke so fondly of Hiraba Modi, and the same Hiraba Modi, in fact, who has sadly passed away. And we had seen the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi being shouldered by Narendra Modi and being taken to the crematorium, where the last rites can be expected to be started in perhaps just a few seconds from now, because it has been quite some time that they have left from the Vrindavan bungalow. And of course the crematorium in Sector 30 is where the last rites will also be performed. And those really are the images that are coming to light from Gandhinagar here in the Raisana village, where Hiraba Modi used to live and used to enjoy her own following, used to see how people used to idolize her, and more so in the last couple of years that we have seen this following, because more so we have seen the Prime Minister speak about his mother so fondly in public forums since the time that he had gone to Delhi, since the time that he has become the Prime Minister. We have seen him speak about his personal life. We have seen him speak about how Hiraba Modi used to work for the family, and the kind of work that she was doing, and how she used to earn a meager living. So these are the kind of statements that we saw from the Prime Minister time and time again since at least the last couple of years, when he has spoken very fondly of Hiraba Modi in a public forum. But of course we see heartbreaking images today of Hiraba Modi having been passed away, and the Prime Minister as a son carrying out the last riots that we are expecting will be underway in Gandhinagar as well, and we can expect the Prime Minister to perhaps come back and also spend some time with the family today as well.
Right, Priyanka giving us coverage from on the ground, telling us exactly what's happening. Just a short while earlier, we saw the Prime Minister carry his mother Hiraba Modi's mortal remains out as one of the pallbearers. It was taken in the ambulance then, where he joined her to the crematorium, where we are told the last rites will take place very shortly. It's the final journey, it's the last journey of an incredible person, an extraordinary woman, Hiraba Modi, who has passed away at the age of 100, a centenarian in Ahmedabad. She was in the public's consciousness for a number of years, and I've just been going through some of the things that the PM had said about her. He once had even said that she was more enthralled by the time that he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat even than when he became the Prime Minister. It was something clearly that she shared with the area, and we can see that the community there also paying her back in kind. A lot of people are coming out. You can see members of the community, members of the family are seated in their shared condolences, paying tributes, singing songs and eulogies for her outside the compound where she had lived while her last journey is held. Heartbreaking images, really. And at this time, we can also tell you that the President of India has sent in her condolences. President Draupadi Murmu writes, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's mother Heeraba's 100 years of a struggling life is a symbol of Indian ideals. Shri Modi imbibed the spirit and the values of Hiraba in his life. I pray for the peace of the holy soul. My condolences to the family. So the President has sent in her condolences as well. The Prime Minister has joined Hiraba Modi in her final journey, a final journey that comes at the end of an extraordinary 100-year life, a century in this great land of India. A person who struggled, she toiled, she raised her family, a number of kids in Vadnagar. On different occasions, like the Prime Minister wrote on his blog, there was a friend of the families who had passed away, and their son had come to stay with the Modis, and she had treated him also as one of her own children. And during festivals, she would make his favorite foods as well. And so you get a sense of how, despite clearly having very limited means, they had plenty of heart and plenty of soul and plenty of love there. They would make do with what they could, and they did very well. And she would try her level best to supplement her family's income. She would take up jobs such as washing the utensils. It just tells you some of the values and ideals from which this family has come, from which the Prime Minister has come. That is how he was forged, that Vadnagar crucible, with Hiraba Modi showing him the way, teaching him many ideals, with him picking up some things from her implicitly, like her resilience, something that he always touted, her ability to take joy in the happiness of others, her ability to always be caught up with what is happening around. Even in her advanced years, he had written about how she would always be in the know. She would be the happiest you could see whenever something big came his way or the country's way. She was a model citizen in the sense that she always did her duty when it came to casting her vote and her franchise. She would participate in elections of all levels, from panchayat to parliament. It's something that we saw also quite recently in the Gujarat polls. And whenever the Prime Minister, despite his very busy schedule, whenever he would be in the vicinity, and we're not even saying the city, whenever he would be a lot of the time simply in the state, he would make a detour like he did quite recently, and he would come and he would meet her, even if it is for short sparing moments that they could share together. Time is obviously something that is short, and especially with the schedules that they had, and even then you could see them catching up, taking up from where they left off, sharing a good conversation, a clear quintessential mother-child bond. You could always rather imagine the kind of conversation they were having. It's about the simple things, it's about life, it's about shared experiences, people that they've clearly known, I can imagine, for many years. They're people who have lived in this community, in this area for a long time. A lot of shared experiences, a lot clearly to talk about, not enough time always to talk about it, but they would do what they could. We have a number of events that are taking place on the ground right now. We are currently awaiting the final rites to be held, and I believe we have voices also on the ground. Let's listen in to what is happening right now in Gandhinagar.
ना ही दुख जितना आप और हमको या पूरी दुनिया पूरे देश को लग रहा है, उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा पीएम मोदी के लिए ये गहरा इसे सदमा ही कहा जाएगा। क्योंकि वो जब भी गांधीनगर आते थे, अपने घर का जब दरवाज़ा वो खोलते थे तो सामने माँ नज़र आती थी। और उस जो सोफ़ा हमने देखा है जिस पे फ़ोटो भी लगी हुई, अभी हाल ही में जो तस्वीर सामने आई थी, उस सोफ़े पे बैठकर जब पीएम मोदी की माँ हीराबा अपने बेटे को दुलार करती थी। और मुझे याद आता है कि जब भी पीएम मोदी उनसे मिलने जाते थे तो उनके जन्मदिन पर पीएम मोदी की माँ आज भी उन्हें कुछ पैसे दिया करती थी, जैसा कि हम आमतौर पर बचपन से देखते आए हैं। और वो पल बड़ा खास होता है। वो पैसे वो माँ के आशीर्वाद के तौर पर वो पीएम मोदी हमेशा रखते अपने पास। और वो संदेश बड़ा साफ होता था कि एक बेटा कितना भी बड़ा हो जाए, किसी भी बड़े पद पर पहुंच जाए, लेकिन उस माँ के लिए तो वो छोटा सा उसका बेटा ही रहता है। और मुझे याद है कि जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में आगे बढ़ रहे थे और जब उन्हें देश की सेवा का मौका मिला, भारत माता की सेवा का मौका मिला, तो उनकी मां ने कहा कि आप जाइए, अब आप देश की सेवा कीजिए। गुजरात की सेवा आपने की, अब देश आपसे बहुत उम्मीदों भरी नजरों से देखता है। ये सारी बात
demise of Hiraba and Modi, and as you just heard there, wherever you go, you will currently likely today hear tales of this extraordinary woman and the relationship she shared with her son, who has risen to become one of the most popular people in the history of the country, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We have Priyanka currently, I believe, with people who knew Hiraba and Modi. Let's go to her. Priyanka, over to you.
Gathered here. One such neighbor is joining me right now. Let's get in a word from him to understand how exactly they had known Hiraba Modi as well. आप बताइए, आप यहीं पे रहते हैं, आप हीराबा मोदी के साथ रहते थे, आप जानते थे उनको, किस तरह से उनकी फॉलोइंग भी थी?
We'll go back to Priyanka as soon as we can get her on the phone, on a clear connection. She is with members of the neighborhood, with neighbors of Hiraba and Modi, people who clearly knew her for a long time and are willing to recount their memory, their reminiscences of her. We'll also shortly go back to Priyanka for more of the same. We've seen a short while earlier how Hiraba and Modi's mortal remains were taken for her last journey. They're en route the Gandhinagar crematorium, and it is there where the last rites will be held. The Prime Minister arrived in Ahmedabad. He landed there after taking off from New Delhi. Just a short while after his mother's mortal remains reached the house where she had lived with his brother's family, and he paid his respects. He knelt before the mortal remains of his mother. He laid a wreath on her body and he took her blessings for one final time, like we've seen him take many times in the past when he would achieve a success, when he would be vying for something big, taking up a big endeavor, whether it's moving to New Delhi to become the Prime Minister, whether it's his last win as Gujarat Chief Minister. He would first and foremost go visit her, take her blessings for the next challenge that he would take up. Whenever he was in town, he would go visit her. They would many a time share a simple meal and they would chat like families do, perhaps recount their old days. We have Priyanka once again, even as we bring you visuals, viewers, of people clearly very saddened by her demise. Priyanka, over to you. I believe you have people there with you who knew her as well.
Live share.
Let's go straight to them to understand how they had known her. आप जैसा आप बता रहे थे कि हीराबा मोदी के साथ में आप बातचीत भी करते थे, हीराबा मोदी से आप मुलाकात करते थे, आप उनको जानते थे. किस तरह से उनकी फॉलोइंग थी, किस तरह से उनका व्यवहार था, क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम तक हम देख रहे हैं कि उनकी एक फॉलोइंग ज़रूर थी और काफ़ी जब उनकी उम्र भी हो गई थी तब भी वो अपनी काफ़ी उम्र के लिए काफ़ी फिट थे, काफ़ी तंदुरुस्त थे. और आज जब हम देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी दुख की जो घटना है, जो हीराबा मोदी अब नहीं रहे हैं.
हीराबा तो एक खरेखर हम जाते थे उसके मिलने, तो ये खुशी में आ जाती थी और खुशी में झुकते थे. और जब मोदी साहब आते थे तो वो कहते थे अच्छा मेरे बेटा आया, और खुश में झूमती थी और इसको क्या खिलाऊं क्या नहीं खिलाऊं ऐसा बोलती थी माता जी. और ये खरेखर विश्व की माता जी बन गई. ये बाप और बच्चे का कितना प्यार है वो इसने बता दिया माता जी ने.
और आप लोगों से भी बातचीत होती थी कि मोदी जब आएंगे तब क्या खिलाएंगे, क्या ऐसा रिश्ता उनका था?
तो ये बोलता था कि हमारे मोदी साहब कब आएंगे तो मैं क्या खिलाऊंगा कैसे, ऐसी बातें करती थी. तो ये खुश में
काफी करीब थे, मतलब दोनों माँ बेटों के बीच में जो प्यार था.
जो पंकज भी ये उसके घर में रहते थे, तो पंकज भी हमारे मित्र थे, तो हम जाते थे. तो इसलिए
आप साथ में मिले जब प्रधानमंत्री आते थे हीराबा के साथ में, उनके साथ में कभी आपने देखा है कि किस तरह से वो साथ में अपना व्यक्त, क्योंकि जो इमेजेस भी देखते हैं अंदर से, पर हीराबा मोदी का व्यवहार कैसा था अंतिम दिनों में भी? कभी आप उनसे मुलाकात की होगी, तो क्या उनके स्पिरिट थी, किस तरह का उनका व्यवहार?
खरेखर तो एक विश्व की हीरो बन गई माता जी, विश्व की हीरो बन गई, क्योंकि वो माता जी जब हमको देखती तो खुशी में आ जाती थी और मोदी साहब को देखती तो भी खुशी में आ जाती थी.
जो अंतिम दिन थे उसमें भी वो ऐसे ही खुशी के उसमें
अंत तक वो माता जी ही रही. और बाप बच्चे का कितना प्यार है माता जी प्रति ये दिखा दिया सारे विश्व में.
और प्रधानमंत्री के जो इश्यूज रहते थे, कभी भी कुछ भी होता था तो हमें देखने को मिलता था कि हीराबा मोदी टीवी पे देख रहे होंगे मोदी जी को, या कुछ भी अगर सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा होगा तो वो हमेशा देख रहे होते थे. तो पूरी तरह से वो फॉलो करते थे कि आज नरेंद्र मोदी क्या कर रहे हैं, किस तरह से हो रहा है, उनका काम क्या हो रहा है आगे.
ये माता जी जब देखती थी कि हमारा मोदी साहब क्या कर रहे हैं, ये खुशी में झुकते थे कि मोदी क्या करते हैं क्या करेंगे, उसके आनंद में रहते थे कायम.
All right. So there you have it, Ankit. Some neighbors, in fact, who recall their moments with Hiraba Modi and how Hiraba Modi's really nature had been with the Prime Minister. As we saw one such neighbor also recalling how Hiraba Modi used to prepare when the Prime Minister was going to arrive here. And we have seen those images, haven't we, of the Hiraba Modi and the Prime Minister spending some time sharing a meal together as well. Those images we have seen. And we just learned of the backstory as well, where neighbors say that Hiraba Modi used to plan out a meal for the Prime Minister every time that he used to come here. So these are some of the warm moments that people are recalling of Hiraba Modi, of how she used to be. Because as we just heard, the gentleman also there who has recalled that even in her last days, even in her last moments, Hiraba Modi had been of the same nature. She had been just as fit. She had been just as fine. She had been just as energetic and enthusiastic as ever, as we have seen her in the public life as well, even when she had been about 99 years of age, and now of course passing away at 100 years of age. And what we see is the last rites that are in fact underway, and of course the neighbors that have gathered to pray, to chant, to give support to the family members at this very difficult time that we are seeing right now. But of course, all of them really remembering, even though there are people who have tears in their eyes, there is a smile to remember the life that Hiraba Modi has really lived, the kind of person that Hiraba Modi has really been, her nature and how she has treated each and everyone that she had met, and how she had been open to various followers as well. She had in fact become somewhat of an icon even in the youth as well. Remember, even during the time that Gujarat elections were being carried out and she had come out to vote, there were various youngsters. There were many youngsters, in fact, that had been affected by those images that she is so old that even then she goes out and makes it a point to vote. And then what is really stopping us? And that is really the wave that we saw during the Gujarat elections when she had also gone out to vote. On social media as well, we had seen this kind of a cult following of Hiraba Modi as well. Those are really the images that we see and remember Hiraba Modi as. But of course, sadly, another image that has replaced Hiraba Modi as well is that of the Prime Minister who had just walked from here. You can see the flower petals that had been there and the entire route where Hiraba Modi had been taken, her mortal remains that had been taken, and the Prime Minister Modi as the son. As a son, in fact, had carried the mortal remains on his shoulder to the Antim Yatra Rath, and where he travelled along with Hiraba Modi to the crematorium where the last rites, in fact, are underway. And what we were being told earlier was that we can expect that the Prime Minister might spend some time with the family, but looking at the security arrangements and looking at the earlier instances as well, and looking at the nature of the Prime Minister as well, Ankit, we usually see that whatever personal issues there are, the Prime Minister goes back to work, and now what we are learning is that he is expected to leave in the day as well. None of the arrangements, none of the appointments, none of the events of the Prime Minister in New Delhi and otherwise have also been cancelled as of now. So the itinerary of the Prime Minister remains same. He is expected to leave after the last rites of his mother Hiraba Modi that will be performed, and that usually has been the demeanour of the Prime Minister, that come what may, that work comes first, and that is exactly what we can expect happening today as well, with the Prime Minister emplaning back for Delhi. Perhaps in an hour from now we can expect him to be leaving, because the last rites are underway, and what we see is the entire family that has carried out the last rites. Not a lot of VVIP movement that we saw, but of course, but obviously that such a huge instance has happened, and the Prime Minister's mother, in fact, has passed away. So it is obvious that various leaders, in fact, have also come to pay their respects. But we can expect the Prime Minister to carry out the last rites and then be leaving from Gujarat as well, and be planning and carrying out the rest of the appointments and rallies as he had planned as well. That is the update that we are getting as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. But of course, here in Gandhinagar, here standing at the Vrindavan Bungalow, one cannot really dismiss the kind of somber, the kind of the sense of loss that people are really going through here. We can sense that here, we can see that here in the tears that people are shedding and the smile with which they are also remembering Hiraba Modi and the life, the grand life that she had lived, the life that she had lived where she had touched various people, and of course then Hiraba Modi as the mother of the Prime Minister of the country as well, that she is remembered as, but also as the woman who had been, even in her last days, not losing her spirits, even in her last days was just as energetic and just as happy as people really tell us about her last days before she had been gone, before she had been admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital as well. But people in fact remembering Hiraba today for the life that the woman in fact has also lived. Ankit.
Viewers, these are live visuals coming in from Ahmedabad of the last journey of Hiraba Modi, the cavalcade that is bearing her mortal remains can be seen on your screens making its way to the crematorium where the last rites will be held. The cavalcade is of the Prime Minister's, but he is himself seated in the ambulance, in the hearse, along with her mortal remains, and the last rites will be held shortly. This is the final journey of Hiraba Modi, an extraordinary Indian, a centenarian. She passed away at 3:30 a.m. today. Earlier at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, where she had been taken day before yesterday after complaints about her breathing. The last rites will be held very shortly, and Priyanka has been reporting for us from the ground there in Gandhinagar. We saw the scenes at the compound where she had lived, where Hiraba had lived with the brother of Prime Minister Modi's family, and the members of the community there had spoken about her. They had recounted various anecdotes. The last one that we heard was of how whenever Narendra Modi was to visit her, she would prepare in her own way. She would try and make sure that the meal that they shared is something to his liking. I once also remember that the PM had visited her and they had had khichdi together. He once spoke about his favorite food habits, and he said that there is a particular variety of crispy karela that he quite enjoyed. I'm sure these are things that they would often, I'm guessing, discuss whenever time permitted. It was not always possible to find the time because of the busy schedule, but yet they would do with what they could. They would have these moments together every couple of months whenever occasion called, and whenever he traveled to Gandhinagar, he would always find a way to see his mother. At 99, verging on 100 years, however, she has now passed away. She was simple but extraordinary. That is how he defined her. And she was an enormously resilient person. He has narrated many anecdotes in the past. He has spoken about her from in India to all the way across the world in California, where I remember once he had broken down and got emotional at the time when she had taken great pains to raise him. And now, unfortunately, she is no more. We are awaiting the start of the last rites. She will finally be cremated, and the cavalcade has just reached the Gandhinagar crematorium. The PM had borne her mortal remains. He had gone into the house and he had knelt down and he had paid his tribute to her before being part of the group that bore her bodies. And viewers, for the moment, we are very quickly bringing you a breaking story. Team India cricketer Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper batsman, has sustained bad injuries in a car accident. And in this accident, from what we are given to understand, Rishabh Pant, his car has been totally burnt to cinders. He is in hospital. We've seen an image of him clearly in some amount of distress. He is currently receiving treatment, and this is Rishabh Pant, Indian wicketkeeper batsman, who has suffered a bad injury. We'll be covering this, viewers, and we'll get you more updates on Rishabh Pant's condition. For the moment, viewers, we are returning to the scenes in Gujarat, where Heeraba Modi, the mother of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, passed away at the UN Mehta Hospital at 3:30 a.m. this morning. The Prime Minister is on your screens right now, bearing the mortal remains of his late mother. He is a pallbearer. He paid his tribute to her. As soon as he entered the house, we saw visuals from in there as well. He knelt on the ground at her feet. He placed a wreath on her head and on her mortal remains, and then he was part of the group that carried her body out. The community there is clearly also mourning. We've heard the women there who had come together to sing a song, a eulogy for Hiraba Modi, a member of the community who had given a lot of joy to the people there. It was a matter of great pride for them, I can imagine that someone of such extraordinary stature and yet of simple manner was among them, someone who was part of the rise and the inspiration behind the success of Narendra Modi, who has gone on to become the most popular elected leader in our country for many years, and continues to be a very tall figure, a statesman in the global arena as well. We have condolences pouring in from all quarters, from politicians to people from all walks of life, ordinary citizens as well. Everyone seemed to know her, everyone seemed to be able to recount her face, the kind of meetings that he would have with her whenever they could find the time, short periods of time. And there you can see saddening visuals of her final journey. The mortal remains being carried by the Prime Minister to the funeral pyre at the crematorium in Gandhinagar. Her body will be laid to rest and the cremation will shortly begin. We have Priyanka, who has been reporting, who knows Prime Minister's mother and has tracked them both for a number of years. Priyanka, what's happening there now, even as we see these visuals
Check,
of
check,
the
1, 2, 3, 4,
cremation
5, 6.
that is set to begin. Priyanka, if you can hear me, over to you.
That's right. These are the images that we are seeing of the Prime Minister there at the crematorium where the last rites are being performed of Hiraba Modi. And we see those images of the Prime Minister who had, with the mortal remains, in fact had carried the mortal remains from the house to the crematorium, and those are the images that we see of the Prime Minister at the crematorium where the last rites are being performed. And some people, some of the leaders in fact who have been close to the Prime Minister, who have shared a personal bond with the Prime Minister and his family since they had been here for quite some time. He had been here as the Chief Minister for the longest time in the state of Gujarat. So it is obvious that various leaders in fact have also gotten close to him, not just as a leader but as a person, and close to his family as well. So those leaders we can see who are there present at the crematorium. And we were also seeing images of the Chief Minister as well in the UN Mehta Hospital 48 hours ago, and we had seen those images of the entire cabinet ministers that had been present there. And we also see various other leaders that have been present from the time that Hiraba Modi in fact had been admitted in the hospital. And we see right now that the last rites of Hiraba Modi being performed, where several others in fact paying their respects to Hiraba Modi. We see brothers of Narendra Modi that are present there. And of course, we also see the family members that had been present at the Vrindavan bungalow that had gone on the final journey of Hiraba Modi. And today has in fact been a day of reminiscing of the entire life of Hiraba Modi. Since morning we are seeing various tributes that are coming in to Hiraba Modi, remembering how Hiraba Modi had lived her life, the kind of nature that she used to have, even in the last days, how she used to treat people that used to come to her house, how she used to plan for her son, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, how she used to plan out meals for the Prime Minister as well. As we got in several neighbors, in fact, to also recount how Hiraba Modi used to have discussions with the neighbors to understand what she can make for her son, the Prime Minister, who would be arriving to her house, and they will be sharing a meal thereafter. Those were the images that we had seen of Hiraba Modi and the Prime Minister together at the Vrindavan bungalow right there in Gandhinagar, where we had seen the visuals of the Prime Minister who had carried the mortal remains from
Priyanka, we will stay live with those images. I request you to please stay with us. We also have the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, Mr. Eknath Shinde, joining us on the phone line right now. Shinde ji, thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic, sir. It is, a very, very difficult moment for the Prime Minister, the entire family. We are looking at these images. आप उनको कैसे याद करते हैं? इन तस्वीरों में अगर देखें तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ सादगी और एक माँ और एक बेटे की जो आखिरी एक समय होता है वही नजर आता है। मतलब कार्यकर्ताओं को भी बोला गया है कि आप यहाँ पर मत आइए, किसी भी वीवीआईपी का आना जाना नहीं है, सिर्फ एक आम परिवार अपनी माँ को जाते समय एक अंतिम गुड बाय, एक फाइनल गुड बाय कर रहा है। सर,
बहुत ही दुखद घटना घटी है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के माताजी का दुखद देहांत हुआ है और ये हम सभी के लिए बहुत ही दुखद बात है और उनकी 100 साल की जर्नी जो है आज रुक गई है। एक आदर्श माता के रूप में उनका रूप पूरे दुनिया ने देखा है और उन्होंने मोदी जी के रूप में एक भारत को एक सुपुत्र दिया है और सही माने में इतनी बड़ी प्रधानमंत्री जी के माता होने के बावजूद उन्होंने एक सादगी का जीवन जिया है। एक सामान्य माँ कैसे जीवन बिताती है, अपने काम खुद करती है, ऐसा आदर्श उन्होंने दुनिया को दिखाया है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है और आज उनका देहांत हुआ है। ये सभी लोगों के लिए बहुत ही एक दुखद घटना है। हम सब लोग उनके दुख में सहभागी हैं और महाराष्ट्र की ओर से मैं उनको भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं।
जी, और शिंदे साहब, एक बच्चा, एक बेटा चाहे कितना ही बड़ा हो जाए, एक माँ हमेशा माँ होती है और शायद यही इन तस्वीरों में हमें साफ तौर पर नजर आता है। क्या आपकी भी कुछ ऐसे जहन में यादें हैं, कोई ऐसी बातचीत है, आपने कुछ सुना देखा प्रधानमंत्री की माँ हीराबा को लेकर?
इसमें उनका बेटा और माँ का जो रिश्ता है, इतने बड़े पद पे होने के बावजूद उनकी एक जो सादगी दिखाई पड़ती है और माँ के बारे में बहुत ही भावुक हो जाते थे प्रधानमंत्री जी। ये सभी लोगों ने देखा है, इसलिए उनके मन में, सभी लोगों के मन में माँ की जगह क्या होती है, माँ का स्थान क्या होता है, ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और उनके माता जी के ये रिश्ते से दुनिया भर को एक आदर्श रिश्ता दिखाई पड़ा है।
जी, आपने हमसे बात की, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आई थैंक यू। वी आर रिटर्निंग बैक टू दीज इमेजेस दैट यू सी ऑन योर स्क्रीन्स. We'll also try and see if we can get Priyanka back, but that is the final journey of the Prime Minister's mother, Hiraba, who is no more. She breathed her last late at night. You see the Prime Minister there who rushed to Ahmedabad to be a part of the final journey of his mother. And like I said, time and again, remember, the life of Hiraba has been a life of principles. It's been a life of a lot of hard work, a lot of struggle, something that is reflected in the Prime Minister's blogs that he's written on his mother. In fact, what he wrote in just the June of this year, and as we'll get Priyanka back, he said, "Mother is not just any other word in the dictionary. It encompasses a whole range of emotions, love, patience, trust, and a lot more." He said across the world, irrespective of the country or region, children have a special affection for their mothers. He says a mother not only gives birth to her children, but also shapes their mind, their personality, and their self-confidence. And he said, while doing so, mothers selflessly sacrifice their own personal needs and aspirations. And Priyanka, the Prime Minister wrote this blog where he said that he feels extremely happy and fortunate to share that his mother, Hiraba, is entering 100th year. And even today, as he's paying his, final goodbye to a mother who's continuously stood by him, a mother who is always visited without fail whenever he was in Gujarat. this is definitely not an easy moment, Priyanka.
Well, definitely not an easy movement, and that's exactly what we are seeing here in the Vrindavan bungalow and also at the crematorium, where these images that we are putting out on your screens of the Prime Minister performing the last rites of his mother Heeraba Modi. And of course, as we have been seeing a very minimal VVIP movement this time around that we are seeing upon Prime Minister's arrival. In fact, there had been an advisory, in fact, verbally, that the BJP had internally also given to their cadre on the ground, their karyakartas, to do not come out and carry on with their work as per their schedules and as per their itineraries. In fact, the family members, in fact, had also stated that do not cancel any programs on this account, that the entire how to pay respects to Hiraba Modi is to carry on with the work that had been scheduled to carry out today. And that's exactly what we see the Prime Minister also doing, because we are being told that none of the events that he was set to address have been cancelled, have been postponed. They are as they were as per schedule. So the Prime Minister, we can expect, will be going back to his work. He will be, taking part in various events today. We are waiting to get an update on that, on whether he will be physically there or he will be going there via video conferencing. So all of those updates we will be getting. But as of now, these heartbreaking images really we had seen since morning, where Hiraba Modi had been brought from the UN Mehta Hospital upon having passed away at around 3:30 a.m. in the morning. From the UN Mehta Hospital at about 8 a.m. or so, that she had been brought to the Raisana village, to her house in Vrindavan bungalow, where the Prime Minister had also arrived and had also met with the family members and the other brothers of Narendra Modi, Sombhai Modi and Prahlad Modi as well, who had in fact had been having various medical issues of his own. But as of now, we see the family members and only the close relatives and the close family members, and not too many politicians that we see in this particular images that are coming to light from the crematorium. So very intimate event, obviously, as it is, since it is a difficult time for the entire family. The Prime Minister there, not as the Prime Minister, but as a son of Hiraba Modi, paying his respects, carrying out the last rites, and that's exactly what we see happening right now. But perhaps right after the last rites will be performed, we can expect that the Prime Minister will be coming back, and then will be going back to his schedule, to his itinerary as per schedule as well. And of course, we speak to the neighbors, we speak to some of the people who had known Hiraba Modi, and how since morning they have been remembering Hiraba Modi, how since the last 48 hours there had been people praying for Hiraba Modi, and they had been praying for her speedy recovery. There were havans that were being carried out, there were pujas that were being carried out across the state of Gujarat. We had seen even in Vadnagar, the hometown of Narendra Modi, where we had seen there were havans being carried out for the good health of Hiraba Modi as well. So all of these images that we had really seen since the last 48 hours, since the time that she had in fact been admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital, since then we had seen these prayers coming to light. But now, of course, over the last 2 days, Deepthi, we remember the medical bulletins and the doctors in fact had been stating that her condition is stable and that she is recovering, and that she is in fact kept in the hospital just for observation, so that she can recuperate, and we were expecting that Hiraba would be coming back to her house to rest and recuperate, since she had been stable. Those were the images really that we were expecting of Hiraba today. But shockingly, the nation waking up to the passing away of Hiraba Modi, passing away at 3:30 a.m. Under treatment is what we see the medical bulletin of UN Mehta Hospital telling us, and that's exactly the images that we saw of Hiraba Modi as well, her mortal remains being brought from the hospital to the Raisana village here at her son's house, where in fact she used to stay. And of course, we have seen those images of the Prime Minister also then arriving to the Ahmedabad airport, and then later on, of course, taking part in the last riots as he is doing so, that the images that you can see on your screens. But also, you know, we remember the images that we had seen of the Prime Minister with Hiraba Modi, and the kind of bond that the both of them really used to share, of how whenever there was a big event that used to take place or a big victory that the BJP had registered, then be it an election or any other development as well, we had seen the Prime Minister going down to meet with Hiraba Modi. We had seen those images right after the Gujarat elections as well, where there was a light moment that was shared between Hiraba Modi and the Prime Minister, when the both had also shared a meal as well. And we now also learned from the neighbors of Hiraba Modi as to how she used to be, jubilant when the Prime Minister used to be arriving, and she used to prepare and plan on the meals that she would be preparing or having prepared, so that they can share a meal together as a mother and son, and not as the Prime Minister of the country as well. So of course, these images that we have seen of the Prime Minister and of Hiraba Modi as well together, those we remember today, because we have time and time again come here right at the Vrindavan bungalow, and we have reported on these images where the Prime Minister has come in without any proper warning. There was never anything in the schedule for the Prime Minister every time that he would come to his home state, that in the official schedule it would nowhere show that he would be going to meet with his mother, and it would usually keep us guessing as to when he would all of a sudden go and meet with Hiraba Modi. And that's usually how it used to happen, that we would also be coming here and reporting on these images of as and when the Prime Minister would arrive at the Vrindavan bungalow and be meeting Hiraba Modi as well. So these are the kind of memories that people also have of Hiraba Modi, who had herself followed a cult following, and she had also become somewhat of a youth icon for voting as well. Remember during the Gujarat elections, when we had seen those images of a very fragile Hiraba Modi, a very old Hiraba Modi, who had made it a point to come out just a few weeks ago to come out and cast her vote, and how the youth in fact had then also been inspired by her, that her having facing so many issues, and how her being so old can come out and carry out her responsibility of casting the vote. Then of course the youngsters can also come out and cast their votes, and these are the kind of followings that Hiraba Modi that she used to also enjoy. But of course we see that very down to earth and very private really that this entire household used to operate as. Not too many public gatherings, not too many public sightings that we also saw of Hiraba Modi outside of the house. The only time that we saw the images were usually when the Prime Minister would arrive at her house, and the both mother and son would share some moments together, and those really were the images that we would see of Hiraba Modi usually, or during the time that in elections she would come out and cast her vote, and that's about it. And that's exactly what we see the family members doing today as well, reiterating the fact that they do not want too many people to come out here, that it is a very personal and a very private affair where Hiraba Modi has passed away. Of course, they have also implored people to not disrupt their schedules. In fact, they have stated that the only way to pay their tributes to Hiraba Modi is to carry on with their days as per schedule, and to work as they had scheduled to work, and that is how they will be paying their respect to Hiraba Modi, is something that the family members of Hiraba Modi have also said. And that is why we do not see too much of movement even at the crematorium, even at the Vrindavan bungalows. We do not see too much of VVIP movement. In fact, barely any that we get to see, barring of course the Prime Minister and the security arrangements as per protocol that have been made for the Prime Minister. And apart from that, we do not see too many of the cabinet ministers or the chief minister really, for that matter, that we had seen in the UN Mehta hospital when Hiraba Modi had been fine. She had been recovering, was what the latest updates that we had been getting 2 days ago. But now sadly, of course, the nation waking up to Hiraba Modi having been passed away. But even then, we see this to be a very intimate affair for the family, where the Prime Minister, not as the Prime Minister but as a son who had carried the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi at the crematorium, and now of course as far as the last rites are concerned that are being performed right now at the crematorium by Narendra Modi as the son of Hiraba Modi.
That is true, Priyanka, and like I said, there's not much that the Prime Minister really has spoken when it comes to his own personal life, but always and always we've seen the presence and the fact that the Prime Minister's got very emotional at times when he's spoken about his mother, the kind of challenges that she really faced, and in spite of those challenges, all the might that she has put in to ensure that her children are educated, they get the best of education. I think we can just dip in and listen in to what's happening, and for a moment, let's just understand the pain of the family and a private moment right now for the family as they are bidding the final goodbye to Hiraba.
वो सक्रिय रहीं, चाहे कोविड की वैक्सीन लगवाने की बात हो या हाल ही में संपन्न हुए गुजरात विधानसभा चुनावों में पोलिंग बूथ पर जाकर वोटिंग करने की बात रही हो, या नोटबंदी के दौरान हमने देखा था कि वो खुद लाइन में लगी हुई थी आम जनता के साथ। सक्रिय हीराबेन की जीवन यात्रा अब अग्नि को समर्पित हो गई है। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर अग्नि को समर्पित हो गया है, और ये शरीर उन्हीं पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा। आप देख सकते हैं, हिंदू सनातन रीति रिवाज के अनुसार अंतिम संस्कार की जो प्रक्रिया है, उस प्रक्रिया को इस वक्त मूर्त रूप दिया जा रहा है। हीराबेन के बेटों के द्वारा मुखाग्नि दी गई है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, उन्होंने भी मुखाग्नि दी, और एक मां के लिए इससे सफल यात्रा क्या हो सकती है कि अभाव में, गरीबी में बीती हुई जिंदगी, और उन्होंने अपने बच्चों को ऐसे संस्कार दिए, ऐसी शिक्षा दी कि आज एक पुत्र भारत के सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन है, और न सिर्फ भारत के सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन है, बल्कि उसका नाम आज देश और दुनिया के शीर्ष नेताओं में लिया जाता है, शीर्ष ताकतवर नेताओं में लिया जाता है, शीर्ष विख्यात नेताओं में लिया जाता है। ये एक सफल जीवन है, जो जीवन इस लोक में खत्म हो गया। पार्थिव शरीर अग्नि को समर्पित किया जा रहा है। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर फिर पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा, और हिंदू माइथोलॉजी के अनुसार आत्मा अमर रहती है, अजर रहती है, शरीर खत्म हो जाता है, और पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर यहाँ अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है, और वापस ये शरीर पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा, लेकिन आत्मा अमर है, अजर है, और वो आत्मा, उसकी सीख आज भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में इस देश में मौजूद है, और लगातार वो जिंदगी जिसने अपने जीवन का एक बड़ा हिस्सा संघर्षों में जिया, अभाव में जिया, गरीबी में जिया, लेकिन ईमानदारी के साथ जिया, स्वाभिमान के साथ जिया, मेहनत के साथ जिया, वो सीख जो उन्होंने अपने परिवार को दी, अपने परिवार के सदस्यों को दी और वो सीख जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में आज हम लोगों के सामने है, और लगातार हम उस ब्लॉग की बात कर रहे हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अभी कुछ ही महीनों पहले हीरा बहन के 100 साल पूरे होने पर, उनके 100वें जन्मदिन पर लिखा था। उस ब्लॉग में लिखा गया है कि किस तरह से वो अभाव भरी जिंदगी में भी स्वाभिमान के साथ जीती थीं, स्वच्छता का जीवन जीती थीं, पक्षियों के लिए, जानवरों के लिए किस तरह से वो खाना रखती थीं, और साथ ही साथ कोई स्वच्छता कर्मी, कोई सफाई कर्मी उनके घर के पास आकर सफाई करता था तो उसको भी पूरी इज्जत देती थी, और उस स्वच्छता कर्मी को पता होता था कि इसी घर में उनको चाय मिलेगी। उसके अलावा कई सारी विशेषताएं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने ब्लॉग में लिखी है, उन विशेषताओं को अगर देखें तो वो आज प्रधानमंत्री के दृष्टिकोण के रूप में, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार के रूप में वो लगातार दिख रही हैं। चाहे हम अंत्योदय की थीम के साथ जो योजनाएं हैं, जन धन योजना की हम बात करें, महिलाओं के लिए उज्ज्वला गैस सिलेंडर की हम बात करें, उसके अलावा स्वच्छ भारत की हम बात करते हैं, जल संरक्षण की हम बात करते हैं, हर नीति में कहीं न कहीं उस नेतृत्व ने, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो अपने बचपन में सीखा है, जो उनकी माताजी से उनको प्रेरणा मिली है, हर योजना में वो भाव परिलक्षित होता है। और जैसा कि अभी हम उस ब्लॉग के हिस्से को भी आपको पढ़कर सुना रहे थे, वो लिखते हैं कि आज अगर मैं अपनी माँ और अपने पिता के जीवन को देखूं तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषताएं रही हैं ईमानदारी और स्वाभिमान। गरीबी से जूझते हुए परिस्थितियां कैसी भी रही हों, मेरे माता पिता ने न कभी ईमानदारी का रास्ता छोड़ा, ना ही अपने स्वाभिमान से समझौता किया। उनके पास हर मुश्किल से निकलने का एक ही तरीका था, मेहनत, दिन रात मेहनत। और अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है ये पार्थिव शरीर, पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ, और हिंदू माइथोलॉजी में शरीर खत्म होता है, आत्मा नहीं खत्म होती। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर अग्नि के जरिए फिर उन्हीं पंच महाभूतों में मिल जाएगा, लेकिन आत्मा अमर है। और साथ ही साथ वो सीख, वो प्रेरणा भी अमर है, और वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में हमारे पास मौजूद है। हीराबा की दी हुई शिक्षाएं, हीराबा की दी हुई सीख, हीराबा के जीवन से जो प्रेरणा मिली है, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने जीवन में अभाव, गरीबी, संघर्ष देखा है, आज वो इन्हीं कारणों से देश को भी समझते हैं और अपनी इस तरह की नीतियां बनाते हैं।
So we are looking at these images, Hiraba on her final journey, and the pyre now has been lit. We've seen the Prime Minister extremely stoic. Do remember, like I said, again and again, the Prime Minister has spoken about the contributions, the struggles of Hiraba. In fact, he had also spoken about how Hiraba Modi's childhood was extremely difficult, and he said that it was her struggles which inspired him to focus on Garib Kalyan. So a lot of these, remember, are not stories. In fact, these are moments from his own life, chapters of his own life that he has lived through, and something that is reflected also in this final journey that we have seen, which has been a very, very private affair. We've hardly seen any kind of elaborate arrangements. We've hardly seen VVIP guests. We've not seen party karyakartas. In fact, what the family has said is important. The family has said, before I go to Priyanka, the family has said, we thank everyone for their prayers in these tough times. It is our humble request to everyone to keep the departed soul in their thoughts and continue with their pre-decided schedule and commitments. And the Modi family says that would be a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Priyanka, that again is reflecting in, all these images that we are seeing right from the Prime Minister there rushing to Ahmedabad to be, with his mother in this final journey. The Prime Minister there as one of the pallbearers of his mother on the final journey, one of the heaviest of burdens that the Prime Minister, Priyanka, today has carried.
That's right. We see the Prime Minister, in fact, has arrived at the secretariat. In fact,
Okay, I think we'll just try to get Priyanka back. But like I said, the entire country today is mourning the loss of Hiraba. And you see Narendra Modi there, not as the Prime Minister, but as a son who has been one of the pallbearers, like I said, in the final journey of Hiraba. We haven't seen much of Hiraba, remember, even in the last 8 years. Like again and again, it's reiterated, it's only once that Prime Minister actually got Hiraba at his official residence at the 7 LKM. And that also really goes on to tell us what kind of a life of simplicity the Modis lived. Priyanka, Prime Minister's mother, who's generally away from the cameras, we've seen, her setting an example at least on 2 occasions, whether that was demonetization or also the COVID vaccination. And, just recently during the elections in Gujarat, I do recall that you were there when Hiraba was at the polling booth, and that is an image everyone said that if she at 100 can come out and vote, why can't you? So we have seen her, we have seen her actually living through those principles, an epitome of struggle, of a lot of hard work that the Prime Minister himself has spent, that Hiraba went through.
And we have seen the Prime Minister speak about it for quite some time. He has spoken about Hiraba Modi, and he has spoken about her in public forums and has recalled the kind of life that Hiraba Modi had really lived, the kind of struggles that she has faced, the kind of struggles that she faced for her family as well, so that her family would have a better life. And that is something that the Prime Minister has reiterated, remember, several times in the public forum, and one time more specifically, remember when he had been speaking at a public forum and had been speaking and talking to Mark Zuckerberg as well. And we remember how he had broken down and he had remembered Hiraba Modi, and he had remembered how she used to work, for domestic work as well, and how she used to do the menial jobs so that her family can have a better life as well, so that the Narendra Modi can have a better life as well. And recalling this, he had broken down and he had cried and broken down about this. And that is the one time that I personally can recall that the Prime Minister had spoken about Hiraba Modi and had spoken about the struggles that Hiraba Modi had been facing. And of course, not just that, even when he would recall Hiraba Modi fondly, he would remember her with a lot of admiration. He would remember her for her hard work, her sacrifices, her integrity, the way that she would operate and how she would go through life as well. So this is something that Narendra Modi has time and time again remembered in public forums. So the adoration, the kind of respect, the kind of love that was shared between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Hiraba Modi is not lost on anybody. Anyone who has reported in Gujarat can see whenever the Prime Minister comes to Gujarat, he makes it a point to visit Hiraba Modi. He used to spend some quality time with her. He used to spend and make some meals with her, share some meals with her as well. So those really were the kind of images and the kind of bond that we had seen between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Hiraba Modi as well. So of course, a lot of heartbreaking images of the Prime Minister then that we saw today. As the pallbearer, as you pointed out, carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi from the Vrindavan bungalows to the crematorium, and of course riding with the Antim Yatra Rath, and then of course carrying out the last rites. And as we had been talking about earlier as well, Deepthi, the VVIP movement that we see is to an absolute minimum, almost non-existent, that we see in the crematorium. Not a lot of leaders that we can spot. Interestingly, we see Shankar Singh Waghela, who is in fact present here, there at the crematorium. He was there along with Vijay Rupani, who had been present there as well. So these are some of the faces that we have been able to spot, but more or less we have seen almost absent VVIP movement, almost absent leaders, in fact, that we had seen in the UN Mehta Hospital. And we had seen the kind of movement of Bhupendra Patel and other cabinet ministers as well that was being there at the UN Mehta Hospital when we were learning that Hiraba Modi is going to be fine and that she is going to stabilize and recover and recuperate. And but today we see that it is an absolutely intimate family affair, an absolutely intimate instance that we see where the Prime Minister, not as the Prime Minister of the country, but the son of Hiraba Modi, who is shouldering the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi, and then, of course, carrying out the last rites of Hiraba Modi as well.
That is true, and Priyanka, I just want to take this liberty to talk of the Prime Minister's blog on his mother turning 100 earlier this year, even as we'll stay live with these images. And Priyanka, do feel free to, talk about anecdotes, stories, life instances that you have seen, because I don't think that there is an image, a moment, which is as difficult but equally powerful as what we are looking at on our screens. That is the Prime Minister of the country, but the son of Hiraba, a son who's always and always spoken about the struggles, the lives, the times of Hiraba, today bidding her the final goodbye. Now he says, Priyanka, and I'm again quoting from the blog, he says, "Mother has always had immense confidence in me and the samskara she imparted." Then he says, "I recall a decades-old incident when I worked on the organization side. I was extremely busy with activities, could hardly get in touch with my family." And this is where he recalls the instance where Hiraba visited Badrinathji and Kedarnathji. And he says that the locals there actually got to know that the Prime Minister's mother is coming for the darshan. And also how the weather suddenly took a turn for the worse. Some people came downhill with blankets. They all wanted to know. And in fact, they kept on asking all the elderly women that they saw that, "Are you Narendra Modi's mother?" This is, I think, a reflection of that simplicity. And he says that finally they meet mother, they give her blankets, they give her tea. And when she comes back and when she meets me, Priyanka, this is what she says. She says, and I quote, "It seems you're doing some good work as people now recognize you."
And that really had been the simplicity, you're right, absolutely, Deepthi, of Hiraba Modi as well. Since these are some of the anecdotes that we had, heard in 2014 when the Prime Minister had become the Prime Minister, and he had left as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And of course, he had been a renowned leader of the BJP, but we see him having had risen to the national leadership in 2014, and post which we see these kind of statements that we also heard Hiraba Modi from Hiraba Modi, as far as that particular statement is concerned, where she had stated that it seems as though you're doing some work since people have started recognizing me, because the simplicity that you mentioned could not be missed of Hiraba Modi, because even as the mother of the Prime Minister of the country, she would have very bare minimum things that she would live here with her son, and of course Narendra Modi's brother. And even then, we saw when there were any issues of importance, say, for example, as we mentioned, the vaccination drive, then be it the coming out and voting. So these are some of the social issues that we have seen Hiraba Modi speaking about. And that is why we have been speaking about how she used to have a cult following in the youngsters as well, because she was she would make these somewhat of statements, or the kind of work that she would do, or the kind of imploring the youngsters to go out and get vaccinated, or to go out and cast their votes. So she had also gotten this kind of a following from the young youth as well, here at least in Gandhinagar, that we were able to see. And also on social media, we had seen how every time Hiraba Modi would come out and vote, that used to be the wave of in social media as well, when it would be to implore the youngsters to come out and vote. So some of these images that we remember of Hiraba Modi as well. And of course, we have been speaking to her neighbors. We have been speaking to some of the people that used to spend some time with Hiraba Modi, and the kind of preparation that used to happen. You know, Deepti, we every time the Prime Minister would arrive in the state of Gujarat, he would be coming here at the house to meet with Hiraba Modi. And the kind of preparation that would go on is something that we are seeing, that we would get a sense of when we speak to the neighbors of Hiraba Modi, as well as we have spoken to them today as well. And they also recount how Hiraba Modi would be excited, and she would be extremely happy and jubilant when it was the day of the Prime Minister to arrive here. Each and every day, that every time that he would be arriving here, this used to be the kind of planning that was being carried out as well, the kind of preparation that would be going on for making the food, and of course the kind of work that was being done for Hiraba Modi to prepare for the Prime Minister to also arrive at the house. So these are some of the anecdotes that we hear of Hiraba Modi from the neighbors as well. And of course this is something that also shows us the kind of simplicity that Hiraba Modi used to also the kind of simplicity she used to embody, and that is something that we see people recounting even today. And in the crematorium, Deepti, we see, as I mentioned earlier, very less movement of the who's who of the political fraternity, so to speak, of Gujarat. But we do see some faces, say for example, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, who has had a very close relationship with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, since he was the leader of opposition for the Congress party when Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister. And even as they have been at the opposing ends of politics over the past few years, we have seen whenever something big that has happened, Shankar Singh Waghela has been present for Narendra Modi. In fact, interestingly, we had also seen him present for the 2017 Gujarat government formation as well. And interestingly, we see him here. So, of course, a personal bond that they have also shared beyond the political enmity that there might be. We see that all of that aside, they are present there for the Prime Minister, for Narendra Modi, not as the Prime Minister, but as the son of Hiraba Modi, who is, of course, is going through, of course, a difficult time that the family is going through for Hiraba Modi's passing away. And that's exactly what we see, the images of the family members as well, inconsolable. But what we see, the Prime Minister stoic as ever, when he had also carried the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium, and even during the time that the last rites were being performed. And we can expect that the last rites, after being performed, that the Prime Minister might be coming here and spending some time with his family as well today.
Oh, yes. And you know, Priyanka, every word I think that you read about the Prime Minister's mother, everything that you have seen or heard about Hiraba, again, is a clear reflection of what a person she was. You know, what are the values, the principles that she really stood for, something that she has lived on, imbibed on, and also passed on to her family. And I again want to speak about what the Prime Minister had written about Hiraba in his blog, as we'll stay with these images. As the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, the son, is bidding the final goodbye to Heeraba at the age of 100. He had said, "In my mother's life story, I see the penance, the sacrifice and the contribution of India's Matra Shakti. Whenever I look at mother and cross a woman like her, I find there is nothing that is unachievable for Indian women." Prime Minister said, "Far beyond every tale of deprivation is the glorious story of a mother. Far above every struggle is the strong resolve of a mother. Ma, a very happy birthday to you. Best wishes as you start your birth centenary year." This is when Hiraba had turned 100. He also said that in his life, his father never became a burden on anyone. Mother too tries to ensure that she does her own course as much as possible. And he also said that today, whenever I meet mother, she always tells me, "I don't want to be served by anyone. I want to go with all my limbs working." Something I think that has turned prophetic. That is actually how Hiraba went. And the Prime Minister, there rushing from Ahmedabad like a sun. And the final journey, remember, is underway, even as the last rites now almost completed. And like Priyanka said, remember, there has been, this is a no frills. We've seen a very, very simple and ordinary cremation ceremony. We haven't seen any VVIP visits. The Modis themselves, the family, has released an entire statement saying that the best way to give Shraddhanjali to Hiraba right now is to carry on with your daily course. Remember her in your prayers. That's how it's going to be a true Shraddhanjali for Hiraba. And we are given to understand that the Prime Minister himself is going to be carrying on with his day's works after the cremation gets over. But extremely powerful and at the same point very, very difficult images to talk on that you're seeing on your screens right now. The Prime Minister continues to be stoic. We saw the younger brother there breaking down for a moment. The Prime Minister says, "My mother is as simple as she is extraordinary, just like all mothers." He even says that when he writes about his mother, he says, "I'm sure that many of you would relate to my description of her, and while reading, you may even see your own mother's image." That is what mother, that is what Ma meant for Narendra Modi. On a number of instances, he's spoken about the kind of struggles, the values that Hiraba instilled in the entire family, how in spite of having a difficult childhood, how in spite of the fact that she has struggled and not had too many opportunities, even when it comes to basic education, she ensured that she, while working in people's homes, while doing menial jobs, is able to impart the best of values and education to her children. The Prime Minister says, "In Vadnagar, our family used to stay in a tiny house which did not even have a window, leave alone a luxury like a toilet or a bathroom." He says, "We used to call this one-room tenement with mud walls and clay tiles for a roof, our home. And all of us, my parents, my siblings, and I stayed in it." He also says mother did not have much of a childhood because of the struggles that she went through. She was forced to grow beyond her age. She was the eldest child in her family. She became the eldest daughter-in-law after marriage. In her childhood, she used to take care of the entire family and manage all the chores. After marriage too, she picked up all these responsibilities, and despite that, and despite the everyday struggles, Mother Hiraba held the entire family together with calm and fortitude. On another occasion, as I'll get in Priyanka back with us, he's also talking, Priyanka, of how Heeraba never expected the children to leave their studies or assist her with the household chores. She used to wash utensils at people's houses to ensure that the household expenses are met. And it is very, very difficult, Priyanka, to right now think of what must be going on in the Prime Minister's mind. Someone who does not speak much when it comes to his personal life. We've seen, just some images of Hiraba, and I think the last image also that he has tweeted, Priyanka, earlier this morning is of Hiraba there holding a thali which has a diya, again signifying the fact that I think mother was all the light in his life. Priyanka.
And that's really true for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Deepthi, when it comes to the bond that the Prime Minister and Hiraba Modi had shared. Because we do see, every time that the PM would be coming here to the state of Gujarat, he would be making it a point to come to meet with Hiraba, to spend some time with Hiraba. And in fact, the mood of the day would be reflected in those images every time that the PM would be coming to meet Hiraba as well. And that is something that we have seen happening from the time that every time that the Prime Minister comes, he does meet with the Hiraba and of course spend some time with her. And we see those images. Remember during the run-up to the elections, we had seen the Prime Minister doing marathon rallies, marathon campaigning, road shows that were being carried out. I remember one particular, in fact, incident where he had carried out 4 rallies in the day, and in the evening he had come out and met with Hiraba, spent some time with her. And then, of course, the next image that we saw of the Prime Minister and Hiraba together was during the elections, when the elections had culminated and the BJP, in fact, had garnered a record-breaking victory of more than the records that had been set by Madhav Singh Solanki as well. So those were the images then we saw of Hiraba Modi congratulating Narendra Modi, feeding him sweets, also sharing a meal with him. So these were the images that we saw reflecting the mood of the day as far as the work of the Prime Minister is concerned, because we do see, as we had been earlier speaking about Hiraba as well, that every time that there is an important issue, she would make it a point that there is a message that is sent across, at least from her, that she is in support of this, then be it for the vaccination drive or for the voting or for GST, for various other issues. In fact, we have seen on those rare moments that Hiraba Modi would make a public appearance and would not really essentially do a press conference, but by her own way of life, she would send out this message, say for example, during the vaccination drive as well. She would not speak to the media, she would not say anything, she would just quietly go and stand in the vaccination drive queues and then get vaccinated. And that in itself, she was sending a message across that, of course, to come out and get vaccinated in this fight against the pandemic. Then, of course, even during the voting time, we have seen Hiraba Modi very patiently standing in the queues, waiting for her turn to go in and vote. So these are some of the instances that we remember of Hiraba Modi in the public eye. But as earlier as well, Hiraba Modi and the entire family, for that matter, really enjoys their privacy. They are very strict about their privacy as well. They do not come in the public eye as much, even though they are the family of the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi. They try to not come in the public eye too much, and simplicity is what we had been speaking about when it comes to Hiraba Modi's life, and that is the kind of philosophy that she really embodied, Deepthi. Something that we got to see in Hiraba Modi's rare moments when she would come out in the public eye as well. And even in those images that we would see of her spending time with the Prime Minister, it would not be anything exorbitant. It would just be a simple meal that the mother and son would share. It would not be some exorbitant exchange of gifts, but in fact, some exchange of some moments, some sweets that were exchanged every time that the Prime Minister would come when there was a victory that was registered for the BJP, then be it elections or otherwise as well. The most recent, as I mentioned earlier, being that of the Gujarat elections, where we had seen Hiraba Modi celebrating with the Prime Minister in the simple manner as well of exchanging sweets since, of course, we have seen the kind of manner in which Hiraba Modi had spent her life as well. And of course, even now we hear the anecdotes of Hiraba Modi preparing for the Prime Minister's arrival every time that he would come to her house, spend some personal moments with her, some intimate time with her. And those were really the images that we remember today. Very sadly, when we see another set of images where the Prime Minister, as the son of Hiraba Modi, carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi at the crematorium, where, of course, the last rites are underway. And we can expect that the last rites will be culminated, and the Prime Minister might be here for quite some time, might do a visit once again at the house, spend some time with the family members. But, of course, we are being told that as per the schedule of the Prime Minister is concerned, that has not been changed. He will be sticking to all of the schedules, all of the gatherings, all of the public events that he is expected to be present at, because that really has been the philosophy of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that we have been seeing, that he does prioritize work above all else, and that the personal tragedy in itself that has occurred in the form of Hiraba Modi's passing away will also not interfere in the work of the Prime Minister, because it seems as though none of the schedule has been changed, none of the events have been postponed or cancelled. So the event and the schedule and the itinerary remains as it was for the Prime Minister. But of course, one can imagine the kind of grief, the kind of difficulty, and the kind of moments that the family members would be sharing right now to witness, in fact, such a tragedy of Hiraba Modi's passing away. But of course, she had lived a full life, and that's exactly what people remember. She was the age of 100 years, and she had lived a full life. She had, in fact, struggled a lot in her life, and the grace with which she had endured all of those struggles is something that people also recall and remember about Hiraba Modi, and specifically the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well, recalling that the kind of struggles that Hiraba Modi had, the kind of difficult life that Hiraba Modi really had. So all of that is something that the people are paying tribute to, but the best manner in which the family has implored the people to pay their tributes is to not cancel their day, to not cancel their schedule, to go on their work as per their schedule, as per their work. This is something that is being implored by the family members, and they have said that what better way to show their respect, to pay their tributes to Hiraba Modi, to a woman who did, in fact, have a lot of struggles and had also prioritized work, and how we see the family members also reiterating that and saying that they should stick to their schedules and carry out their work as per their schedules, and that is how they can pay their tribute to Hiraba Modi. That is the latest as far as the family members is concerned. But of course, we see those images of the Prime Minister on our screens carrying out the last rites that are culminating of Hiraba Modi.
And Priyanka, none of what you said is easy. Whether that is, being the Prime Minister, nothing changes. I mean, we can't even understand what could be possibly going on right now in the family's own mind, having lost someone who's always been that guiding light, someone that, you might not be meeting or seeing very, very often of late, but you always knew that mother was there. And I think today when he's there, and earlier when he broke this news, Priyanka, the Prime Minister said, शानदार शताब्दी का ईश्वर चरणों में विराम, माँ में मैंने हमेशा उस त्रिमूर्ति की अनुभूति की है जिसमें एक तपस्वी की यात्रा, निष्काम कर्मयोगी का प्रतीक और मूल्यों के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध जीवन समाहित रहा है. And at the end of it, he says कि मैं जब उनसे 100वें जन्मदिन पर मिला तो उन्होंने एक बात कही थी जो मुझे हमेशा याद रहती है, यानी कि काम करते रहो बुद्धि से और जीवन जियो शुद्धि से. And every of that word, Priyanka, today is echoing, I think, in all these images that we have seen over the last few hours. Being the Prime Minister, it could have been, just a huge kind of a cremation, and we do know that a lot of people wanted to be a part of the final journey. A lot of central ministers wanted to come in. A lot of Karyakartas wanted to be a part of the final journey, but the family said no. The best way that you can, put out your Shraddhanjali or convey your Shraddhanjali to Hiraba is by carrying on with your day-to-day work. That no matter what, life moves on. But to be able to think of the Prime Minister and to be able to, now you'll have to come to terms, Priyanka, with the fact that mother is no more. And you're talking of your mother in a past tense, Priyanka. Okay, I think we've just lost that phone line with Priyanka. But like I said, Hiraba, no more. The final journey is underway. Hiraba passes away at the age of 100. The Prime Minister earlier has tweeted a heartfelt tribute, and not just today, he speaks about the kind of contributions Hiraba herself has made in making Narendra Modi and the family what they are today. He said, and I quote him now, that despite her advanced age, mother has had a good memory. She remembers decades-old incidents vividly. Whenever some relatives visit her, she immediately recalls their grandparents' names, identifies them accordingly. And Hiraba also used to keep herself abreast of developments in the world. And they also said that I asked her how long she watches television every day. And Hiraba replied that most people on TV are busy fighting with each other, and she only watches those who are calmly reading news and they explain everything. And then the Prime Minister said, I was pleasantly surprised that mother keeps track of so much. Shivangi also joining us from our Delhi newsroom. And Shivangi, that mother, Hiraba, today is no more.
Right. Deepti, the thing is that she was somebody who was very active. Remember during the Gujarat elections, when we were covering the Student Republic TV, we were urging all the youngsters to come out and vote because Hiraba, despite her advanced age, she used to take the first step. She was somebody that, we had urged the youngsters to look at and then go out and vote. Her age did not stop her from anything, in fact. She was a pillar of strength for her son, Prime Minister Modi. Her story that we have been speaking about, how she has raised her family with values, how she raised her family with the courage that she had. The Prime Minister has spoken about her. He has written blogs about her, how she was a beacon of hope for even him, somebody who lost her mother at a young age, raised a family where one of the sons had become a Prime Minister of India, Deepti. And it's very interesting as well that even though that this is a very, very sad incident which has transpired, but across political lines. Remember that even when Heeraba was in the hospital, that time we saw that across political lines there were tweets coming in, reactions coming in, wishing a speedy recovery for her. Even right now we are seeing that Nitish Kumar, Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin, they have all tweeted and reacted, and they have expressed their condolences, Deepti.
That is true. And, Shivangi, I think everyone who's not even known Hiraba personally, but they recall, what she stood for. Always dressed in that simple white sari, fragile looking, but like the Prime Minister said that she always believed in doing her own course, doing all her daily jobs, much as what she has done. And I think we'll have more images on our screens in just a moment. We'll also try to see if we can get Priyanka back. But Hiraba is no more. The Prime Minister's mother breathed her last earlier today. And on the left of your screens, you're looking at these images on your screens coming in. I think the Prime Minister could be making his way out of the Mukti Dham there. These are images on the left of your screens. It isn't easy because he, remember, today is not the Prime Minister, he's the son. He's the son, Narendra Modi, bidding the final goodbye to his mother. His mother, who's ensured that he reaches where he does. The reason why, time and again, remember, he's recalled the kind of contributions, the sacrifices, the values that mother has made. And the Prime Minister said that mother is not just any other word in the dictionary, rather it encompasses a whole range of emotions, whether that is love, whether that's patience, trust, and a lot more. He says across the world, irrespective of country or regions, children have a very special affection for their mothers. A mother not only gives birth to her children, but also shapes their mind, their personality, and their self-confidence. We do see the Prime Minister there on our screens. It's a very, very difficult moment for a family. It's been a very private affair. Just the very close family members who were a part of the final journey of Hiraba. Hiraba, who's had a childhood of struggles, who got married at the age of 15 or 16. She got absolutely no support from her in-laws. She could not get educated. But in spite of that, in spite of all those hindrances, she ensured that her children get the best of education. She instilled those values that today the Modi Parivar is proud of. The Prime Minister recalls the life and the times of Hiraba, and I think the convoy now is just going to be moving out of the Mukti Dham. The Modi family also earlier has issued an appeal to all Karyakartas, to everyone who wanted to be a part of this final journey, that please carry on with your day-to-day work. And they said that is going to be the best condolence right now, the best tribute to the departed soul. The images on the left of your screens, remember, are live images right now. We see the Prime Minister now exiting the Mukti Dham. A lot of ministers, a lot of Karyakartas wanted to be a part of the final journey, like I said. But the Prime Minister's family there has urged everyone to continue with their daily jobs, and they said that's going to be the best tribute to Hiraba. We see the Prime Minister there with folded hands, thanking, I think, everyone who sent in their tributes, their thoughts and prayers at this very, very difficult hour for the family. But the family wanted this to be a very, very private affair. He said mother is a symbol of a selfless karma yogi. As he broke this news earlier today, she lived a life committed to values, is what the Prime Minister again and again has underscored. Hiraba is no more. And it wasn't the Prime Minister, but the son, Narendra Modi, that we have seen all through the last few hours as the family has bid their final goodbye to Hiraba. The Prime Minister says, my mother is as simple as she is extraordinary, just like all mothers. When he had written about Hiraba when she turned 100 earlier this year, he said that I'm sure that many of you would relate to my description of her. While reading, you may even see your own mother's image. Then he goes on, Priyanka, to say that a mother's affection fills a child with human values, with empathy. A mother is not an individual or a personality. Motherhood, he said, is a quality. Priyanka, we just saw, another glimpse of the Prime Minister with folded hands, again completely stoic, just moving out from Mukti Dham a moment earlier, Priyanka.
That's right, Deepthi, the Prime Minister leaving from the crematorium where the last riots had been performed of Hiraba Modi. In fact, we do see those images where we had seen, as you very rightly pointed out, and we have been observing those in the images as well, where the last rites were being performed, that none of the VVIP movement that we get to see, and as you pointed out, a very intimate affair of for the entire family, where in fact we see the Prime Minister who has just now left from the crematorium as well. And we can expect him to proceed towards the Raj Bhavan is what we're being given to understand, because he will be attending various events via video conferencing is something is that the update that we are picking up as far as the Prime Minister's schedule is concerned. But of course, we do see where the last rites of Hiraba Modi, in fact, that are being carried out, that were being carried out by the Prime Minister. And we saw some of the leaders that have been close to the Prime Minister as well, including Shankar Singh Waghela, and be it various other leaders who had been present there, and they had been also a part of carrying out these last rites of Hiraba Modi that were being organized. Apart from that, we have also seen how close the Prime Minister and Hiraba Modi had been. But since morning, we have looked at the heartbroken family members who have been, breaking down on this news of Hiraba Modi's sad demise. But we have seen, as you pointed out, a very stoic Prime Minister, even when he was carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi from the house to the crematorium. And even in the crematorium, we have seen during the time that the Prime Minister was carrying out those last rites, we had looked at how he had been completely stoic, and we had also seen several other family members of the Prime Minister that had been present at the last rites of Hiraba Modi as well. So those images we have looked at from the crematorium, and we can expect that the Prime Minister will be carrying out several other events and will be attending them via the video conferencing today. And through the day, we have looked at the family members, in fact, imploring everyone to carry on with their day as per their schedule, saying that that could be the biggest tribute that they can give to Hiraba Modi as well. And we have also looked at the reactions that are pouring in of several leaders that had also spent some time with Hiraba Modi, and not just leaders, but several people, in fact, that had gathered there here at the Vrindavan bungalows, where we had also been able to speak to them as well to understand how they remember Hiraba Modi, how they are paying their tributes to Hiraba Modi. And all of them in one tone have also recalled the kind of struggle that Hiraba Modi has faced in her life, but not just the struggle, but the grace with which she has endured the turbulence that she has faced in her life is something that has been reiterated by various leaders, and it is something that had been appreciated and spoken about with a lot of admiration by the Prime Minister in various public platforms. As we had just spoken about how the Prime Minister had spoken about Hiraba Modi and had broken down, he had gotten extremely emotional about Hiraba Modi's personal life journey and how she had endured to do these menial jobs so that her family, her children, her sons can have a better life than she had. And this is something that was reiterated by the Prime Minister on various occasions. And this is something that anyone could actually observe about Hiraba Modi had they come and visited Hiraba Modi even once, or even seen her here in Gandhinagar, the way that she would carry herself, her demeanor, the embodiment of absolute simplicity, the philosophy that she embodied. It is something that is what people really remember about Hiraba Modi as well, even today. And the kind of childlike excitement that she would also show is something that is being remembered by the neighbors. When there would be the schedule for the Prime Minister to arrive at the house and spend some time with Hiraba Modi, she would personally make it a point to be involved in the preparations and she would always have something to say about the food that would be prepared, about the sweets that would be given to the Prime Minister upon his arrival. So this was something of the demeanor of Hiraba Modi, the nature of Hiraba Modi that neighbors, in fact, also recall since they would obviously also be aware of the Prime Minister's arrival there. And it would be an entire household affair where Hiraba Modi would be preparing for the Prime Minister to come at the Vrindavan bungalows. And this used to be the event every time that he would be arriving at the Vrindavan bungalow. So that is really the bond that we get to see that is between Hiraba Modi and Narendra Modi, a bond of mutual love and respect and admiration that we see for each other. Then be it the Prime Minister speaking about Hiraba Modi's struggles, or Hiraba Modi for that matter being seated in her house and looking at various images on television of the Prime Minister on big events that have occurred, or the big feats that have been achieved by the Prime Minister. We would see those images coming out from Gandhinagar, that every time something of a milestone that would be achieved by the party or the Prime Minister, she would be in the drawing room of her house and she would be watching the television, and we would get those images of her looking at her son on television. And then, of course, then various occasions has also spoken about various issues like the vaccination drive or voting for that matter that we have spoken about as well, Deepti. But this is what we see of Hiraba Modi, and which is why it was somewhat of a shock that we saw today, because over the last 2 days we had been reporting on Hiraba Modi's health. We had been reporting on Hiraba Modi being admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital. Since the last 2 days, in fact, we had gotten updates of Hiraba Modi's ill health and the kind of symptoms that she had been showing, including that of the blood pressure issues, including that of convulsions, and various other issues, in fact, that Hiraba Modi had been facing, because of which then she had been admitted at the UN Mehta Hospital. But upon her arrival, upon her admission into the hospital, we had been getting updates and the medical bulletins and the phone conversations that we were able to have with the doctors who were treating her. They had been time and time again stating that she is stable, she is recovering. In fact, she was all set to be discharged today. We were expecting to get those images of Hiraba Modi to be discharged from the UN Mehta Hospital to come back to the Vrindavan bungalows, and then she would be resting here and recuperating is something that we were getting to know. But of course, the nation woke up to the shocking news of Hiraba Modi's passing away. She passed away while she was undergoing treatment at about 3:30 a.m. this morning. And since then, we have seen the responses. We have seen the tributes that are coming in for Hiraba Modi. When it comes to her, the kind of life that she has lived, the kind of contributions that she has made, the kind of grace with which she has handled her issues, her turbulence that she has faced in her life as well. So all of these things are being remembered today. But of course, the shock is still there, the undercurrent of the shock, because we had not been expecting this, Deepti. In fact, nobody had been expecting this, because they were expecting Hiraba Modi to be discharged and to be completely recuperated here in Gandhinagar after being discharged, to be brought back to her house to spend some time with her family, is what we were expecting that we will get to see Hiraba Modi doing today. But of course, we see those heartbreaking images of Hiraba Modi's passing away, and the Prime Minister, as the son, carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium, and then of course carrying out the last rites, which are now culminating. And then we will see that there might be some kind of gathering with the family members. The Prime Minister might spend some time with the family, but we do know for a fact that the Prime Minister will be sticking to his schedule. He will be carrying out the events as per the schedule. He will not be cancelling or postponing any of the events as well. So that is something that we get to know of for the schedule of the Prime Minister as well, and the kind of shock that the entire nation and the people here in Gandhinagar, in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat specifically, are also witnessing because of Hiraba Modi's passing away, and all of them really fondly remembering Hiraba Modi as not just the Prime Minister's mother, but as a woman who had, even at such an old age, made it a point to make sure that the kind of philosophies that she's embodied could be the message for her life as well. Deepti.
Oh yes, Priyanka, I think there are so many anecdotes, so many pictures, and every picture, I think has written more about that relationship, though it's very private, but between Prime Minister Modi and Heeraba. Now, we all know that the Prime Minister decided, when he was not the Prime Minister, when he was not anywhere close to politics, Priyanka, he chose a different and a difficult path for himself. Now, he also writes about that in his blog. He says, when I decided to leave home, mother already sensed my decision even before I told her. I would often tell my parents that I wanted to go out and understand the world. He says, I would tell them about Swami Vivekanand and mention that I wished to visit the Ramakrishnan Mission Mutt. This went on for days. Then he says, Priyanka, finally, I revealed my desire to leave home and ask them for their blessings. My father was disheartened and in irritation, he told me, do as you wish. I told them that I would not leave home without their blessings. But mother, he says, Priyanka, that mother understood my desires. She blessed me. She says, do as your mind says. To assuage my father, she asked him to show my horoscope to an astrologer. My father consulted a relative who knew astrology. After studying my horoscope, the relative remarked that his path is different. He will go only on the path that the Almighty, he said, Priyanka, has chosen for him. Then he says, and this is important, a few hours later, I leave home. By then, even my father had come to terms with my decision, gave me his blessings. And before leaving, mother fed me curd and jaggery for an auspicious new beginning. She knew that my life would become extremely different henceforth. Mothers, he said, Priyanka, may be extremely adept at controlling their emotions, but always find it hard when their child leaves home. Then he says, Priyanka, mother was teary-eyed, but there were immense blessings for my future. And I think Narendra Modi, the son today, has also been extremely adept at controlling his emotions, Priyanka, today.
Well, that's right. Not just the few instances that we have already spoken about of the Prime Minister in a public forum recalling his mother, Hiraba Modi, remembering Hiraba Modi, paying his tributes to Hiraba Modi. So that is not just a few times, but time and time again, even in various Mann Ki Baats and also in various public platforms, the Prime Minister, in fact, has spoken about how his mother, how Hiraba Modi, in fact, has inspired him time and time again for various of the issues that are close to the heart of the Prime Minister, even in his political life, is something that he has stated. And he has also said that his mother Hiraba has always inspired him to have a strong resolve, and there has to be a focus on the Garib Kalyan. Now, this is not something the first time that he had stated, even as his time as the Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. Narendra Modi had remembered this and had also stated and had also said the kind of policy decisions that had been made as far as Garib Kalyan is concerned, as far as the policy decisions for the economically backward classes is concerned, for the welfare of the poor and the not that well off is concerned. He had gotten that inspiration, and that inspiration to work for this people was from his mother, is something that he had stated in various public platforms, even as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. In fact, he had also stated that every time that he would go out of the state and he would come back, the first thing he would want to do is come to Raisana village and meet with his mother. We also, see these anecdotes that have been remembered by the Prime Minister himself in several parts of his blogs. He has also remembered and has stated how Hiraba Modi had also spoken to the Prime Minister. And this is just one such instance that I'm quoting from, where the Prime Minister remembered Hiraba Modi stating that I don't understand your work in the government, but I just want you to never take a bribe. Now, this is something that the Prime Minister remembers Hiraba Modi telling him to work with integrity, to work for the people, to work for the economically backward section of the society. All of these things that the Prime Minister remembers, that he had drawn that inspiration to work towards that particular objective from his mother. Now, he also remembers the time that he had shifted to Delhi, of course, a huge change in 2014, since Narendra Modi resigned as the MLA from Gujarat, as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and then had gone on to become the Prime Minister. there in Delhi. And even then, we have seen the Prime Minister speaking about his personal moments with Hiraba Modi as well. And we saw that change in 2014, and those moments have also been recalled by the Prime Minister in various parts of his blogs. And he says that he would not be able to meet Hiraba Modi as often as he would when he was the Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat. And she herself had also expressed this discontent of not being able to meet her son is something that he had also shared on his blog. And he would also share that Hiraba Modi would ask him if he's happy in Delhi and if he likes the work that he's doing in Delhi as well. So these are some of the light moments that we see the Prime Minister also sharing on his blog about his mother earlier as well, and has mentioned this in various times in public platforms and in Mann Ki Baat as well. And of course, he also speaks about how Hiraba Modi has acted as the North Star in his political life as well, Deepti. Because as I mentioned, as he had also spoken about how Hiraba Modi had been the inspiration to work towards the Garib Kalyan. Another issue that he also speaks about and how Hiraba Modi would keep him in check is something that he reiterates, is something that Hiraba Modi had said to him, and he says that never do anything wrong or anything bad with anybody and keep working for the poor, is something that the Prime Minister had quoted Hiraba Modi saying to him, and is something that he had stated that he drew his inspiration from, that it is something that motivated him, it is something that helped him work towards the kind of policy decisions that have been made by the government as well. So it is more of an emotional, North Star, really, so to speak, for the Prime Minister, than really a policy analysis that he would do with his mother. But of course, the philosophies that were shared by Hiraba Modi have been reiterated by the Prime Minister in these parts of the blogs where he remembers his mother very fondly and talks about how Hiraba Modi had a huge impression on him and how he has drawn inspiration from Hiraba Modi as well from time and time again, then be it his personal life or the policy decisions that he has to make, reiterating the fact that Hiraba Modi is the one who implored him to work for the betterment of the economically backward and for the Garib Kalyan, as he puts it. And of course, he talks about his mother's life story and how he sees penance, sacrifice and contribution of India's Matra Shakti. Now, very interesting point here, Deepti. We have remembered during the run-up to the elections as well, time and time again, we have seen that the Prime Minister would take a moment and address the women in the rallies. Now, he would also, when talking about the policy decisions, he would keep women at the epicenter of the narrative. When he would be speaking about COVID-19 pandemic, we have observed this in various rallies of the Prime Minister in various parts of Gujarat, where he has spoken about the women of Gujarat and how the mothers and the sisters, jo Mata Behne ki jo every time he talks about, he addresses them and he says that they have been at the epicenter of the policy formation, because talking about COVID-19, he spoke about how women do not speak up about the medical issues that they might be facing and that they suffer in silence. And he, remember, had been speaking about this, drawing from the example of his mother, as he had reiterated that how Hiraba Modi would also make these kind of sacrifices, and that he had in fact juxtaposed, and we had seen those in those rallies where the Prime Minister made a mention of how women suffer in silence, and that had really been the motivation behind making sure that there is affordable medical help and medical infrastructure available to the people who are not well off, because it is the women who suffer in the household, who are not really the bread earners in various pockets and rural pockets, and they are in fact implored to not then get medical treatments because of the bills that the family suffers through. So this is something that we see in various public forums where the Prime Minister has spoken about and drawn from the inspiration for his mother Hiraba Modi, and has always spoken about the kind of sacrifices and the kind of turbulence that Hiraba Modi had also faced in her life, the kind of sacrifices that she made for Narendra Modi as well. And of course, he has spoken about the struggles of Hiraba Modi, but more than that struggle, he has spoken about how Hiraba Modi had risen above those struggles, and that really is the story that the Prime Minister remembers of Hiraba Modi, and that really is the story that has been reiterated by the Prime Minister time and time again when it comes to Hiraba Modi, remembering her resolve, remembering her strength, remembering her integrity, remembering her philosophy of simplicity that she had also embodied. All of these things that have been remembered by the people and also by the Prime Minister time and time again, not just after passing away of Hiraba Modi, but even when she had been alive and vibrant, he had made those citations, he had remembered those instances, he had remembered those anecdotes and the kind of life journey that Hiraba really had. And he had not shied away from speaking of how Hiraba Modi really served as a North Star in his personal and public life, DP.
Yes, and Priyanka, talking of anecdotes, I do remember there's a book by M.V. Kamath and Kalindi Randeri, where basically Narendra Modi also carries her interview that basically shows Heeraba's sensitive handling of her son. And, if my memory serves me right, in fact, Hiraba had narrated that Narendra Modi was happily engaged in a lot of spiritual activities. He was associated with sadhu sons. She also there explained how she thought that her son would actually leave behind the sansar. And as soon as essentially he finishes his school, that is Narendra Modi finishes his school, he leaves home with a resolute mind and he goes away to the Himalayas. And then Priyanka, one of the most memorable moment of Hiraba in this, book that has brought out is how she actually supported the son's decision, who was all of 17 at that point. Just 17 was Narendra Modi's age when he decided to leave home. He wanted to quit home. He wanted to go to the Himalayas. And then she, Priyanka, she actually, cooked kansar, which is said to be a sweet dish. It's after 2 years when he comes back, when Narendra Modi comes back home, and she actually was overjoyed. And the second time that he leaves home to stay in Ahmedabad, Hiraba actually supported him again. So I think this is also a son's personal recall of how important has that mother, her sacrifices, her support, her guidance, her principles, everything Priyanka has been for making Narendra Modi what he is today.
And that really is something, Deepthi, that Narendra Modi has never shied away from speaking about. As I was mentioning earlier as well, the Prime Minister has always spoken about Hiraba Modi as a source of inspiration, as a North Star in his life as well. And, how he had been close to Hiraba Modi from the very beginning. And as you pointed out, how those instances when Narendra Modi had left from the house and had wanted to go and serve in the public life as well, and had also gone to the Himalayas, as you pointed out. So those instances really tell us how close Hiraba Modi and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been, and not just since the time that he has been in the public life, but even from the very beginning. He remembers these instances of his own childhood and also of his mother's childhood as well. As far as Hiraba Modi is concerned, and how she went through life as well, and the kind of difficulties that she also faced, and how really Hiraba Modi also came to get and embody all of these philosophies that she lived by. And those philosophies, in fact, have also affected the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to an extent. As far as his public life is also concerned, is something that he has also said in various public platforms and also various blogs where he has taken and spoken about the personal anecdotes and the personal, instances between he himself and his mother Hiraba Modi as well, and spoken about how the entire way that Hiraba Modi has gone through life and how it has shaped her, and how by extension it has also shaped him, is something that he has spoken about, and which is why he had extensively spoken about his mother's childhood as well. That really goes to tell us and gives us a peek into the kind of struggles that Hiraba Modi had faced, and how the kind of struggles that growing up by extension Narendra Modi had also faced, and how those struggles in fact have also shaped into the politician that he is today. as the Prime Minister of the country. So all of those things that we see being remembered of Hiraba Modi, all of those things that are being remembered by the Prime Minister as well. The Prime Minister, nobody really can speak to his conscience as of now, but we do see a very stoic Prime Minister not having shed even a tear when we had seen the Prime Minister moving and carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium. But we do see a very somber mood, obviously, since Hiraba Modi's passing away. And we had seen the Prime Minister along with his brothers carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium, where the last rites, in fact, had been performed and now, in fact, have culminated. And the Prime Minister leaving for the Raj Bhavan as well, where he will be carrying out several other events. For the day, we do see some movement there at the Vrindavan bungalow where Hiraba Modi used to live. And we can expect that some people will be coming here and meeting with the family, paying their respects. But more than anything else, the family, in fact, has told everyone to stay put, to carry out their schedule as per their plan, to carry out their work as per their plan, and have been imploring that that really is the tribute that you can give to Hiraba Modi. And when we speak more and more about Hiraba Modi and we, decode her life, when we look at her life, when we remember her life, this kind of a statement from the family members then makes a lot more sense when they say that this is the biggest tribute that you can give to Hiraba Modi, is to carry on working. Because as we had seen the struggles that Hiraba Modi had faced, the kind of difficulties that she had faced, she kept on working, and even if she took menial jobs, she kept on doing those to support the family. And that is why the family reiterates that this is the person that Hiraba Modi used to be, and she would prefer that you go out and do your work as per schedule, and that is how you can pay homage to Hiraba Modi. And that really makes sense when we look at Hiraba Modi's entire life and journey. And as of now, we are, of course, looking at a very emotional family members who have gathered outside of the house, where the neighbors, in fact, have also been present there. All of them really standing with the family members in this time, in this difficult time when Hiraba Modi has passed away just at 3:30 a.m. at the UN Mehta Hospital.
Yes, Priyanka, Hiraba's mortal remains consigned to the flames. But the Prime Minister essentially is going to be continuing with his day's job. And Priyanka, whether or not anyone has suffered a personal loss, this isn't easy. And more so, I think, if you're the Prime Minister of the country, you do know that, you will be the center of all the attention. But you decided, to first go in, join the entire family in the final journey. That's a very, very private affair. Do not, let your emotions reflect to the cameras, even though, it could just be so much happening inside the Prime Minister's mind right now, losing a mother, a mentor, a friend for life who's actually made him what he is today. And then Priyanka, to be able to detach yourself from that grief for that moment and carry on with your day's job, that absolutely, Priyanka, is not easy.
Oh, absolutely not. Because we have seen, the Prime Minister arriving here, and we had seen him from very close 2 days ago as well, when he had been at the UN Mehta Hospital. And we had seen the Prime Minister and the kind of demeanor with which he had gone inside the hospital, and the kind of concern that we had seen, the kind of anxiety that we had seen in the entire hospital, because we at that time had not gotten too many updates about Hiraba's condition. And at that time, we had just gotten to know about Hiraba's condition worsening, because of which she had been admitted in the hospital. Post which, of course, we got to know that she had stabilized and the Prime Minister had then left from the hospital. Even then, we had seen that the Prime Minister not wasting too much time. He had been there for quite some time and had spent with Hiraba Modi. We were learning that he had spent some good 45 minutes or so with Hiraba Modi, and had also spent that time speaking to the doctors of Hiraba Modi to understand her medical condition. But right after that, he had emplaned for Delhi, and we were expecting that he will be staying back till Hiraba Modi's discharge. But right then, after having a meeting with Hiraba Modi, speaking to the family members, speaking to the doctors, he had left. And that's exactly what we will see happen today as well. Of course, Hiraba Modi has passed away now, and we had seen the Prime Minister rushing to Ahmedabad to carry out the last rites, not as the Prime Minister, but the son of Hiraba Modi, as he carried the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium as well. And we have been able to see everything from quite up close, Deepthi. And we have seen a very somber Prime Minister, but a very stoic Prime Minister, not really shedding a tear. We had seen various other family members who had been breaking down and, of course, getting emotional over Hiraba's passing away, as one usually would over somebody close's demise. And that's exactly what we had seen in the other family members of Narendra Modi. But we had seen a very somber and stoic Prime Minister carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium and then carrying out the last rites. Even during the last rites, we do see a very stoic Prime Minister, as we pointed out, Deepthi. And we had been learning of the Prime Minister's schedule not having been changed, since this was a very unexpected visit and an unexpected and heartbreaking turn of events when it comes to Hiraba Modi having been passed away. So we have learned that the events and the schedule and the itinerary of the Prime Minister is remaining as it is. And of course, as you pointed out, not a very easy task that somebody has just lost their mother and will be going back to work. But that's exactly what we will be seeing the Prime Minister doing, because the events that are being organized have not been postponed, have not been cancelled. So we can expect him making an appearance via video conferencing is now what we are learning. But as far as the message of the family members of Hiraba is concerned, where they have also said that please carry on with your work, and that is the kind of respect that you can show, the homage that you can pay, the tribute that you can pay to Hiraba Modi. And it seems as though the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also following that statement of the family members, imploring everybody to go on with their work. And that's exactly what we will see, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also following, that he will also be carrying out with his schedule as per the itinerary that had been made. And he will not be cancelling or postponing any of the events. So perhaps in an hour from now, we can expect him to make an appearance. And as per the time of the events, as and when required, he will be operating from the Raj Bhavan, is what we're being told, post which we are awaiting the further plan of action as far as the Prime Minister is concerned on whether he will be staying the night at the Raj Bhavan or will be emplaning for Delhi.
Okay, so Priyanka, they're essentially telling us that in the next hour or so, we'll be looking at the Prime Minister who will be back to work in spite of this huge loss, this irreplaceable loss of having lost his mother. We've seen earlier him being one of the pallbearers, not just that, even lighting the funeral pyre, and very, very shortly, he's going to be back to doing his daily work. Now, he's expected to be including the launch of the key connectivity-related programs in West Bengal, also the meeting of the National Ganga Council. And Priyanka, I do know for a fact that a lot of, Karyakartas, a lot of central ministers, including a lot of opposition leaders, they all wanted to be a part of the final journey. They all wanted to travel to Ahmedabad. But the family, they're saying, no, please carry on with your daily business. Please go and carry on with your daily work. And that, they said, Priyanka, is going to be the best tribute to Hiraba. Priyanka? I think we've just lost that phone line with Priyanka. Even as you're looking at these images on your screens, right from the Prime Minister and his very, very special bond with Hiraba, feeding him sweets in particular, sharing a meal together, sharing a lot of lighter moments. That is what you see on the top left of your screens. To the family, inconsolable. To people there, inconsolable. The family there bidding their final goodbye to Hiraba. And on the top right of your screens, you're looking at images of the Prime Minister as one of the pallbearers, as he also takes part in the final journey of Hiraba, a mother who's made Narendra Modi who he is today. The reason why he's recalled the n number of sacrifices, the personal struggles, the values, the principles that Hiraba herself instilled in the entire family. A Hiraba who supported Narendra Modi at the age of 17 when he wanted to leave home and move on to greater public service, essentially what he's done. And the image on the right bottom of your screen is where the mortal remains of Hiraba now have been consigned to flames. And later today, we are expecting the Prime Minister to be back to his work. The family has also put out an appeal saying that everyone, we thank you for your condolences, for your thoughts and prayers at this very difficult hour. And the best form of tribute to Hiraba, the family says, is where you carry on with your daily work, your pre-scheduled jobs. Please continue doing that. And that's essentially what the Prime Minister himself will also be doing. Let's also get in our colleague Abhishek, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Abhishek, this is the last and a very lonely journey, I think, for a son like Narendra Modi, who is what he is today because of the sacrifices, the struggles, the principles, the values of Hiraba. And we cannot even, begin to think what possibly could be going on in the son's mind right now.
Well, obviously, Deepthi, we have seen the kind of connect he always felt, with his mother. And we have seen through pictures of him touching mother's feet and, and washing her feet and making that, taking that water and putting that water on his head, forehead and eyes. And that then in fact shows the kind of place he had for his mother in his mind. And through his blogs, through his, not many people know, for example, that, or many people know, but it's an aspect which is not much discussed, that Prime Minister is also a poet who has written a lot. And one compilation, in fact, was in which he's having a dialogue with Mother Goddess, not his biological mother, but at times it seems that he's actually talking to his mother. And that compilation really gives you an idea of the place a Mother Goddess and mother in the form of Mother Goddess really has in his heart and mind, in his upbringing, in his value system. So we have seen how we have discussed umpteen number of times since he became Prime Minister. And I have seen it from his Chief Minister days, the kind of energy and commitment with which he works, and the kind of integrity which he brings. All those aspects in some ways are part of an upbringing that Hiraba gave to him and to her other children. And this aspect that, for example, Deepthi, that he's the Prime Minister, but the family is not a beneficiary of that. He's been in power as Chief Minister and Prime Minister for 20 years now, more than 20 years. And you can't say that family benefited in any manner. We have seen that happening across the country, that when a politician rises or when anyone rises through the ranks in government, the family is an immediate beneficiary. and the relatives, the extended family becomes a beneficiary. We have not seen that in any manner with the Prime Minister and his family, or between the Prime Minister and his family. And that in many ways is about the value system that was inculcated by Hiraba. Remember that very famous moment when Prime Minister was narrating about his mother in the United States at the Facebook event, and how emotional he got narrating the difficulties with which Hiraba brought up the children and the struggles she went through. Remember, she was, as comes out of Prime Minister's blog, she was someone who had come up the hard way, and all those values, all those lessons really ingrained in Prime Minister's heart and mind and soul, and of course his own conduct. So I think it's a great loss to him and to the family, and as Prime Minister, nation stands with him in this hour of grief.
Yes, Abhishek, I thank you so much for speaking to us. Let's also get in our colleague Suesha. I'm told she's also joining us live. And, Suesha, there are more details and a lot of interesting anecdotes that the Prime Minister pens in his blog, where he says that whenever people ask Hiraba if she is proud that her son today has become the country's Prime Minister, the mother gives an extremely deep response. She says, "I am as proud as you are. Nothing," she says, "is mine. I'm a mere instrument in the plans of God." Suesha.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And Deepthi, this just speaks of the lady that she was, of the woman that she was, of the true values that she was made of the values that she instilled in her son, and which is why we see her son, the son of the soil, Narendra Modi, leading the country. It is really coming from the mother, and how the mother raised Narendra Modi, of the sacrifices that she made all her life, and of the sacrifices that the son is making as he takes us to a better future. And exactly how Abhishek was also pointing out that, even during Narendra Modi's rise as a politician, and through him becoming the chief minister and the prime minister, the family does get a lot of extended advantages, but never something that Heeraba would ever attach herself to, because that is the lady she was. She is in every which way truly symbolic of the strong Indian woman, of the values that we are made of how we raise our children, of how we stand by our family, of how we support our family through everything, despite the trouble that we may have to go through as women to face that. And that is exactly what she has displayed time and again. Never ever has she asked for attention or demanded attention, or ever put out to the world that she is the mother of the Prime Minister. Yet the very fact that she put out the message that needed to go out to the country time and again, she always led a very simple life. And this is exactly what the son has taken from her, where he is leading the country. But if you really see how private they have been about their own lives, about their personal lives, but the very fact of the very many sacrifices, insurmountable sacrifices that they have made, and she has made as a mother, to ensure that her son is dedicated to the country, to the very fact that he is and has always belonged to the people. And that is something that she was always very clear about. The fact that Deepthi, till 100, the Prime Minister would go and meet her, he would go and touch her feet, he would go and have a meal with her, and the message that puts out to the youth, to what a dedicated son he has always been. But his priorities, his duties have always stood first and foremost for him. And that is the very value system that came to him from his mother. He has always dedicated his life to his mother. He has always dedicated all his achievements to the fact that it is really something that comes from what she has taught him all the way long. But the very seed of the fact that the simplicity, the strength that the lady lived with, and that is exactly what she passed on to her children. That is exactly how she gave the son of the soil to the entire country, Narendra Modi. And Deepthi, the very fact that she's gone has been extremely, extremely heartbreaking for not just the family, but for the entire country, for all the colleagues of the Prime Minister. As we understand that several union ministers wanted to fly down to Gandhinagar to be a part of the final journey of Heeraba, but that was a very clear message given out by the Prime Minister that work must not get sidelined. Work is top priority. Exactly for the very reason that despite the pain that the son Narendra Modi is dealing with, despite the very fact that this grief is not going to be something that may leave him very soon, and it can never. It is an irreparable loss. But he still chooses to do his duties. He still has not taken even a day off. Not one thing on his schedule has been changed, has been postponed, has been put on to another day, because that is exactly how he will continue with his day. And that is exactly what is the brief to all those working under him, under his leadership, that he is dealing with this personal loss, which is something he's never going to put out, he's never going to say in words, he's never going to probably let another soul apart from him know of all that he is going through. But the country and the work, that is priority, and every single day that is crucial, and the Prime Minister not even letting this affect that in any which way. Once again, Deepthi, the very value system, the very ethos that have been instilled in him by Hiraba, and that is exactly the message that comes across always while he's been in public life, while he has been serving the country, of the woman who's been strong, who's always held her stealth, and who's always put out that message to every woman in the country who may not have had the opportunities to herself. But the very fact that she should not undermine herself in any which way, of how she needs to be dedicated to her family, of how she needs to be a woman who can set an example.
Like they say, no pain is greater, no sorrow is deeper. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a son, and he's lost his mother. And like they say, no matter how old the son is, but losing a mother changes your life forever. And the Prime Minister there will be continuing with his day's job, even as the mortal remains of Hiraba have been consigned to flames. Republic joins the entire country in paying its tribute. Our thoughts and prayers right now with the family at this very difficult hour. And that, remember, is going to be our top focus. But we are also keeping our spotlight on the other story that has dominated headlines for the last few days. The mother of the late actor Tunisha Sharma, who allegedly committed suicide, is addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
कर सकता जो तब तक आप मेरे साथ कोऑपरेट करते रहो। और दूसरी बात ये है कि उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना, और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है, और शादी का वादा किया। तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको जब उसका किसी और लड़की के साथ था। मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी और मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहती।
शिजान क्या ड्रग्स भी लेते थे? ड्रग्स लेते थे, ये बात आपने कल
मेरे को टुनीशा ने बताया था।
क्या बताया था?
कि मम्मा शिजान ना नशा वशा करता है सेट पे, बस इसके ज़्यादा उसने मेरे से कोई बात नहीं की।
उनकी माँ और उनकी बहन अंतिम संस्कार में आई थी, पलक नाज और उनकी माँ, उनकी फैमिली से आप लोगों के टर्म्स कैसे थे, रिलेशंस कैसे थे आपके साथ?
देखो, मेरे टर्म्स इतने ज़्यादा नहीं था जैसा, लेकिन टुनीशा का आना जाना बहुत बढ़ गया था, क्योंकि उसकी माँ उसको घर पे बुला लेती थी, तो घर पे आ, उसका जन्मदिन आया, उसने डेकोरेट कराया घर केक लेके जा रही है, 25-25 हज़ार की गिफ्ट दे रही है टुनीशा उनको, ये सब चल रहा था।
मैम, आपने कहा कि मुस्लिम धर्म अपनाने के लिए क्या शिजान प्रेशराइज करता था?
हाँ जी।
जिस दिन मैम ये पूरी घटना हुई उस दिन तुनिशा का बिहेवियर कैसा था? सुबह से क्या बातचीत आपकी?
सुबह वो गई है घर से, उसका 8:30 का कॉल टाइम था, वो गई है घर से, कहती है ओके मम्मा। तो मैं उस दिन थोड़ा उससे एक दिन पहले मैं गई हूँ सेट पे, मैं सेट पे उसको मिलने गई, अचानक गई थी। मैं कहा बेटा कैसा? कहती ठीक है मम्मा। थोड़ा प्रेशर था उस पर, क्योंकि वो कहती मम्मा सीन बहुत ज़्यादा है तो मैं आपको इतना टाइम नहीं दे पा रही हूँ। तो उसने तब भी मेरे को एक वर्ड बोला कि मम्मा आप शिजान से बात करो। मैंने जब ये सीन में चली गई, मैंने शिजान के रूम में गई, मैं कहा शिजान मैंने तेरे से बात करनी है, तू टनीशा के साथ तूने ऐसा क्यों किया? कहता आंटी सॉरी, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना है करो।
ये कब की बात है? शुक्रवार?
हाँ, एक दिन पहले की, मैं सेट पे गई थी। और उसके बाद मैं रात को पैकअप हुआ, मैं घर ले आई टनीशा को। टनीशा थोड़ी सी परेशान थी, तो मैं क्या बेटा परेशान नहीं होना, कुछ नहीं होता, तू ठीक है ना? कहती हाँ मम्मा। सुबह वो गई है सेट पे, फिर उसका मेरे को फ़ोन कब आ रहा है कुछ,
चंडीगढ़ भी जाने वाली?
हाँ, उसका फ़ोन आया मेरे को कुछ, मेरे को इतना टाइम नहीं, दोपहर को आया। शी इज़ हैप्पी एट दैट टाइम, जिस दिन उसकी हुआ है उसने किया है कि मम्मा मेरा 2 दिन का ऑफ हो रहा है, मैं क्रिसमस मनाने चंडीगढ़ जाना चाहती हूँ। तो मैं कहा बेटा कोई बात नहीं, मैं तेरी टिकट कराती हूँ तो तू चली जा, पर मेरे को कंफर्मेशन दे, प्रशांत ईपी है जो, उससे मेरे को बात करने दे, तो तुम बेटा चले जाओ, ठीक है मैं करवा देती हूँ। कहती हाँ मम्मा मेरे को 2 दिन के लिए भेज दो, फिर मेरा चेंज हो जाएगा थोड़ा। मैं कहा ठीक है बच्चे। ऐसी अभी थोड़ी देर में मैं अभी डबल माइंडी थी, मैं आई वॉज थिंकिंग कि मैं वो सेट पे जाया हूँ थोड़ी देर के लिए, क्योंकि टनीशा 2 दिन के लिए चंडीगढ़ चली गई, 2 दिन फिर दिखेगी नहीं मेरे को, तो मैं सेट पे जाया होती। मैं अभी सोच ही रही थी तो मेरे को प्रशांत का फ़ोन आया ईपी का कि मैडम जल्दी से आ जाओ, हम टनीशा दरवाज़ा नहीं खोल रही, पता नहीं क्या नहीं कर रही, और हम हॉस्पिटल में हैं। बस ये बात हुई है और मैं ऑटो लेके हॉस्पिटल चली गई। देखो जब मेरे को ये कुछ नहीं कहना, शिजान ने जब उसको कहा कि मेरा ब्रेकअप, जब तेरे साथ मेरा कोई रिश्ता नहीं, तूने जो करना है कर बच्चे को, वो सेंसिटिव बहुत थी, वो इतनी सेंसिटिव थी, भोली थी, छोटी उम्र थी, उसकी उम्र उसकी बड़ी थी, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए। पहली बात तो ये है कि जब उसका पहली लड़की के साथ रिलेशनशिप था, उसने टनीशा के साथ रिलेशंस क्यों डेवलप किए? मेरे को ये जवाब चाहिए, शिजान दे जवाब ये मेरे को कि क्यों डेवलप किया, जब तेरे को पता था तेरा किसी और लड़की के साथ रिलेशन है, तू समझाता, तू मेरे से बात करता। हाँ बिल्कुल, और उसकी गाड़ी ख़राब रही है महीना, तो मेरा ड्राइवर उसको कभी छोड़ने जा रहा है, कभी कर रहा है, तो मेरे को उन्होंने टनीशा को यूज़ बहुत किया है, बहुत यूज़ किया है। मैंने अभी ड्राइवर को गूगल पे किया है 50,000 रुपया, जो टनीशा ने गिफ्ट्स वगैरह मंगवाती रही और उसको देती रही। ईयरपोड्स दिए, उसको गिटार दी, उसके बर्थडे पे उसने डेकोरेट कराया रूम, शायद उसने इंस्टा पे भी डाला हुआ है वो डेकोरेशन वाला रूम। उसकी सिस्टर का बर्थडे आया, उसकी माँ जो उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड के बारे में बातें करती थी फ़ोन पे, हाँ ये बात उसने मेरे को ज़रूर बोली कि मम्मी अम्मा मेरे को डिस्टर्ब कर रही है बहुत ज़्यादा, अम्मा मेरे को पिछली बातें बहुत करती है वो लड़की के बारे में। मैंने उसकी माँ से बात भी की, मैंने कहा आप ये क्या कर रहे हो, वो काम पे जा रही है, उसको काम करने दो, वो बहुत डेडिकेट से काम कर रही है, उसको काम करने दो।
क्या उसको हिजाब लगाना ये सब जो चीज़ें शुरू करवा दी?
हाँ शुरू करवा दी थी।
क्या कहा जाता था उसके बारे में?
मेरे को ऐसे नहीं मालूम कुछ।
कमरे में से एक नोट मिला था जिसमें पुलिस ने जो लिखा था, वो कहा था कि शिजान पूरा धन है कि उसको मेरे जैसा पुरस्कार मिला काम करने, ये बात है। उसके बाद तो आप क्या मानते हो, क्या कहना चाहते?
मैं क्या सर बोल सकती हूँ उसमें, उसके मन में उस टाइम क्या आया, क्या ट्रिगर उसका हुआ, क्या सुबह से इतनी सुबह उसने इंस्टाग्राम पे पोस्ट किया है, मेरे से बात हुई है, चंडीगढ़ वो जाना चाह रही है क्रिसमस पे, और उसी आधे घंटे में क्या हुआ है मेरे को नहीं मालूम। और फिर शिजान ही उसको वहाँ से उतार रहा है कमरे में से,
जैसा कि पता चला
शिजान ने उसको उतारा है।
एक बात
फिर
और
एम्बुलेंस नहीं मंगाई।
15 मिनट तक सुनने में आया कि
कुछ और भी है?
हाँ, मर्डर भी हो सकता है। मैं
नहीं,
तो
एक बात और सुनने में आई है सेट से कि 15 मिनट तक उसको उतारने के बाद 15 मिनट तक कोई गाड़ी नहीं थी वहाँ पे उसको हॉस्पिटल ले जाने के लिए, ना ही कोई एम्बुलेंस बुलाई गई। तो ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? जब डॉक्टर के पास पहुँचे तो डॉक्टर का कहना है कि उसकी डेथ को आधा घंटा हो चुका था। तो इतनी देरी मतलब क्यों की गई? गाड़ी
सेट पे पिछले 15 दिनों से हमारी रिपोर्टर वहाँ रोज जाती थी, उसने देखा था कि दोनों के बीच में टेंशन दिखाई देती थी, कई बार बहस भी होते हुए दिखाई दी। सेट से किसी ने भी आपको इस बारे में इत्तला नहीं किया? या
नहीं, मेरे को नहीं दी, मेरे को नहीं बोली, मेरे को कुछ।
हमारी बात फलकनाथ से भी हुई तो उन्होंने कहा कि तुनिशा उनकी भी बच्ची की तरह थी, उनको भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा गम है, तो इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे आप?
नहीं, फलक का ये था कि फलक उसको उसी ने उसके टैटू बनवाया था यहाँ पे जाके, उसी वो दरगाह पे भी लेके गई इसको, फिर उसी ने उसका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट किया टुनिशा ने। तो मतलब कि तुम लोग उस लड़की को ऐसे यूज़ कर रहे हो, उसकी माँ को भी तो इन्वॉल्व करो ना बीच में। मेरा बच्चा था वो।
अगर आप उसको किसी लड़के की मम्मी और बहन उसको कंटिन्यू घर पे बुलाती हैं, उसको उनका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट होता है, उनको गिफ्ट्स दे रही है, उनके घर में रह रही है, वो हमारे घर में आके रह रहा है, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? अगर आपको पता है मेरा धर्म अलग है, ये मुझसे 10 साल छोटी है, तो फिर आप उसको इतना इन्वॉल्व क्यों कर रहे हो?
जी, अगर अभी जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि करियर की बात कर रहे हैं या धर्म की बात कर रहे हैं, उम्र का फासला, ये क्या पहले उन्होंने नहीं सोचा था जब रिलेशनशिप में?
वही हमारा सवाल है ना।
वो मेरा सवाल है। शिजान को पहले नहीं पता था टुनिशा की एज क्या है, उसको ये नहीं पता था इसका धर्म क्या है।
उस दिन भी जब उसको 16 तारीख को भी जब हॉस्पिटल लेकर गए, वहाँ भी शिजान की मम्मी और बहन दोनों आई। तो उनको
मुझे ये पता चला कि जिस तरह से बर्थडे की बात की अभी, तो इस बार तुनिशा ने सोशल मीडिया पे आपको बर्थडे विश नहीं।
All right, viewers, so we can see a big twist has come in the Tunisha death case where the family is demanding justice, number one, and they have been saying this for a very long time that Shizan was using Tunisha. Tunisha was pressurized for conversion. These are very, very big allegations coming in from the family right now, from the family members of Tunisha, as a death probe in the case continues. And she's also saying that Tunisha was lured with expensive gifts. All right, on that note, let's go ahead to the other story tracking right now. And what we can tell you, viewers, is that cricketer Rishabh Pant. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident between somewhere close to Haridwar district. He has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH58 of this area in Haridwar district. Now, the visuals of that are on your screen right now, where the CCTV footage has been accessed by Republic TV. So this is the visual on your screen where the CCTV of the accident has been captured, viewers, where cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with the accident between a place called Bangalore and Narsan in the Haridwar district. He has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at the Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH58 of the police station area. So viewers, those are the visuals as well. And the cricketer is quite injured, as you can clearly see on your screen, viewers. He has survived that accident. It was a serious car crash case. You can see that the car crashed and it's a very, very serious accident which had transpired there in Haridwar district. Thankfully, the cricketer Rishabh Pant, he has survived, but he is injured. He is injured, viewers. Let's go ahead to Swesha. Swesha, we're seeing the visuals on our screen as well of the cricketer who was injured and he's recovering right now. Take us to the details. Do we know what really caused that car crash in the first place?
Oh yes, thankfully he is recovering, Shivangi, and certainly comes in as a huge sense of relief for all his fans who have been praying for his good health. Now, we are yet to get details, but Shivangi, certain reports that are also claiming that he had probably dozed off while he was driving. This happened at about 5:30 in the morning, and he may have dozed off when the car collided straight away into the divider. And the moment that happened, it soon caught fire, and then of course we saw the condition of the car that stands completely damaged. Only imagining the kind of injuries caused to Rishabh Pant, where we are now picking up details of how his head, knee and shin have suffered major injuries. There could be a fracture as well, but we are waiting for the medical bulletin coming out of the hospital, where remember, he is in a bad shape. He was traveling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was in his Mercedes car when the accident happened in near Roorkee in Uttarakhand, and the DG of Uttarakhand Police has confirmed that the cricketer was alone in the car at the time that the accident happened. The windscreen had broken, after which he escaped from the car and the vehicle caught fire. He had sustained injuries on his head, knee and shin as a result of the accident, and now at Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he has been moved, probably a fracture that he also has, where he is undergoing treatment. And this obviously has come in as a big shock to all his fans, who are hopefully now, who are heaving a sigh of relief, considering the fact that he is certainly on the road to recovery, and he has survived this accident that could have been fatal. But the very fact that he is now undergoing treatment, we are awaiting the next medical bulletin to how Rishabh Pant is recovering, and whether there have been any major injuries. But certainly will take some time for him to fully get back until he can probably play. That of course is secondary right now, given the very fact that he should come back to what he was. You see those pictures on the left of our screens, where the car caught fire soon after it had crashed, and then again these are the initial details coming in that he was probably he could have probably dozed off when the car straight away rammed into that divide, and that caused the accident. Shivangi.
Right, and Pushkar Singh Dhami has tweeted as well. The news has been received that Indian cricketer Rishabh Pant has been injured in an unfortunate road accident. The state government has given instructions to ensure complete arrangements for their treatment. I pray to God for his speedy recovery. So right now we are seeing the visuals as well of the car, which was completely charred post the accident. And it has been a narrow escape for Rishabh Pant. A very lucky escape, a very narrow escape for him, viewers. Now the charred car has been taken away for further investigation as well. And more visuals you can see on your screen. The moment of the crash as well. What really happened? It is caught on tape. You can see that the car is moving at a pretty a lot of speed right now, just moving at a very high speed at this point of time. Let's go back to Suesha, who's joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. Now we know that this happened early in the morning, Suesha. This happened around 5:30 a.m. Any other details that we are picking up on this story?
We are awaiting further details on what I just shared, Shivangi. But yes, it was early in the morning. We understand it is winter season in the north, and visibility has taken a hit clearly at the time when he was driving on the highway, and understandably so, where the cars move at a very, very high speed. Now, the distance between Uttarakhand and Delhi is about 5 hours plus. But the very fact as to why he was or he chose to drive at that time, because he was alone and he was on the wheel. This is something that has been confirmed by DG Police of Uttarakhand, that he was absolutely alone in the car. There was no co-passenger with him. And the moment the car rammed into the divider, he immediately got out of the car. That certainly saved his life, because soon after the car caught fire, and we see of course what came out of that. But he was rushed to the hospital. He is currently undergoing treatment at the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where there is a battery of doctors totally trying their level best that the cricketer recovers at the earliest. Whether he'll be moved from this hospital to Delhi is something we are not sure of at this point, but he is in a critical condition where he has sustained injuries on his head, on his knee, on his shin, and there could be a fracture as well, but that is something that will be confirmed by the doctors where they put out a medical bulletin on the health condition of the cricketer. And this happened, like I said, at 5:30 in the morning, where it is foggy. It is a cold winter morning. We are in the peak of December, where visibility certainly takes a hit. And probably he had not slept well, is what is being said by our sources at this point, because he may have dozed off. And that is the point when the car straight away ran into the divider. So it was not typically that the car collided with someone or some other vehicle that was moving at a very high speed, etc. His car collided into the divider. He immediately got out and the car caught fire. But then again, he does remain critical. The doctors are treating him at this point. We've also put out that CCTV footage showing how the accident happened at 5:30 in the morning. So fans praying that he recovers at the earliest.
Absolutely. Everyone is praying that he recovers quickly. Suesha, Virendra Sehwag has tweeted, wishing dear Rishabh Pant super speedy recovery and बहुत ही जल्द स्वस्थ हो जाओ. So we hope that he recovers quickly. Thank you, Suesha, for joining us with all those updates. Viewers, time for a very short break. We continue to be live and breaking. Cricketer Rishabh Pant has been hospitalized and he's recovering after a car crash. Stay tuned.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती है, ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताते तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती है, ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताते तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where
Viewers, a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking. Let's go to the top story we're tracking right now. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident in Haridwar district, and he has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at the Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH 58 area. Now, viewers, right now you can see the visuals on the screen as well. The car is completely charred. You can see the movement of the crash. It was a terrible crash, but luckily and thankfully, Rishabh Pant has survived, but he is injured. He has serious injuries. You can see the visuals on the screen as well, where he has survived with very narrowly, in fact. He has got injuries on his head, back and leg, but is stable and currently hospitalized. Let's go to Suesha, who has the latest on this story. Suesha, just take us through exactly what we know so far.
Fraternity has woken up to this very upsetting news, which they are still, understanding to how really is the health of Rishabh Pant. Just to know that he has survived in an accident that could have proved fatal, and while that is coming in as a positive sign, but hoping that he can recover at the earliest. Now, what we know until now is that he was traveling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was alone in the car. He was on the wheel, and this is something that has been confirmed by the police. Visibility obviously having taken a hit in the north due to a very cold winter morning, and it is fairly dark at that point. That is very, very evident from the CCTV footage also that Republic has been able to access, that gives you a sense of how the accident occurred. Now, some reports coming out, Shivangi, on how he may have dozed off in the car, and he may not have been completely attentive, is when the car went and collided into that divider. That's when he gathered senses and quickly came out of that car. Good sense prevailed, and that saved him, because soon after the car caught fire. And those pictures in the middle of your screen showing how the car was completely charred in that accident is when Rishabh Pant was rushed to the hospital. He is at a hospital in Dehradun, where Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is saying that he is monitoring every development and what the doctors are saying, as a battery of doctors right now working to treat Rishabh Pant, hopefully that he can recover at the earliest. We are also getting details of how he's received injuries on his head, on his knee and on his shin. There could be a fracture or probably more. That is something that can only be confirmed by the doctors once they have thoroughly checked through every detail. But the entire sporting fraternity, fans praying for the health of Rishabh Pant. Sehwag and Gambhir have also put out tweets to this effect, wishing him a speedy recovery. And that is what everyone is hoping. No one had expected this, and who would, obviously, because let's also understand how Rishabh Pant was to play further, and the very fact that he may not be able to play now until he completely recovers is something that he will be monitored by the doctors very closely. There is no information that he will be brought to Delhi.
Thank you, Suresh, for getting those details. Let's just go across to the Prime Minister speaking right now. The Prime Minister is flagging off the Vande Bharat train in Bengal virtually.
प्रोवाइड करेगी। इसके साथ ही साथ न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी रेलवे स्टेशन को वर्ल्ड क्लास बनाने के लिए आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 335 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से वर्ल्ड क्लास रेलवे स्टेशन का फाउंडेशन स्टोन ले करेंगे। कोलकाता निवासियों को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की तरफ से एक और सौगात है, जोका से तरतला कोलकाता मेट्रो का एक्सटेंशन। लंबे समय से चली आ रही है कोलकाता मेट्रो की परियोजना, इसमें गति आई 2014 से। 2014 के पहले मात्र 27 किलोमीटर मेट्रो बनी थी, अब 48 किलोमीटर मेट्रो बन चुकी है और तेजी से करीब 12 किलोमीटर और बहुत एडवांस स्टेज में है। पश्चिम बंगाल में रेलवे के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 22-23 में 10,262 करोड़ का बजट एलोकेशन किया है, 10,262 करोड़ का। 2009 से 14 तक एवरेज 4,380 करोड़ का बजट आवंटन होता था। उससे 2 गुने से ज्यादा बजट आवंटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बंगाल के लिए किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वेस्ट बंगाल के लिए यथेष्ट फंड्स की व्यवस्था की है और रेलवे की टीम प्रोजेक्ट्स के एग्जीक्यूशन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से और सहयोग मिलेगा। पश्चिम बंगाल में एक आधुनिक रेलवे नेटवर्क का निर्माण होगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास। सभी के प्रयासों से ही सबका विकास संभव है। आइए इस पवित्र अवसर पर हम सभी संकल्प लेते हैं कि हम पश्चिम बंगाल को विकसित राज्य बनाने के लिए मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं आज के कार्यक्रम की विशिष्ट अतिथि आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदया सुश्री ममता बनर्जी से मैं सादर निवेदन करता हूं कि वो हम सभी को संबोधित करें।
Respected Prime Minister, today is a sad day for you personally, and it's a great loss. And it's a great loss of your personal life. I pray to God, may God give you the strength and bless you so that you can love your mother with your action and your activity. Sir, I convey my gratitude to you because you are supposed to come to West Bengal today. But because of the sad demise of your mother, you could not reach, but heartily you have reached to us through your virtual program. Even I will request you make the program cut to short, and please take rest because just you are coming from the cremation. Sir, you will be happy to know today is my happiest day because my dream project when I was the railway minister, that Taratala Joka, I inaugurated this along with I invited Pratibha Patil ji, the then president. And also I must thank today the then Kolkata Corporation chairman, Shobhan Chattopadhyay, because he collected all the land for this Joka rail station, for Taratala rail station, and my urban minister Firad Hakim. And sir, other 3 projects also you are inaugurating today. I am very happy that Dankuni, Shaktigor or Chapdani, Boichi or Ammani Phalakata, all are material modification program. Third line I started, it is in 2010 budget and 2010 and 11 budget. Everything was there, and today I lay the foundation stone. It is 2000, when Lotolji was the Prime Minister, 2099 or 2000, 2001, and some projects in 2009 and 10 and 11 also. Out of 5 projects, sir, 4 projects in my time. But now you are inaugurating, I am very happy. At least it is completed, and I kept money for the pink book so that this project should not be overlapped or it should not be stopped. One new train you have given Vande Bharat today. It is very good. I thank you so much for this, and also the Railway Minister and GM Eastern Railway. My Honorable Governor is also here, and the other ministers are also here, and the public representatives. Today I should not forget the sacrificing of the Behala people. 10 years they suffered because the railway work was, construction work was going on. And that time some shopkeepers, the hawkers, the passengers, how they suffered. And today their dream, আমার স্বপ্নের প্রোগ্রাম আজকে ইমপ্লিমেন্টেড হচ্ছে। আমি বেহালাবাসী সহ সারা পশ্চিম বাংলাকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। And sir, you will be happy, when I was a railway minister, I submitted one white paper and also one 2010 vision. That vision document, railway minister must be knowing that 50 world-class station is been kept there, along with that Jalpaiguri is also was there. So I am very happy that Bengal is getting this, and there are so many other 49 world-class stations. On behalf of West Bengal people, I thank you so much. You have taken trouble to come over here today. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot. Please take some rest. And I do not know how to give my condolences message to your family members and the others, because mother is no substitute to any other. Your mother means our mother also. I remember my mother also. Sir, may God give you the strength to continue your work with this. This is a very sad day for you, but you are coming virtually. It is your great honor, and you pay respect through your activities to your mother. Thank you so much. Thanks to all my central officers, the state officers, my honorable governor, the RPF, GRPF, my DG Police, my Chief Secretary, my Home Secretary, my Howrah Commissioner, my DM, and all the people from all the officers level, all the ministers, all the MPs, all the MLAs, all the councillors, and all the public representatives and the community people. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय। सादर एवं सबने निवेदन करता हूं कि पश्चिम बंगाल की पहली वंदे भारत ट्रेन को वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस द्वारा फ्लैग ऑफ कर इस क्षेत्र के लाखों लोगों के सपने को साकार करें। और प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा हरी झंडी दिखाई गई। इसी के साथ ही हावड़ा न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी वंदे भारत ट्रेन अपनी प्रथम यात्रा पर और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी विशिष्ट अतिथि भी हरी झंडी दिखाकर पश्चिम बंगाल की पहली वंदे भारत ट्रेन को उसकी पहली यात्रा पर रवाना करते हुए बेहद महत्वपूर्ण क्षण। यात्रीगण अतिथियों का अभिवादन करते हुए पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए एक गौरवशाली क्षण। आधुनिक भारत की उपलब्धियों में एक और कड़ी, स्वनिर्मित 7वीं वंदे भारत। 7वीं वंदे भारत की मधुर सौगात पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासियों के लिए एक अनुपम भेंट, जो उनकी यात्रा को सुगम एवं सुखद बनाएगी। वंदे भारत की सेवा व्यवसाय और चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में भी अवसरों के नए द्वार खोलेगी। पश्चिम बंगाल के पर्यटन पर भी सकारात्मक प्रभाव डालेगी। यात्रीगण अतिथियों का अभिवादन करते हुए और मंच पर उपस्थित अतिथिगण भी उनका अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए तमाम खासियत के साथ देश की 7वीं स्वदेशी वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस आत्मनिर्भर भारत की अवधारणा को एक मूर्त रूप प्रदान करते हुए गति, सेवा, सुरक्षा का पर्याय वंदे भारत न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी तक की 561 किलोमीटर की दूरी मात्र 7.5 घंटे में तय करेगी। इस मधुर सौगात से सभी पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासी लाभान्वित होंगे। वंदे भारत को सफलतापूर्वक विकसित करना भारतीय रेलवे के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि। यात्रियों को सुखद यात्रा अनुभव प्रदान करने के लिए बेहतर डिजाइन, उत्तम इंटीरियर और आधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस धीरे धीरे गति पकड़ते हुए, विश्वास दिलाते हुए भारतीय रेलवे और पश्चिम बंगाल के विकास को गति और नई दिशा मिलेगी। हर कोच में ऑन बोर्ड वाईफाई इंफोटेनमेंट, जीपीएस आधारित यात्री सूचना प्रणाली जैसे फीचर हैं। साथ साथ रोगाणु मुक्त वातानुकूलित हवा की आपूर्ति के लिए भी इंटेलिजेंट एयर कंडीशनिंग सिस्टम का प्रावधान किया गया। यात्रा के लिए यात्रियों को विमान जैसी यात्रा अनुभव और कवच तकनीक सहित उन्नत अत्याधुनिक सुरक्षा सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं। यात्रियों के मुख पे मुस्कुराहटें और उत्साह साफ झलकता हुआ। हावड़ा स्टेशन के लिए गौरवशाली क्षण। अतीत और वर्तमान मिलते हुए जहां भविष्य को एक नई दिशा मिलेगी। इस ट्रेन में सभी यात्रियों के लिए विशेष ध्यान, दिव्यांगजन यात्रियों के लिए विशेष शौचालय, टच फ्री सुविधाओं के साथ बायो वैक्यूम शौचालय। यात्री सुरक्षा एवं संरक्षा को महत्व देते हुए सभी कोचों में फायर डिटेक्शन एंड सप्रेशन सिस्टम। रेल यात्रियों की सुख सुविधाओं में विस्तार, विकास में सतत योगदान, इसके लिए प्रतिबद्ध भारतीय रेलवे, जिसका एक प्रतिरूप आपके सम्मुख प्रस्तुत वंदे भारत गति पकड़ते हुए हावड़ा स्टेशन के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण, गौरवशाली क्षण, और मंच के सामने से गुजरती हुई वंदे भारत अपनी प्रथम यात्रा की ओर अग्रसर। निवेदन करता हूं कि वो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस के द्वारा जोका से तारातला मेट्रो सेक्शन पर पहली मेट्रो ट्रेन सर्विस का शुभारंभ करें। और इसी के साथ चालक दल ने भी हरी झंडी दिखाई और जोका से नई मेट्रो ट्रेन की प्रथम यात्रा का शुभारंभ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब जोका से तारातला तक मेट्रो सेवा आम जन के लिए उपलब्ध रहेगी। इस प्रदूषण मुक्त, सुविधाजनक और आरामदायक यात्रा की मधुर सौगात से कोलकाता के सभी निवासी काफी लाभान्वित होंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारतीय रेल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा एवं दिशा निर्देशन में देश की जीवन रेखा की भूमिका निभाते हुए देश के सतत विकास योगदान में अपना बहुमूल्य योगदान दे रही है। इसी संदर्भ में आज उद्घाटित होने वाली परियोजनाओं के मुख्य बिंदु एक छोटे चलचित्र के माध्यम से आप सभी के अवलोकन हेतु प्रस्तुत।
ये है वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस, मेक इन इंडिया का शानदार उदाहरण। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन से हुआ है इसका सृजन। जहां भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन से हुआ है इसका सृजन। जहां भी जाती है साथ में लाती है सौगातें और समृद्धि की बहार। और आज पश्चिम बंगाल में देश की 7वीं वंदे भारत ट्रेन को लॉन्च कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी। गति, सुरक्षा और सेवा के ध्येय के साथ निर्मित वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस नए भारत के तेजी से बदलते रेलवे का नया चेहरा है। पश्चिम बंगाल का ये नया हमसफर यात्रियों को यात्रा का एक नया और अद्भुत अनुभव प्रदान करेगा, क्योंकि ये ट्रेन जीपीएस आधारित ऑडियो विजुअल यात्री सूची गैंगटॉक, दार्जिलिंग जाने वाले पर्यटकों की संख्या बढ़ाएगी, क्षेत्र में व्यवसाय और अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती देगी। वंदे भारत के साथ पश्चिम बंगाल को कई बड़ी रेल परियोजनाओं की सौगात मिल रही है, जिन्हें रिकॉर्ड समय में पूरा किया गया है।
भारतीय रेलवे में भी जितनी अधीरता नए प्रोजेक्ट्स की प्लानिंग की है, उतनी ही गंभीरता उनको समय पर पूरा करने की भी है।
भारत के शहरी परिवहन को सरल, सुलभ और पर्यावरण के प्रति कम दुष्प्रभावी बनाने के लिए सरकार तेजी से शहरों में मेट्रो सुविधा का प्रसार कर रही है। कोलकाता वासियों की सुविधा के लिए हो रहा है इसी प्रयास का विस्तार। आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा कोलकाता के जोका से तारातल्ला तक मेट्रो रेल सेवा का शुभारंभ हो रहा है। अब कोलकाता का दक्षिणी हिस्सा भी शहर के मुख्य बिजनेस एरिया से जुड़ेगा। 6.5 किलोमीटर लंबे इस रूट में 6 एलिवेटेड स्टेशन हैं। डायमंड हार्बर का सफर जो सड़क से 30 से 40 मिनट में पूरा होता है, अब मेट्रो से 15 मिनट में पूरा होगा और इसका फायदा प्रतिदिन सफर करने वाले 25 से 30 हजार लोगों को मिलेगा। न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट का भी आज शिलान्यास हो रहा है। जून 2025 तक ये स्टेशन विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से युक्त पूर्वोत्तर का पहला अंतरराष्ट्रीय ट्रेन टर्मिनल बनेगा। इस हेरिटेज टर्मिनल को अगले 45 सालों तक रेल ट्रैफिक सुगम बनाने के विजन के साथ डिजाइन किया गया है। ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट, पोडियम पार्किंग, आगमन और प्रस्थान के लिए अलग द्वार, दिव्यांगों के लिए अलग सुविधाओं के साथ सीसीटीवी से लैस इस स्टेशन को ग्रीन बिल्डिंग बनाने के लिए सोलर एनर्जी, जल संरक्षण, वर्षा जल संचय की व्यवस्था होगी। साथ ही आज पश्चिम बंगाल को मिल रही है कई और सौगातें। 25.83 किलोमीटर लंबी बैंची शक्तिगढ़ थर्ड लाइन, जिससे हावड़ा और वर्धमान के मध्य बढ़ेगी यात्रियों की संख्या। 25.41 किलोमीटर लंबी दानकुनी चंदनपुर फोर्थ लाइन, जो बढ़ाएगी यात्रियों की सुविधा। छोटे व्यापारियों और श्रमिक वर्ग को होगा लाभ। निम्तिता न्यू फरक्का डबल लाइन ट्रैक, जिससे हावड़ा और गुवाहाटी के बीच सफर में लगेगा कम समय। और अंबारी बालाकाता न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानीहाट डबलिंग प्रोजेक्ट, जिससे कूच बिहार और जलपाईगुड़ी क्षेत्र के विकास के खुलेंगे द्वार। यात्रा का समय घटेगा और क्षेत्रीय व्यापार बढ़ेगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में आजादी के बाद पहली बार भारतीय रेल की क्षमता को इतने बड़े स्तर पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। अब भारतीय रेल देश के साथ साथ संस्कृति, पर्यटन, तीर्थाटन को भी एक सूत्र में पिरो रही है। देश की प्रगति को मिलती रहे एक नई गति, इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयासरत है भारतीय रेल।
हमारे परम आदरणीय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा एक नवीन पराकाष्ठा निर्मित की जा रही है, उसी दिशा में एक मील के पत्थर हैं आज के लोकार्पण और शुभारंभ किए जाने वाले परियोजनाएं। इस श्रृंखला में सबसे पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से सादर निवेदन करता हूं पूर्वोत्तर सीमांत रेलवे के न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन के पुनर्विकास परियोजना का वीडियो लिंक द्वारा शिलान्यास कर पूर्वोत्तर क्षेत्र की विकास यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाएं।
न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी रेलवे स्टेशन को 337 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं के साथ पहले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ट्रेन टर्मिनल के रूप में 30 महीने की लक्षित अवधि में पुनर्विकसित किया जाएगा। इसमें लिफ्ट, एस्केलेटर, रूफटॉप प्लाजा, पोडियम पार्किंग के साथ अन्य विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाएंगी। ऊर्जा एवं जल संरक्षण के साथ वर्षा जल संचयन के माध्यम से इस स्टेशन को ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के रूप में भी विकसित किया जाएगा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से रिमोट द्वारा जोका तारातला मेट्रो खंड का लोकार्पण करने का सादर अनुरोध।
₹2535 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली 6.5 किलोमीटर लंबी जोका तारातला मेट्रो परियोजना अब लोगों की सेवा के लिए तैयार है। यह बहुत गर्व का विषय कि कोलकाता में मेट्रो नेटवर्क की स्थापना के बाद से इसी एक वर्ष में मेट्रो रेलवे नेटवर्क में सबसे अधिकतम विस्तार 14.23 किलोमीटर का विस्तार वर्तमान वर्ष में हासिल किया गया। इस मधुर सौगात से कोलकाता और आसपास के क्षेत्र के निवासी बहुत लाभान्वित होंगे।
एक बार फिर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर आग्रह, बैंची शक्तिगढ़ तीसरी लाइन का रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पण कर राष्ट्र की सेवा में समर्पित करें।
बैंची शक्तिगढ़ तीसरी लाइन परियोजना एक महत्वपूर्ण सुपर क्रिटिकल परियोजना है, जिसे पूर्व रेलवे द्वारा रिकॉर्ड समय में सफलतापूर्वक पूरा किया गया। इस परियोजना से हावड़ा मंडल में मेल एक्सप्रेस और उपनगरीय ट्रेनों की पंक्चुअलिटी में सुधार होगा, मालगाड़ियों की औसत गति में वृद्धि होगी तथा उपनगरीय यात्रियों के साथ स्थानीय व्यवसायियों को लाभ पहुंचेगा। इस परियोजना के दौरान लगभग 20 लाख मानव दिवसों का भी प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार सृजित हुआ।
अब मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से दानकुनी चंदनपुर के बीच चौथी रेलवे लाइन का रिमोट द्वारा राष्ट्र की सेवा में समर्पित करने का सादर अनुरोध करता हूं।
565 करोड़ रुपए लागत वाली सुपर क्रिटिकल परियोजना में कानपुर चंदनपुर के बीच 25.4 किलोमीटर लंबी चौथी रेलवे लाइन का निर्माण हुआ। इस परियोजना से पश्चिम बंगाल की बेहद घनी आबादी वाले जिले हुगली के निवासी लाभान्वित होंगे। स्वचालित सिग्नलिंग से सुसज्जित इस लाइन में 100 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की गति और 25 टन अक्सर लोड के साथ ट्रेनों का त्वरित आवागमन होगा, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप बेहतर गतिशीलता और थ्रूपुट प्राप्त होगा तथा उपनगरीय ट्रेनों की गति में भी वृद्धि होगी।
मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से साग्रह सविनय निवेदन करता हूं कि निम्नतिता न्यू फरक्का के बीच दोहरीकृत रेलवे लाइन को रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पित करें।
254 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली निम्नतिता न्यू फरक्का दोहरीकरण परियोजना से हावड़ा से गुवाहाटी तक की यात्रा अवधि कम होगी। यह परियोजना घनी आबादी वाले मुर्शिदाबाद जिले में स्थित है और इस क्षेत्र के लोग इस परियोजना से काफी लाभान्वित होंगे। इस नवनिर्मित दोहरीकृत ट्रैक पर 100 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की गति एवं 25 टन अक्सर लोड के साथ ट्रेनों का परिचालन होगा। परिणाम स्वरूप ट्रेन ऑपरेशन में लचीलापन आएगा और अनुभागीय थ्रूपुट में भी वृद्धि होगी।
इसी क्रम में एक बार फिर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से आमबाड़ी फालाकाटा न्यू मैनागुड़ी घुमानी हाट दोहरीकृत रेलवे लाइन को रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पित करने के लिए
1461 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली 88.17 किलोमीटर लंबी आमबाड़ी फालाकाटा न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानी हाट दोहरीकरण परियोजना में पश्चिम बंगाल के 11 स्टेशन एवं 24 प्रमुख पुल शामिल हैं। कूच बिहार से जलपाईगुड़ी तक विस्तृत इस क्षेत्र की लंबी समय से चली आ रही मांग पूरी होगी, जिससे इस क्षेत्र के समग्र आर्थिक विकास के साथ कृषि उद्योग को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा।
इन महत्वपूर्ण परियोजनाओं के लोकार्पण के पश्चात मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर अनुरोध करता हूं कि वो यहाँ की सभा को अपने आशीर्वचन से अभिसंचित करें।
नमस्कार। पश्चिम बंगाल के राज्यपाल सीवी आनंद बोस जी, मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय ममता जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, सुभाष सरकार जी, निशित प्रामाणिक जी, जॉन बारला जी, नेता विपक्ष शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी, सांसद प्रसून जी, मंच पर विराजमान अन्य साथी, देवी और सज्जनों, आज मुझे आप सबके बीच रूबरू आना था, लेकिन मेरे निजी कारणों के कारण मैं आप सबके बीच नहीं आ पाया हूं। इसके लिए मैं आपकी बंगाल की क्षमा चाहता हूं। बंगाल की पुण्य धरती को, कोलकाता की ऐतिहासिक धरती को आज मेरे लिए नमन करने का अवसर है। बंगाल के कण कण में आजादी के आंदोलन का इतिहास समाहित है। जिस धरती से वंदे मातरम का जयघोष हुआ, वहां अभी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाई गई। आज 30 दिसंबर की तारीख का भी इतिहास में अपना बहुत महत्व है। 30 दिसंबर 1943 उस दिन ही नेताजी सुभाष ने अंडमान में तिरंगा फहराकर भारत की आजादी का बिगुल फूंका था। इस घटना के 75 वर्ष होने पर साल 2018 में मैं अंडमान गया था। नेताजी के नाम पर एक द्वीप का नामकरण भी किया था और अब इस समय देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष का पर्व मना रहा है, अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। इसी अमृत महोत्सव में देश ने 475 वंदे भारत ट्रेन शुरू करने का संकल्प लिया था। आज इसी में से एक हावड़ा न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी वंदे भारत ट्रेन यहां कोलकाता से शुरू हुई है। आज ही रेलवे और मेट्रो की कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े अन्य प्रोजेक्ट्स का भी लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। करीब 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से जोका बीबीडी बाग मेट्रो प्रोजेक्ट पर काम हो रहा है। इसमें से जोका तरालता मेट्रो रूट बनकर तैयार हो गया है। इससे शहर के लोगों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग और बढ़ेगी। साथियों, कुछ देर बाद ही मुझे गंगा जी की स्वच्छता और पीने के पानी से जुड़ी अनेक परियोजनाएं पश्चिम बंगाल को सौंपने का अवसर मिलेगा। नमामि गंगे मिशन के तहत पश्चिम बंगाल में सीवरेज के 25 से ज्यादा प्रोजेक्ट्स को मंजूरी दी गई है। इनमें से 11 प्रोजेक्ट पहले ही पूरे हो चुके हैं और 7 प्रोजेक्ट आज पूरे हो रहे हैं। आज 1,500 करोड़ की लागत से 5 नई परियोजनाओं पर काम भी शुरू हो रहा है। इसमें जो प्रमुख है वो है आदि गंगा नदी का पुनरुद्धार। मुझे बताया गया है कि अभी आदि गंगा नदी की स्थिति दुर्भाग्य से बहुत खराब है। इसमें जो कूड़ा कचरा गिरता है, सीवर का गंदा पानी गिरता है, उसकी सफाई के लिए 600 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया जा रहा है। हम लोग अक्सर व्यक्ति के जीवन में प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर की बात तो करते रहते हैं और हम कहते हैं कि दिनचर्या वो होनी चाहिए कि बीमारी की नौबत ही ना आए। ठीक इसी तरह नदी की गंदगी को साफ करने के साथ ही केंद्र सरकार प्रिवेंशन पर भी बहुत जोर दे रही है और इस प्रिवेंशन का सबसे बड़ा और आधुनिक तरीका है ज्यादा से ज्यादा आधुनिक सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट। आने वाले 10-15 साल बाद की जरूरतों को ध्यान में रखते हुए देश में आज ही आधुनिक सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगवाए जा रहे हैं। आजादी के अमृत काल में हमें फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग सोच और अप्रोच के साथ देश को आगे ले जाना है। साथियों, इस 21वीं सदी में भारत के तेज विकास के लिए भारतीय रेलवे का भी तेज विकास, भारतीय रेलवे में तेज सुधार, ये सारी बातें बहुत जरूरी हैं। इसलिए आज केंद्र सरकार भारतीय रेलवे को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए, रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए रिकॉर्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है। आज भारत में भारतीय रेलवे के कायाकल्प का राष्ट्रव्यापी अभियान चल रहा है। आज वंदे भारत, तेजस, हमसफर जैसी आधुनिक ट्रेनें देश में बन रही हैं। आज विस्टाडोम कोचेज रेल यात्रियों को नए अनुभव करा रहे हैं। आज सुरक्षित आधुनिक कोचेज की संख्या में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि हो रही है। आज रेलवे स्टेशन को भी एयरपोर्ट की तरह विकसित किया जा रहा है। न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन भी इसी लिस्ट में शामिल है। आज रेलवे लाइनों का दोहरीकरण रेलवे लाइनों का बिजलीकरण जिस रफ्तार से हो रहा है वो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। देश में जो ईस्टर्न और वेस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर बन रहे हैं वो लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लाने वाले हैं। सुरक्षा हो, स्वच्छता हो, सामर्थ्य हो, सामंजस्य हो, समय की पाबंदी हो, सहूलियत हो, भारतीय रेलवे आज एक नई पहचान बनाने की हम सबकी कोशिश रंग ला रही है। बीते 8 वर्षों में भारतीय रेलवे ने आधुनिकता की नींव पर काम किया है। अब आने वाले 8 वर्ष में हम भारतीय रेलवे को आधुनिकता की नई यात्रा पर निकलते हुए देखेंगे। भारत जैसे युवा देश के लिए भारतीय रेल भी युवा अवतार लेने जा रहा है और इसमें निश्चित तौर पर 475 से ज्यादा वंदे भारत ट्रेनों की बड़ी भूमिका होगी। साथियों, आजादी के बाद के 7 दशकों में 20,000 रूट किलोमीटर रेल लाइन का बिजलीकरण हुआ। वहीं 2014 में हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद बीते 7-8 वर्षों में ही 32,000 रूट किलोमीटर से ज्यादा रेल लाइन का बिजलीकरण हो चुका है। ये है देश के काम करने की रफ्तार, रेलवे के आधुनिकीकरण की रफ्तार। और इस रफ्तार को तेज करने के लिए अब भारत में दुनिया के सबसे शक्तिशाली बिजली के रेल इंजनों का भी तेजी से निर्माण हो रहा है। साथियों, आज के भारत की स्पीड और स्केल का एक और प्रमाण हमारा मेट्रो रेल सिस्टम है। कोलकाता के लोग जानते हैं कि दशकों से मेट्रो रेल पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का कितना बेहतरीन माध्यम रही है। 2014 से पहले तक देश में कुल मेट्रो नेटवर्क 250 किलोमीटर से भी कम था और इसमें भी सबसे बड़ी हिस्सेदारी दिल्ली एनसीआर की ही थी। केंद्र सरकार ने इस स्थिति को भी बदलता हुआ है, उसको बदलने का पूरा प्रयास किया है और बहुत तेजी से बदला है। बीते 8 वर्षों में हमने मेट्रो का 2 दर्जन से अधिक शहरों तक विस्तार किया है। आज देश के अलग अलग शहरों में लगभग 800 किलोमीटर ट्रैक पर मेट्रो चल रही है। 1000 किलोमीटर के नए मेट्रो रूट पर तेजी से काम चल रहा है। जोका बीबीडी बाग मेट्रो परियोजना इसी संकल्प का हिस्सा है। साथियों, पिछली सदी के भारत की 2 और बड़ी चुनौतियां रही हैं जिन्होंने देश के विकास पर बहुत नकारात्मक असर डाला है। एक चुनौती रही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कार्यों में विभिन्न एजेंसियों में तालमेल की कमी और दूसरी चुनौती रही ट्रांसपोर्ट के विभिन्न साधनों में भी आपसी तालमेल का जीरो होना। इसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि सरकार के एक विभाग को पता ही नहीं होता था कि दूसरा विभाग कहां नया काम शुरू करने वाला है। इसका खामियाजा देश के ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर को उठाना पड़ता था। देश का ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर हमेशा से सरकारी पैसे की बर्बादी से, परियोजनाओं में देरी से, भ्रष्टाचार से नफरत करता है। जब वो देखता है कि उसकी गाड़ी कमाई से दिए हुए टैक्स से गरीब का नहीं बल्कि किसी भ्रष्टाचारी का भला हो रहा है, तो उसका खिन्न होना स्वाभाविक है। पैसे की इसी बर्बादी को रोकने के लिए विभागों में, सरकारों में तालमेल को बढ़ाने के लिए पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान लागू किया गया है। अब चाहे विभिन्न राज्य सरकारें हो, अलग अलग सरकारी विभाग हो, कंस्ट्रक्शन से जुड़ी एजेंसियां हो या इंडस्ट्री के लोग हो, सब एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर आ रहे हैं। पीएम गति शक्ति देश में ट्रांसपोर्ट के अलग अलग माध्यमों को जोड़ने, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी के काम को भी गति दे रहा है। आज देश में रिकॉर्ड तेजी से हाईवे बन रहे हैं, एयरपोर्ट बन रहे हैं, वाटरवे बन रहे हैं, नए पोर्ट बन रहे हैं और इसमें भी सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि इन्हें अब इस तरह तैयार किया हाईवे बेहतर तरीके से रेलवे स्टेशनों से कनेक्ट हो, रेलवे स्टेशन एयरपोर्ट से कनेक्टिविटी हो, लोगों को ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के दौरान सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी भी मिले। साथियों, 21वीं सदी में तेजी से आगे बढ़ने के लिए हमें देश के सामर्थ्य का सही इस्तेमाल करना होगा। मैं देश के लोगों को वाटरवेज का उदाहरण भी देना चाहता हूं। एक समय था जब भारत में व्यापार, कारोबार और टूरिज्म के लिए वाटरवेज का बड़े पैमाने पर इस्तेमाल होता था। इसलिए कितने ही शहर नदियों के किनारे बसे, नदियों के किनारे इतना औद्योगिक विकास हुआ, लेकिन इस सामर्थ्य को पहले सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी और फिर आजादी के बाद की सरकारी उदासीनता ने तबाह कर दिया। अब भारत अपनी इस जल शक्ति को बढ़ाने पर काम कर रहा है। देश में 100 से ज्यादा वाटरवेज और विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। भारत की नदियों में आधुनिक क्रूज चले, व्यापार भी हो, टूरिज्म भी हो, इस दिशा में हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। केंद्र सरकार ने बांग्लादेश सरकार के सहयोग से गंगा और ब्रह्मपुत्र नदियों के बीच वाटरवे लिंक स्थापित करने पर भी काम किया है। मैं आज देश के लोगों को इससे जुड़ी भी एक जानकारी देना चाहता हूं। 13 जनवरी 2023 को काशी से, वाराणसी से एक क्रूज जा रहा है जो 3200 किलोमीटर लंबे वाटरवे से होते हुए, बांग्लादेश से होते हुए डिब्रूगढ़ तक पहुंचेगा। ये पूरे विश्व में अपनी तरह का अभूतपूर्व क्रूज होगा। ये भारत में बढ़ते क्रूज टूरिज्म का भी प्रतिबिंब बनेगा। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि इसका जरूर लाभ उठाएं। वैसे आज मैं एक और बात के लिए विशेष तौर पर बंगाल के लोगों को नमन करना चाहता हूं। बंगाल के लोगों में देश की मिट्टी के प्रति जो प्रेम रहा है, उसका तो मैं हमेशा कायल रहा हूं। देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों को जानने के लिए, देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में भ्रमण के लिए बंगाल के लोगों में जो उत्साह होता है वो अद्भुत होता है। बहुत से लोग पहला मौका मिलते ही किसी और देश में घूमने निकल जाते हैं, लेकिन बंगाल के लोग हमेशा अपने देश को प्राथमिकता देते हैं। बंगाल के लोग पर्यटन में भी नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना को लेकर चलते हैं। और आज जब देश में कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ रही है, रेलवे, हाईवे, वाटरवे आधुनिक हो रहे हैं, तो इससे ईज ऑफ ट्रैवल भी उतना ही बढ़ रहा है। इसका बड़ा लाभ बंगाल के लोगों को भी मिल रहा है। साथियों, गुरुदेव टैगोर द्वारा रचित प्रसिद्ध पंक्तियां हैं, ओ ओमार देशेर माटी, तोमार पौरे ठेकाई माथा, यानी हे मेरे देश की माटी, मैं तुम्हारे आगे अपना सर झुकाता हूं। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में मातृभूमि को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए हमें मिलकर काम करना है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत को बहुत भरोसे से देख रही है। इस भरोसे को बनाए रखने के लिए हर भारतीय को पूरी शक्ति लगा देनी है। हमें हर दिन का उपयोग राष्ट्र निर्माण में करना है। हर पल का उपयोग राष्ट्र निर्माण में करना है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अनेक परियोजनाओं के लिए बंगाल को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। फिर एक बार आपका अभिवादन करता हूं और मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ministers address there as he flags off the Vande Bharat Express connecting Howrah to the new Jalpaiguri in West Bengal by video conferencing. So, Prime Minister resuming work there after the last rites of his mother was performed just a short while back. Prime Minister highlighting the significance of 30th of December, at the same time flagging off Vande Bharat Express connecting Howrah to the new Jalpaiguri in West Bengal by video conferencing. So, Prime Minister there saying that there is a need forward-looking approach, and this as he flags off the Vande Bharat Express that would connect Howrah to the new Jalpaiguri. Alright, news in brief. Mortal remains of Narendra Modi's mother, Heeraba Modi, were consigned to flames at the cremation ground in Gandhinagar. Prime Minister Modi and family has appealed to continue with the work. Prime Minister Modi arrived in Ahmedabad earlier today to pay tributes to his mother, Hiraba Modi. Paying tribute to his mother, Prime Minister Modi said that he always felt in her the presence of Trinity combining an ascetic's journey, a selfless doer and a life committed to values. Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hiraba, passed away at a hospital in Ahmedabad at the age of 100. She was admitted to UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center after her health deteriorated. Prime Minister Modi recalled that when he met his mother on her 100th birthday, she had told him work with intelligence and live life with purity. Meanwhile, leaders from across the party lines paid tributes to Prime Minister's mother, Hiraba, who passed away in Ahmedabad 2 days after she was hospitalized. Slipping into a very short break, coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest on the medical health of cricketer Rishabh Pant after he met with an accident on the UP Dehradun highway. Also coming up on the other side, details in Tunisha's death case as mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI.
Getting in the latest on Rishabh Pant's accident, the accident that he met with on the highway. In fact, we are now given to understand that Rishabh Pant suffered multiple injuries when his BMW car collided with a road driver on the Delhi-Dehradun highway this morning, early this morning. In fact, the visuals there on your screens that we've been getting of the CCTV that we've accessed just that very moment when Rishabh Pant's car met with that accident, and the visuals there of the car charred post the crash, and the visuals on the right of Rishabh Pant who sustained injuries in this car accident. Let's play out that reaction coming in from the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami.
सब पंथ का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है, और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूँ और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहाँ पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
So as we speak, constantly getting those updates on Rishabh Pant, who's currently being treated at a Dehradun hospital. In fact, we also spoke to the Uttarakhand DGP Ashok Kumar. Listen in on what he had to say on this accident that Rishabh Pant met with at the Delhi-Dehradun highway.
ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, क्या कंडीशन है अभी सर उनकी?
ठीक है। तो
आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारे लोगों की हुई है। तो खुद बोल रहा काफी, मतलब अपने आप ही उसने बताया कि मैं थोड़ा, मेरे को झपकी आ गई थी।
अच्छा, अकेले ड्राइव कर रहे थे?
हाँ, उसको झपकी आ गई थी तो वो डिवाइडर से टकरा गए। तो कोई पैर में शायद लिगामेंट इंजरी है और थोड़ा सा चेहरे पे कट, हेड की तरफ कोई कट है छोटा सा, मैं लोकेशन नहीं देख।
सर बर्न इंजरी भी है क्योंकि हमारे पास जो विजुअल है उनमें उनके पीठ पर कई जख्म दिख रहे हैं।
हो सकता है, तो वो मैक्स में आ गए हैं क्योंकि गाड़ी तो उनकी पूरी बर्न हो गई ना, तो बाहर आ जाता लकीली।
सर कितने बजे का हादसा है?
बता रहे हैं 5:30।
और सर उनकी गाड़ी जब आग लगी तो कैसे बाहर आए? क्या उनके साथ कोई और था या किसी तरीके की कोई मदद पहुंची?
या तो वो शीशा खुद टूटा है, विंड स्क्रीन, या उन्होंने तोड़ा है, मतलब विंड स्क्रीन के से बाहर आए।
अच्छा सर अभी क्या उनको दिल्ली शिफ्ट करने का कोई प्लान है?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं बता रहे कोई।
तो सब कुछ यानी अंडर कंट्रोल है बेसिकली, उनका जो है वो गंभीर नहीं है किसी तरीके से?
हाँ, मतलब वो इंजरीज तो मतलब गंभीर नहीं है, सीरियस नहीं, बहुत सीरियस नहीं है।
So the 25-year-old cricketer Rishabh Pant was en route home to Roorkee when he suffered, when he met with this accident. In fact, it happened early this morning. His condition is said to be stable. We'll constantly get you all those updates as he's currently being treated at the Dehradun hospital.
A very short break coming up on the other side. Will get you the latest as it's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister Modi resumes duties after funeral. And Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered.
Top headlines at 12:30. Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. From union ministers to opposition leaders, nation pays tribute to Hiraba. It's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off major projects virtually. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident remains critical. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. And we start with our top focus this afternoon. The latest we are picking up on the health status of Rishabh Pant, the cricketer who's currently admitted at Max Hospital in Dehradun. Remember, his car met with an accident earlier this morning at the Delhi-Dehradun highway. This morning, the 25-year-old who was en route to his home in Roorkee was taken to a local hospital. We are being told that his condition is said to be stable. However, he suffered multiple injuries on his head, back, feet, but is currently in a stable condition. In fact, the statement also coming in from the SSP of Haridwar, who says that Rishabh Pant met with an accident in Mangalore in Haridwar district when his car hit a driver
divider, beg your pardon, at 5:30 a.m. this morning. He was rushed to a local hospital in Roorkee, from where he was referred later to Max Hospital in Dehradun. So as we speak, he's currently being treated at Max Hospital in Dehradun. The accident happened at the Delhi-Dehradun highway. So the latest we are coming in right now is that the first X-rays suggest that there is no fracture and that there are no burns on Pant's body despite his car catching fire. So those visuals there on your screens of that moment of car crash, the CCTV that we've accessed from that particular, that captures the exact moment when the car met with the accident, and the next visual that shows the car in flames just after the accident happened, and the visual there that shows Pant's car charred, and of course the visuals coming in right now of Pant being treated at the Max Hospital in Dehradun as we speak. Remember, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has also taken stock and has spoken to the family members of Rishabh Pant, and also said that the Uttarakhand government will bear the entire expense of Pant's treatment. We also have Suyesha joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Suyesha, if you can help us understand the latest we are learning as far as the health status of Rishabh Pant is concerned.
Oh yes, so the latest of course is that he's still receiving treatment, and we are awaiting the medical bulletin from Max Hospital in Dehradun, where the treatment is underway. Also, I'd like to add that Jai Shah has now put out a tweet, Samiksha. The tweet that reads, and I quote, "My thoughts and prayers are with Rishabh Pant as he fights his way back to recovery. I have spoken to his family and the doctors treating him. Rishabh is stable, he's undergoing scans. We are closely monitoring his progress and we provide him with all the necessary support." So you see that the situation is being watched very, very closely by the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, by the BCCI. Jai Shah also putting out a tweet to this effect where he's saying that he is stable. So that certainly comes in as a sigh of relief for all the fans who have been praying for his speedy recovery. But the very fact that he's undergoing scans, and the doctors want to be sure before they put out a medical bulletin, because earlier details did suggest that he had received injuries on his head, on his knee, on his shins, and he could have suffered some fractures as well, but no confirmation on that yet, Samiksha, because some reports are also suggesting that he may have dozed off while he was driving. He was on the wheel, let's not forget that, and the car may have collided, and the car did in fact collide into the divider. That's when he quickly got out of the car, and soon it caught fire. We of course saw the condition of that his car. It was a Mercedes-Benz that was completely charred. So you can imagine the intensity and the way the car must have collided of the injuries that have been caused to Rishabh Pant. A lot of tweets that have been coming in from other cricketers, including Sehwag and Gambhir, who are wishing him a speedy recovery, and the entire sporting fraternity really praying that he recovers at the earliest and he should be able to get back to the game. But important, because this tweet is coming from the BCCI, where Jai Shah is saying that we are providing him with all the necessary support, also saying that he's stable, he's undergoing scans, also adding that we're closely monitoring his progress. Now we obviously understand, Samiksha, that in case any injuries to a cricketer, it is obviously the responsibility of the BCCI and the cricketing body to ensure that they have all the specialists, experts, nutritionists looking after, so that their injuries can be healed at the earliest, because they obviously have to be ready for the game. So that of course is right now not something that is the priority. Right now it's only his good health and the fact that he gets back to shape at the earliest, and which is exactly what all the authorities are very closely monitoring, be it the Uttarakhand police that had also looked into details of that accident, or the Uttarakhand authorities, the Chief Minister office itself, and even the BCCI.
Yes. Suyesha, stay with us. We are also given to understand that this accident happened when Rishabh Pant dozed off, and that when his car collided with the divider. If you could give us more details on that.
See, very honestly, Samiksha, we are still waiting for the police to put out a confirmation on that. But remember, this is as per initial reports, because he was on the wheel. He was alone in the car. There was no co-passenger with him. He was driving from Uttarakhand to Delhi, and this happened somewhere close to Roorkee. Now, we understand that this journey is about 5 hours, and obviously it is a winter morning. In this entire stretch, visibility obviously takes a hit. At 5:30 in the morning, it's usually pitch dark in this season of the year in the north, in this entire belt between Uttarakhand and Delhi, and it is foggy. So any which way, it is very difficult for cars to maneuver their way through, because on highways, very often your speed limit crosses 80 kilometers per hour to 100 kilometers per hour, especially with such luxury vehicles which move on a very, very high speed. But as the police looked into the details of the accident, it was not caused because some heavy vehicle collided with that car, or somebody may have come in front, is often the reasons for any highway accident that usually occurs. Here, it was his own car that collided into the divider, that rammed straight away into the divider, and you see the intensity of that accident. You see how the car caught fire and it was completely charged. So, thankfully, Rishabh Pant is alive, because in such cases, sometimes, unfortunately, the accident can also be fatal. So he is survived, but it's really about him now recovering and awaiting from the doctors to really get a confirmation on what the extent of the injuries are and how much time he will take to recover.
Yes, so Yesha, just hold your thoughts for a moment. We have Ratan Negi also joining us live from outside the Max Hospital, where Rishabh Pant is currently being treated. Ratan, हमें थोड़ा लेटेस्ट बताइए, अभी हेल्थ सिचुएशन कैसी है, हॉस्पिटल में क्या बोल रहे हैं, कितना टाइम लगेगा, ये जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, हमें ये भी पता लग रहा है कि अभी MRA अंडरवे है ऋषभ पंत का.
देखिए, इस वक्त हम देहरादून के अस्पताल के बाहर खड़े हुए, ये तमाम तस्वीरें हम देख रहे हैं अस्पताल की, और यहाँ की अगर हम बात की जाए तो इस वक्त अस्पताल के अंदर अगर हम बात करें तो ऋषभ पंत अपनी मां के साथ मौजूद है. डॉक्टर्स इस वक्त उनके MRI, CT स्कैन, जो तमाम टेस्ट है वो इस वक्त लगातार कर रहे हैं. लगभग सुबह 5:30 बजे रुड़की के मंगलू क्षेत्र में ये बड़ा सड़क हादसा यहाँ पर हुआ था, और उसके बाद 3 घंटे सुशील नागर जो डॉक्टर्स है उन्होंने रुड़की में उनका इलाज किया. कार बुरी तरह से, जिस तरह से जलकर खाक हुई, और जलने से पहले कार का शीशा टूटा, और उस टूटी हुई शीशे की बदौलत ही ऋषभ पंत कार से बाहर निकले, ऐसा यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है. इस वक्त मैं इस अस्पताल के अंदर उनका इलाज जारी है. डॉक्टरों की टीम लगातार देखरेख में इलाज कर रही है. कुछ देर बाद मेडिकल बुलेटिन भी यहाँ पर जारी हो सकता है. इसके साथ ही जो डॉक्टर्स हैं आशीष यज्ञ, उन्होंने बयान यहाँ पर दिया है. उन्होंने कहा है कि उनकी हालत स्थिर है. चोट अगर बात की जाए तो कंधे पर यहाँ पर चोट बताई जा रही है, पीठ पर चोट बताई जा रही है, माथे पर भी यहाँ पर चोट बताई जा रही है, और पैर में फ्रैक्चर होने की संभावना है. हालांकि जो पूरी जांच है, जांच होने के बाद जो रिपोर्ट निकल कर आएगी उसके बाद ही कुछ कहा जा सकता है. लेकिन जो टीम है, जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम है, वो कह रही है कि उनकी हालत इस वक्त अभी स्थिर है. वो आराम से बात कर रहे हैं. उनकी माताजी भी उनके साथ इस वक्त अस्पताल में मौजूद है. अब से कुछ देर बाद डॉक्टर्स और मेडिकल बुलेटिन जब जारी करेंगे उसके बाद क्या कुछ वो यहाँ पर बताते हैं. इसके साथ ही अगर बात की जाए तो उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने खुद ऋषभ पंत जी की माताजी से बात की है, उनके स्वास्थ्य का हालचाल जाना है. साथ ही ये भी कहा है कि उत्तराखंड की राज्य की जो सरकार है वो उनके साथ खड़ी है, और अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो एयर एम्बुलेंस के जरिए उनको यहाँ से दिल्ली भी शिफ्ट किया जा सकता है. तो इस वक्त देहरादून के अस्पताल की बात की जाए, तमाम जो लोग हैं यहाँ पर, जो उनके प्रशंसक है, वो भी दूर से यहाँ तक जानकारी मिल रही है कि उनसे यहाँ तक मिलने के लिए पहुंचने वाले हैं, और डॉक्टर की टीम जो है वो इस वक्त अपना काम कर रही है. तो कुछ ही समय बाद मालूम चल पाएगा कि आखिरकार उनकी हालत में कितना सुधार है. फिलहाल डॉक्टर की जो बयान है उनके अनुसार उनकी जो स्थिति है अभी स्थिर है.
रतन, हमारे साथ बने रहिए. हमें आप थोड़ा सा और बता सकते हैं, जो दर्शक अभी जुड़ रहे हैं हमारे साथ, क्या हम कह सकते हैं कि ऋषभ पंत की तबीयत अभी खतरे से बाहर है?
बिल्कुल हम ये कह सकते हैं कि उनके जो स्वास्थ्य है वो खतरे से बाहर है, क्योंकि जो देखिए जिस तरह से अगर बात की जाए, सुबह 5:30 बजे बड़ा हादसा यहाँ पर हुआ, उसके बाद 3 घंटे वो खुद कार से बाहर निकले, और 3 घंटे रुड़की में जो डॉक्टर सुशील नागर है उन्होंने उनका ट्रीटमेंट किया. उन्होंने भी कहा कि जो उनकी हालत है वो स्थिर है. और यहाँ पर अगर बात की जाए देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल की अगर बात की जाए, हर रेफरल सेंटर है यहाँ के, अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ के डॉक्टरों से जो बात की है, जो आशीष जी से बात हुई, उन्होंने भी इस बात को कहा है कि उनकी हालत उनकी स्थिर है. हालांकि पैर में चोट यहाँ पर बताई जा रही है, इसके साथ ही पीठ पर चोट यहाँ पर बताई जा रही है, माथे पर थोड़ी चोट बताई जा रही है, लेकिन खतरे की कोई बात नहीं है. ये यहाँ के डॉक्टरों का अभी यहाँ पर कहना है.
जी रतन हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Suyesha also continues to be with us. Suyesha, for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can take us through the sequence of events, how it unfolded. We are given to understand that it was around early morning at around 5:21 a.m. when this accident happened, when the car collided with the divider at the highway.
Exactly. So this is how it happened. Like you mentioned, Samiksha, he was traveling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. This happened somewhere around Roorkee. He was on the highway. It happened at 5:30 in the morning. Like we were talking earlier, it's a cold winter morning. This entire stretch, pitch dark, early in the morning at this point where visibility takes a hit. It is usually very foggy. Plus, we also understand that on the highways, the cars move at a very, very fast speed, where the speed limit many a times crosses 80 to 100 kilometers per hour. Now he was obviously in his Mercedes Benz, a very sturdy vehicle. So in that sense, given the intensity of the accident, you can imagine how the collision must have been. Now this was not with any heavy vehicle, this was not with any other vehicle, this was not because somebody had crossed the road and he had to pull the brakes immediately. It was none of that. It was basically because the car collided into this divider, it rammed into that divider, and reports suggesting that he may have dozed off, he may have fallen asleep. Obviously those hours of the morning, and then we also understand, Samiksha, that he must have woken up early, he must have left at this point, he must be in a rush to get back to Delhi, and which is why he chose to drive himself at this point. There was no driver driving him, he was alone, there was no co-passenger. He drove himself from Uttarakhand to Delhi, and he was on his way when this accident happened. Now to his good luck, to his good fortune, good sense prevailed. He immediately got out of the car the moment the car collided, and soon after we saw what happened to the car itself. It completely got charred, it got fire, and it has now been reduced to what you see. But he was then rushed to the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he's undergoing treatment. Now, like Ratan is also telling us that no details yet of whether he will be moved to Delhi. That can be done if the doctors indicate so. So he can be airlifted and moved to Delhi.
हाईवे पर जो है ऋषभ पंत जी दिल्ली से आ रहे थे अपने घर की ओर, तो वहां डिवाइडर से गाड़ी लड़ने के कारण जो पलटी थी, इसके बाद उसमें आग लग गई थी. वहीं पर हरियाणा रोडवेज की एक बस भी जा रही थी, उनके ड्राइवर थे सुशील कुमार, इनके द्वारा तत्काल कंडक्टर के साथ उसमें मदद की गई और 112 को फोन किया गया. चूंकि नारसन चेक पोस्ट पर हमारी पुलिस वहां रहती, वहां 10 मिनट के अंदर ही पुलिस पहुंचने के बाद उनको एम्बुलेंस के माध्यम से जो है नियर बाई हॉस्पिटल में लाया गया प्राथमिक उपचार के लिए, जहां पर डॉक्टर ने बताया कि वो खतरे से बाहर है, उनको कोई ग्रीवियस इंजरी नहीं है, लेकिन उनको हायर सेंटर के लिए रेफर करने के लिए बताया गया, जिसमें लाइफ सेविंग हमारी जो एम्बुलेंस होती है उसको अरेंज करने के बाद उनको हायर सेंटर दून मैक्स हॉस्पिटल भेज दिया गया, जहां पर वो सकुशल पहुंच भी चुके हैं. साथ ही साथ उनकी मदर को भी सूचना मिलने के बाद पुलिस द्वारा जो है उनको घर भेज के गाड़ी उनको लाया गया और उनके साथ वो उनको रवाना हुई. प्राथमिक जो जानकारी मिली है उसमें यह पता चला है कि झपकी लगने के कारण जो मॉर्निंग में रहता है, इस कारण से जो है गाड़ी अनियंत्रित होकर लड़ गई थी. बाकी अन्य पहलुओं के लिए भी हम इसमें हमारी टीम जो है सीसीटीवी फुटेज अन्य चीजों की जांच कर रही है. बाकी अभी तक की जो जानकारी है उसमें वो सकुशल है, कोई लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग इंजरीज नहीं है.
Police official. In fact, on that note, let's listen in to that conversation that Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had with the family of Rishabh Pant just early this morning.
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी जो भी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा. तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं. हाँ ठीक है माता जी, ठीक है, ठीक है. लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी जो भी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा. तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं. हाँ ठीक है माता जी, ठीक है, ठीक है.
All right, Ratan Negi, of course, continues to be with us, and so is Suyesha. Ratan Negi reporting live from outside the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where Rishabh Pant is currently undergoing treatment. Ratan, अगर आप हमें थोड़ा बता सकते हैं, कब तक पता लग सकता है अगर ऋषभ पंत को रेफर करा जाएगा दिल्ली हॉस्पिटल के लिए?
देखिए, जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम है मैक्स अस्पताल की, वो लगातार इस बात को कह रही है कि जो MRI है वो इस वक्त यहाँ पर चल रहा है। उनकी माता जी उनके साथ मौजूद है। इसके साथ ही बात की जाए उनके एक दो और जो परिचित है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम है वो एक एक चीज को बारीकी से यहाँ पर देखिए, क्योंकि क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत क्रिकेटर है और विकेट कीपिंग भी करते हैं। तो हालांकि 5:30 बजे जब सुबह ये हादसा हुआ तो खुद वो कार से निकल करके ही खुद ही बाहर निकले। और गाड़ी की कंडीशन क्या रही, गाड़ी किससे जलकर खाक हुई, ये तस्वीरें बयां कर रही है कि कितना बड़ा ये सड़क हादसा था। तो ऐसे में ऋषभ पंत क्रिकेटर है, विकेट कीपिंग भी करते हैं, तो डॉक्टर्स कहीं पर कोई भी चूक नहीं करना चाहते, इसलिए बारीकी से उनके जो टेस्ट है सब टेस्ट यहाँ पर किए जा रहे हैं। और जो मेडिकल जो रिपोर्ट बुलेटिन निकलेगा उसमें एक एक चीज बारीकी से निकली जाएगी। वो देखेंगे कि अगर ये जो चीजें हैं, अगर प्लास्टिक सर्जरी की अगर जरूरत पड़ती है, मान लिया जाए अगर डॉक्टर्स ये एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, तो क्या वो यहाँ संभव है या फिर दिल्ली रेफर किया जा सकता है। ये तमाम चीजें हैं, तो इस पर डॉक्टर समय ले रहा है और पूरी गंभीरता से पूरी केस को अच्छे तरीके से जो बात की जाए उसको स्टडी कर रहा है। तो स्टडी करने के बाद ही कुछ चीज हम बता पाएंगे अपने दर्शकों को। लेकिन इस वक्त जो है, जो देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल की जो डॉक्टर्स जो पैनल्स हैं, ये जो टीम है वो
जी रतन नेगी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। वी हैव डॉक्टर सुशील नागर, चेयरपर्सन ऑफ सक्षम हॉस्पिटल, जॉइनिंग अस. वी गिवन टू अंडरस्टैंड ऋषभ पंत was the first, in fact first reached here for this treatment. Sir, thank you हमसे बात करने के लिए. If you can tell us how exactly was the health condition status of Rishabh Pant when he was first admitted to this hospital? Dr. Sushil Nagarji, if you can hear us, if you can tell us about Rishabh Pant when he was first admitted to this hospital where you work, how exactly was the situation just that very time when Rishabh Pant was brought to the hospital?
Hello.
जी, अगर आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है, सुशील नागर जी, अगर आप हमें थोड़ा बता सकते हैं ऋषभ पंत की तबीयत कैसी है, जब उनको लाया गया था तो उनकी सिचुएशन कैसी थी, किस हालत में वो लाए गए थे सुबह जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ था 5:30 बजे के करीब?
गुड आफ्टरनून. हेलो.
जी जी, हमें सुनाई दे रहा है, प्लीज बताइए.
आपको आवाज आ रही है मेरी? हेलो हेलो.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll try connecting with Dr. Sushil Nagar, chairperson of the Saksham Hospital again. We are given to understand that Rishabh Pant was first taken to this hospital in Roorkee, following which he was then taken to the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he's currently undergoing the MRI. In fact, we are also given to understand that later he could be referred to the Delhi hospital. So constantly getting those updates, and while we try to connect with Dr. Sushil Nagar again, Suyesha, of course, continues to be with us. Suyesha, for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can take us to the latest that you're picking up in terms of the health status of Rishabh Pant.
Yes, absolutely. So, like we are hearing from our colleague Ratan Negi also, and our colleagues sending us all the inputs, the BCCI is saying that his condition is fairly stable, but he's undergoing scans right now. We just broke the details of how the MRI is underway. So, primarily, obviously, Samiksha, we understand that every possible care and caution will be taken while the medical bulletin of Rishabh Pant is put out. He's a part of the Indian cricket team. And most importantly, there are the best of doctors, the best of orthopedics who are watching his condition very, very closely and consulting among each other to really put out details of how he is now. That will be in some time, but Max Hospital in Dehradun is where he is. No indication yet of whether he will be moved to Delhi anytime soon. If need be, that can be done on an immediate basis where he can be airlifted. But for now, we are being told that his condition is stable. The BCCI is watching very closely. We did tell you a while ago that he had received injuries on his head, on the knees and on the shin, and there could be a fracture, but that is of course a confirmation that is not coming from his doctors in particular. So we are awaiting that. Fans across the country praying that he recovers at the earliest. And it was a very, very narrow escape, Samiksha, because we see how his Mercedes just burnt, just completely charred. So he just had a narrow escape. He got out of the car on time, but he obviously did suffer injuries given the fact that the intensity with which the collision was. And I also have my colleague Yash joining us in the newsroom, who's picking up more details on
So a lot of cricketers have responded to the news for the accident. It has included Rashid Khan, Ricky Ponting, who is the coach of Delhi Capitals, and he has said he hopes that he mends and gets back on his feet soon. Irfan Pathan, Ravichandran Ashwin, Gautam Gambhir, everyone has commented on the horrific accident that is taking place on Delhi-Dehradun highway, and everyone is hoping that Rishabh Pant recovers quickly from this accident, because as seen from the visuals, it looks like a very, very serious accident, and he's an important cricketer for our team, an important member of our team heading into the Cricket World Cup, which takes place next year. And everyone is hoping that the star cricketer gets back on his feet soon. And Virender Sehwag, Anil Kumble, everyone has commented on it, and they are saying that wishing him a speedy recovery for that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And those are the very tweets coming in from all the cricketers who are wishing him early recovery. Let's also understand that he was... in fact, he was recently dropped from the T20I team announced for the series against Sri Lanka and was supposed to join the National Cricket Academy for strength and conditioning program ahead of February's Border Gavaskar Trophy against Australia. So that is something that Rishabh Pant was preparing for. And just earlier, Pant had celebrated Christmas in Dubai with MS Dhoni and his family. He had also shared pictures of the same on social media where he was in the same frame with Dhoni and his wife Sakshi. So all was going well, really, Yash. But until Rishabh Pant decided to leave early in the morning, in the wee hours of the morning, from Uttarakhand to Delhi, and he was all alone. There was no driver who was with him in the car or drove him. There was no co-passenger. So obviously he took the decision of driving and coming to Delhi early in the morning. He may have had some work, but the very fact that it is a cold winter morning, visibility takes a hit. It is pitch dark during this time, 5:30 in the morning, and then again we are getting details of how the car collided, rammed into that that divider, which caused the accident. Like Yash is also telling us, a lot of these tweets coming in from his colleagues Sehwag, Gambhir, Irfan Pathan, who are wishing him speedy recovery.
So it hasn't been a great time for Rishabh Pant in the cricketing sense, also in his personal life also. So we have seen he is being dropped from the ODI and the T20 squad also, and he was heading back. It has been said that he's heading back home to meet his relatives, and he'll head back to NCA for the training to get his. So the Border Gavaskar Trophy is going to take place soon, and they need him for the wicket keeping duties, where he's one of the most important members in our test squad, one of the biggest performers in the test team in the last 1 year. So we need him as a main batsman and a wicketkeeper for them. He was going for strength training in his knees. So after the accident, it could be a little harmful for the Indian team heading into the series against Australia, which is extremely important, as it is a world test championship is in focus right now. India needs to win most of the matches against Australia, which is going to be a huge series for us. And right now he suffered a very serious accident. It is a problem for the Indian cricket team also.
And we are trying to get in touch with more of his colleagues, Yash, on the phone line. I believe we have with us on the phone, if Samiksha can throw more light on that, to speak on Rishabh Pant's health. Samiksha, over to you.
All right, we have A.N. Sharma, Sehwag's coach, joining us. So thank you for taking out time and speaking to us. Of course, while Rishabh Pant is recuperating, if I can get your first thoughts, or as we all pray for Rishabh Pant to just get back very soon.
It's very unfortunate, and we wish that he recovers soon and come back and see him in the ground again. It's really sad that this accident has happened, and when the series are coming up against Australia. So really, I think if he recovers soon, that will be better. Otherwise, he'll be missing all the series.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So, A.N. Sharma, cricket coach, speaking to Republic on Rishabh Pant's health. This, of course, as Rishabh Pant is there getting treated at the hospital in Dehradun. We're also given to understand that he could be referred to Delhi hospital. Slipping into a very short break for now, but news breaks to continue on the other side. It's a befitting tribute to Heeraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताते तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ.
All right, viewers, we're live and breaking, and the top story right now is what happened, Rishabh Pant's accident which has happened, and we have a new visual which has come out as well. As you can see that Pant's car met with an accident, and we have those exact visuals for you which will play out on your screens. Now, Pant is critically injured in the accident. He's being treated as this point of time. The entire nation and many tweets are coming in wishing him a speedy recovery so he recovers quickly from this accident. He has sustained serious injuries, viewers. Luckily, he got out of the accident. He survived it, but he's injured. He's injured, and of course, everyone wishing that he gets well soon. There's a new visual on your screen right now. Rishabh Pant just after the accident. That is on your screen. Just after the accident, viewers. These are exclusive images that only Republic TV has accessed, where the star keeper Rishabh Pant is seen suffering from injuries. You can see that he is grievously injured, and he is even bleeding in that video that we are playing for you on the screens. This is in fact just seconds after the crash, just moments after the crash. You can see the visuals on the screen of Rishabh Pant. You can see that some people are helping him as well. There's some people who are helping him walk. There's some people who are attending to him just after the accident. So these are the visuals coming in on your screen, viewers, of Rishabh Pant. Now remember that also we are getting many reactions coming in wishing him a speedy recovery. Pushkar Singh Dhami has also said that he's monitoring the situation very closely, he's making sure that he gets the right treatment. At this point of time, remember that this is a major accident which had transpired while he was returning from Delhi to Uttarakhand. His car collided, and the car even caught fire, viewers. The car even caught fire. The car, which is a luxury car, it is completely charred, right now the visuals coming in of Rishabh Pant just after that accident, and he's being helped right now. It seems as if some local people attended to him first just after the accident. You can see that there's some people surrounding him. 1 or 2 people are there helping him. They are also making sure that he is doing fine. We can see that he is speaking to somebody as well. He's speaking to somebody as well. Even though he is injured, he's trying to speak. He's trying to find out what really happened. He is in his senses after that injury. Of course, right now he is being treated right now. He has got injured grievously. We also know that Rishabh Pant was, from what we know so far, he was alone in the car at the time of the accident. And according to the Uttarakhand police, he broke the windscreen to get out of that burning car. So what we know is that he was alone, number one. Number two, after the accident, he helped himself. That is right, viewers. Rishabh Pant had to help himself get out of that burning car. He had to help himself. There was nobody there at that point of time. He had to help himself. And let's go across to Swesha. And also we have been joined by Yash as well. Now we are seeing the visuals on our screen, Swesha and Yash. We can see that at this point of time, how Rishabh Pant, after the accident, he's doing fine, but we can see that he's seriously injured.
And that is very, very evident from what the final state that the car landed in. The car was completely charred after it caught fire. So you can only imagine, Shivangi, the intensity with which that Mercedes must have collided into the divider. And this is a sturdy vehicle that we are talking about. It is a luxury vehicle. These vehicles are designed for the very fact that they can take that impact. But how strong must the impact have been that you see that the car immediately caught fire. It was, of course, charred to ashes, but the condition that Rishabh Pant is and how he must have gotten out of the vehicle, then again, good fortune that Rishabh Pant managed to survive this accident, because Shivangi, in some cases, such an accident can prove fatal, but he has survived, and that certainly is some sense of relief for the fans, for the cricketing fraternity. But it is about the injuries he now suffers from. A lot of his colleagues who have been putting down tweets wishing him speedy recovery. Yash also here is picking up details of what now is what has been stalled for Rishabh Pant given his accident, because remember, the BCCI is monitoring every development very, very closely. The BCCI also saying that he is in a stable condition. He is undergoing scans right now. We told you a short while ago when the MRI was underway, and also how he can be airlifted to Delhi in case of any emergency. But Yash, to understand, he celebrated Christmas. He was in Dubai with Dhoni and his family. All was well. He decided to leave early in the morning to come to Delhi, to drive alone from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was on the wheel, and then, of course, this dreaded accident that just happened. But what was next for Rishabh Pant otherwise, and what is the BCCI saying?
So, Jay Shah, BCCI secretary, has tweeted that his thoughts and prayers are with Rishabh Pant as he fights his way to recovery. And he has spoken with his family and the doctors too, and the BCCI is providing all the necessary help that is needed and making arrangement for his treatment and all. BCCI needs Rishabh Pant to get well very soon, as we discussed earlier, that the World Test Championship final is on stake in some months only, and Rishabh Pant is a key player for Indian cricket team heading into the World Cup and into the World Test Championship final. And the details from which we have seen that Rishabh Pant drove into a driver at NH 58 in Mangalore while travelling alone in his Mercedes, and he had to get out from his car by breaking the glass window. Otherwise, the car met with fire and it was charred, and it was a very, very fortuitous moment for him, escape for him, timely escape for him. Otherwise, things could have gone wrong, and it was really brave on Rishabh Pant's part also that he managed to escape the car at the right given moment.
Absolutely. And let's also understand, Shivangi, that initial details of him having suffered injuries on his head, on his knee, on the shin. So that is something that we are picking up from our sources, but really waiting for the health bulletin to what the doctors have to say. How long will he now take to recover? And if he has suffered any fracture, the doctors are still conducting all the scans to get a thorough know-how of the extent of the injuries. And this is the BCCI also sending out its best team of doctors who are looking at his condition very, very closely. But for now, we of course understand, Shivangi, these are initial reports that he may have dozed off while driving. And it is really on his end that the accident happened, that the car collided into the dividers when he realized what had happened. And he immediately broke the glass of the car and he got out of it. He has sustained injuries. We see how his head started bleeding, and then he was rushed to the Max Hospital in Dehradun. This is exactly what the police has also informed us. They are looking into every detail of how this accident may have happened. But for now, his health is the first and foremost concern. His recovery is what is utmost priority, and that is exactly what the BCCI and the Chief Minister Office in Uttarakhand focusing on, where they are keeping track of every detail coming in from the hospital on Rishabh Pant's health, on the injuries he may have suffered, and how long it will take. Meanwhile, a lot of cricketers who are putting out tweets also wishing him a speedy recovery.
A lot of cricketers, especially the Indian cricketers present with the team like R. Ashwin, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav, everyone has put out the tweets. They are wishing him speedy recovery. It's just not the Indian cricketers. There has been a lot of international cricketers, superstars, legends of the game like Ricky Ponting, Nicholas Pooran, Rashid Khan, who have tweeted out things for him and wishing him a speedy recovery. He's a superstar of Indian cricket, and he's a well-known personality in the sphere. And his recovery is really important for the cricket community in the world, not just Indian sport. And it is a shocking news for everyone related to the cricket community as well as India.
In fact, this was the tweet put out by Jaisha, where he wrote that my thoughts and prayers are with Rishabh Pant as he fights his way back to recovery. I've spoken to his family and the doctors treating him. Rishabh is stable, undergoing scans. We are closely monitoring his progress and will provide him with all the necessary support. So you see, obviously, in this situation, Shivangi, when it comes to any Indian cricketer, the BCCI going all hands out when it comes to the kind of help that is needed for that cricketer, especially especially when it is any health concern. And Jaisha also informing that they are monitoring the situation very closely. Earlier this morning, we also saw how Pushkar Singh Dhami had put out a statement saying that the authorities are keeping track of what the doctors are saying. Pushkar Singh Dhami, Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, had also spoke with Rishabh Pant's family. So did BCCI Chief Jaisha. And also the very fact that Rishabh Pant's mother is with him at the Max Hospital in Dehradun. So the family is certainly close. They know, they have been informed, and they are also interacting with the doctors on how he is feeling now, on how he is recovering and what is the extent of injuries, whether or not, if there is any sort of a surgery, minor surgery or whatever that is required. So this is of course what all the BCCI, the Chief Minister's office and the family keeping track of, but awaiting the official health bulletin that should be out soon by Max Hospital in Dehradun. And like our colleagues are also saying, that in case of an emergency, if needed, he can always be airlifted to Delhi on an immediate basis. But the cricketing fraternity worried, and social media is buzzing with best wishes and a speedy recovery for Rishabh Pant.
As we have seen, Rishabh Pant's accident has actually shocked the cricketing world, and there have been a lot of reactions from the cricketing world, cricketing fraternity, not just in India, from everywhere.
Right, Yash.
There has been Ricky Ponting, who has said his
Yash,
coach
hold on
at
for a second. I'll come back
Delhi
to you.
Capitals,
I'll come back to you. I will join with Ratan Negi. I'll come back to you for reactions. I know reactions are coming, but I just want to go across to Ratan Negi, who is a correspondent, and he's at the spot right now. He can give us an update about what's happening. Ratan ji, वहाँ पर हैं, क्या हो रहा है? अभी कोई अपडेट आया उनके हेल्थ पे, ऋषभ पंत की हेल्थ पे?
देखिए, एमआरआई हो चुका है, डॉक्टर की टीम जांच लगातार कर रही है और जानकारी अब तक ये मिल रही है कि जो ऋषभ पंत है उनको आईसीयू में शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है। और पूरे केस को अगर बात की जाए तो जो बीसीसीआई है वो लगातार इस पूरे मामले को अब देख रही है, खुद नजर यहाँ पर बनाई हुई है। हालांकि बीसीसीआई की जो हेड्स है उन्होंने इस बात को कहा है कि उनकी हालत स्थिर है, उन पर कोई फ्रैक्चर नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन इस वक्त अगर मैक्स अस्पताल की बात की जहां पर हम मौके पर मौजूद है, उन्हें इस वक्त आईसीयू में शिफ्ट किया गया। इस तरह की जानकारी यहाँ पर अब मिल रही है और बीसीसीआई खुद इस पूरे मामले को देख रही है। इससे पहले की बात की जाए तो लगातार उनके जो तमाम जो टेस्ट होते हैं प्रारंभिक वो यहाँ पर किए गए। इससे जब रुड़की से उन्हें लाया गया तो सुशील नारक जो 3 घंटे उनके बाद उसका जो फौरी जो ट्रीटमेंट था वो वहां पर दिया गया। लेकिन देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल में इस वक्त हम मौजूद है, ऋषभ पंत भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है और जानकारी यही सूत्रों से मिल रही है कि ऋषभ पंत को इस वक्त आईसीयू में शिफ्ट किया जा चुका है।
रतन नेगी जी, अभी हमने एक विजुअल प्ले किया है, वी प्ले दैट विजुअल अगेन, जहां पे दिख रहा है ऋषभ पंत निकले हैं गाड़ी से एंड उनके फेस में बहुत इंजरीज है, ही इज ब्लीडिंग ऑल्सो। डू वी नो कि उनके साथ 2 लोग खड़े हुए थे, कौन थे वो 2 लोग जो उनके साथ थे? क्या लोकल्स उनको हेल्प कर रहे थे?
देखिए, सुबह यह हादसा 5:30 बजे लगभग रुड़की के मंगलोर क्षेत्र के बीच में हुआ था। वो गाड़ी में अकेले थे, खुद स्वयं गाड़ी चलाकर ला रहे थे, कोहरा था, घना था। जो जानकारी पुलिस की तरफ से बयान मिला कि उन्हें नींद की झपकी यहाँ पर हल्की से लग गई थी, उसके बाद इस हादसा हुआ। गाड़ी काफी जल गई थी और जलती हुई गाड़ी से ही गाड़ी का शीशा टूटा और वो खुद बाहर निकले। उसके बाद जो लोकल लोग थे वो उन्होंने उनकी वहां पर मदद करी। उस वक्त किसी को मालूम नहीं था कि इस गाड़ी के अंदर ऋषभ पंत यहाँ पर मौजूद थे। लोकल जो लोग थे वो वहां उन्होंने उनकी हेल्प करी और उसके बाद डॉक्टर जो सुशील नारक है वो वहां तक पहुंचे और 3 घंटे लगातार उनका फौरी इलाज वहां पर किया गया। फिर देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल यहां पर उन्हें शिफ्ट किया गया। उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने तमाम इसके दिशा निर्देश स्वास्थ्य महकमे को दिए, उचित इलाज के दिशा निर्देश दिए। उनकी माताजी से भी यहां पर बात करी और लगातार मुख्यमंत्री खुद पूरी फीडबैक कोलकाता में वो इस वक्त मौजूद है, वहां से ले रहे हैं। तो इस वक्त की जो बात है, जानकारी है कि जो सर पर उनकी चोट लगी थी उसके लिए यहाँ पर एमआरआई यहाँ पर कराया गया, ये देखने के लिए कि स्थिति क्या है, क्या क्रिटिकल स्थिति है या फिर मामला जो चोट हल्की से लगी थी उससे कोई नुकसान तो नहीं है। तो जो तमाम प्रारंभिक जांचें हैं वो अभी अस्पताल के अंदर चल रही है। जानकारी यही मिली है, जो ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड सूत्र बताते हैं कि वो आईसीयू में उनको शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है और इसके बाद की जो जानकारी है अस्पताल प्रशासन मेडिकल बुलेटिन जारी करता भी है या नहीं और क्या कुछ आगे बात निकल कर आती है कुछ समय बाद मालूम चल पाएगा। लेकिन फिलहाल इस वक्त जो डॉक्टर की जो टीम है उनका पहला फोकस उनकी एक बारीकी से जो तमाम जांचें हैं और जो मेडिकल्स की जो तमाम जो सर्च कर रहे हैं, जो रिपोर्ट्स बना रहे हैं, उस पर उनका पूरा फोकस है।
हाँ जी, रतन नेगी जी, एक और बात बोलिए, जो इंजरीज है, अभी डॉक्टर से आपने बात की है, कोई आई विटनेस से आप बात की है, जो क्या बोल रहे हैं कि इंजरीज कितनी है, कहाँ चोट लगी उनको, ऋषभ पंत जी को?
देखिए, जो जानकारी मिल रही है उनके पैर में यहाँ पर चोट है, बताया जा रहा है कि उनका जो मांस है वो वहां पर फटा हुआ है, बताया जा रहा है उनके पीठ में भी इस वक्त चोट बताई जा रही है और सर पर भी हल्की चोट है, उसी के लिए ही वो एमआरआई किया गया। ये प्रारंभिक तौर से जो बात निकल कर आ रही है वो यही है और बाकी डॉक्टर्स का इंतजार किया जा रहा है। डॉक्टर से जब हमारी यहाँ पर बात हुई तो उन्होंने साफ तौर पर इस बात को कहा है कि जो ऋषभ पंत है उनकी स्थिति काफी स्थिर है, घबराने की कोई बात नहीं है। इस तरह के बयान लगा कि डॉक्टर्स मैक्स के जो अर्षद जी है उन्होंने यहाँ पर दिया है और इसके बाद अगर डॉक्टर्स फिर दोबारा मुलाकात करते हैं, मीडिया से रूबरू होते हैं तो उनसे जानकारी लेने की कोशिश होगी कि इस वक्त ऋषभ पंत जी की क्या स्थिति है। लेकिन अब तक के बयान के अनुसार, जो डॉक्टर ने बयान दिया उनके अनुसार जो ऋषभ पंत है उनकी स्थिति काफी स्थिर है, पैर में उनको चोट है, उनका बांस वहां पर फटा हुआ, इस बात की यहाँ पर जानकारी है, पीठ में यहाँ पर चोट है और सर पर यहाँ पर चोट है। ये 3 चोटों का जिक्र यहाँ पर लगातार किया जा रहा है।
देर में एक मेडिकल बुलेटिन भी रिलीज किया जाएगा मैक्स हॉस्पिटल के द्वारा और कब तक वो हमें बता पाएंगे कि क्या है इंजरीज का एक्सटेंट, क्या उन्हें दिल्ली शिफ्ट किया जाएगा किसी पॉइंट पे या नहीं?
देखिए, तमाम जो बातें हैं वो निकल कर बाहर आ रही है। हो सकता है कि उन्हें यहाँ से दिल्ली शिफ्ट किया जा सकता हो और तमाम जो यहाँ की जो डॉक्टर्स के पैनल की जो टीम है जो वो रिपोर्ट तैयार करेगी, तैयार करने के बाद जो बात निकल कर आएगी, बीसीसीआई लगातार संपर्क पे है, उनके साथ यहाँ पर संपर्क लगातार कोऑर्डिनेट किया जा रहा है। उसके बाद क्या कुछ स्थिति बनती है, क्या कुछ ऋषभ चाहते हैं कि वो चाहते हैं कि उनका ट्रीटमेंट यहाँ पर हो जाए, क्योंकि बात ये भी निकल कर आ रही है कि उनकी प्लास्टिक सर्जरी भी यहाँ पर हो सकती है। तो तमाम चीजें लगातार निकल कर आ रही है। यहाँ के डॉक्टर्स क्या डिसाइड करते हैं, फिर ऋषभ खुद क्या डिसाइड करते हैं, बीसीसीआई क्या डिसाइड करते हैं, इन चीजों पर स्थिति निर्भर है। लेकिन हो सकता है कि उनको यहां से दिल्ली या मुंबई किसी बड़े अस्पताल में शिफ्ट किया जा सकता है।
जी बिल्कुल, और ये भी कहा था कि उनकी माताजी उनके साथ ही हैं हॉस्पिटल में। साथ ही में डॉक्टर सुशील नागर, जिन्होंने सबसे पहले इमरजेंसी में देखा था ऋषभ पंत को, उन्होंने हमारी टीम को इन्फॉर्म किया कि कुछ इंजरीज उनको आई हैं माथे पर, लेफ्ट आई के ऊपर कुछ इंजरीज आई हैं, बैक पे थोड़े अब्रेजन्स हैं, राइट एंकल में इंजरी है, पर एक्सरे के द्वारा सजेस्ट किया गया है कि किसी भी तरह का फ्रैक्चर या बर्न्स नहीं है। तो उस सेंस में जब आप डॉक्टर्स से ग्राउंड पर बात कर रहे हैं, कितना टाइम वो देख रहे हैं उनकी रिकवरी के लिए?
अच्छा, देखिए डॉक्टर्स अब तक जो जानकारी हमारे पास है, अंदर डॉक्टर्स जांच कर चुके हैं, उनके एमआरआई हो चुके हैं, तमाम जो टेस्ट है वो यहाँ पर हो चुके हैं, उसकी रिपोर्ट यहाँ पर बनाई जा रही है। फिलहाल उनको इस वक्त आईसीयू में यहाँ पर शिफ्ट किया जा चुका है और फौरी तौर पर जो डॉक्टर्स की जो टीम है, लगभग जो पैनल पर तैयार किया गया है, वो अपनी रिपोर्ट यहाँ पर तैयार कर रहे हैं और कुछ ही समय बाद वो पूरी बात हमारे आगे रख सकते हैं कि ऋषभ की सिचुएशन इस वक्त क्या है। स्थिर है, पैर में निश्चित तौर से उनकी चोट लगी है, जानकारी यही है कि मांस फटा हुआ है, सर में चोट है, लेकिन एमआरआई हो चुका है, एमआरआई की रिपोर्ट निकल कर आएगी कि स्थिति क्या है। इसके साथ ही पीठ में चोट है, वो उसका भी यहाँ पे चेकअप हो चुका है, उसकी क्या कंडीशन है। तो तमाम चीजें डॉक्टर्स कुछ समय बाद आएंगे तो पूरी तस्वीर साफ हो पाएगी।
जी रतन नेगी जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ, क्योंकि अभी मीडिया के लिए भी एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया गया है बीसीसीआई की तरफ से। एंड शिवांगी, लेट्स क्विकली ब्रेक दैट फॉर आवर व्यूअर्स, बिकॉज द बीसीसीआई इज सेइंग दैट दे विल सी टू इट that Rishabh receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support that he needs to come out of this traumatic phase. This is the statement that has been released for the media by the BCCI a short while ago. Jai Shah Shivangi had also put out a tweet where he had said that they are monitoring the situation very, very closely, and they had spoken with Rishabh Pant's family. So they are looking at all that is underway in the Max Hospital. But the BCCI time and again reiterating that they will provide the best possible medical help that Rishabh Pant needs for his recovery, and that he needs to come out of this traumatic phase, because we understand, Shivangi, it's not been easy. It is not easy for anyone to just break out of an incident that can have such a severe impact. So
right,
we are and we will try and put
saying,
out that entire statement.
Right, Suesha. So the statement is out. In fact, if we look at the statement, it clearly says the kind of injuries that Rishabh Pant has received. So let's go to Suesha. Suesha, just have a look at the statement. In fact, Samiksha is joining us in the Mumbai newsroom. Samiksha, the statement also shows and tells what injuries were received by Rishabh Pant. Just take us through that.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. So quickly reading out the statement that has been put out by the BCCI, where it has stated that it is in touch with the family of Rishabh Pant. The statement here says that Indian wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant met with a car accident early this morning near Roorkee, Uttarakhand. He was admitted to Saksham Hospital Multi-Speciality and Trauma Centre, where he was treated for impact injuries, following which the statement also mentions about the injuries that Rishabh Pant has sustained. The statement here says that Rishabh has 2 cuts on his forehead, a ligament here in his right knee, and has also a cut in his right wrist. Not just that, he has injuries on his ankle toe and has suffered abrasion injuries on his back as well. The visuals of which we've been putting on our screens. The statement also mentions that Rishabh's condition remains stable and he has now been shifted to Max Hospital, Dehradun, where he will undergo MRI scans to ascertain the extent of the injuries and formulates his further course of treatment. Now remember, the MI is already underway. As we are aware, the BCI is in constant touch with Rishabh's family, while the medical team is in close contact with the doctors currently treating Rishabh Pant. The board will see to it that Rishabh receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support he needs to come out of this traumatic phase by Jai Shah, Secretary of the BCCI. Shivangi.
Absolutely. So the BCCI statement is out right now. And Suesha, you know, we were talking about the injuries as well. You were trying to tell our viewers what exactly injuries that he must have received. So the statement says 2 cuts on his forehead, a ligament tear in his right knee, and also hurt his right wrist, ankle toe, suffered abrasion injury on his back. And like you were telling us, Suesha, that it doesn't look like he has any kind of burn injury. So by that statement, Suesha, it seems as if there were no burn injuries. There are no burn injuries. He basically has got cuts and tears.
Oh, yes, exactly. And that was also what was said by the doctor who had first inspected him in the emergency, Shivangi, that he has not received any fractures or burn injuries. There are no fractures or burn injuries was their immediate concern, especially in an accident that has had this kind of a severe impact. So this is certainly something that has been confirmed by the doctor, and even in the statement by the BCCI, where they say 2 cuts on the forehead, ligament tear in the right knee, he's hurt his right wrist, ankle, toe, and suffered abrasion injuries on the back. So now that is very clear to the kind of injuries he had suffered. And Shivangi, again, fans across social media who are putting out their wishes and hoping and praying for his speedy recovery, really saying one thing, that it has been a very narrow escape for Rishabh Pant. Such accidents sometimes can prove fatal, and he just managed to come out of the car at the right time. Are the pictures also suggesting the same, that the car eventually caught fire and it was completely charred. So he broke the glass of that Mercedes that he was driving, and he got out of that car. He obviously suffered injuries where his forehead was bleeding, but he just about managed to come out of it. And then there were people who were helping him. He was immediately taken to the emergency, where the doctor had also informed of the same, that he had inspected that. But then, as per procedure, all the scans that are being carried out, the MRI that is underway, so they are checking everything in detail to be sure of what the doctors are detecting in terms of Rishabh Pant's health. But certainly the fact that there are no fractures, there are no burn injuries, and now it is really for the doctors to say how long it will take for him to recover. And once he gets a little more stable, which of course they are saying that he is stable now itself, but once he settles in a little more, after consulting with him and his family, if he's comfortable, he may just be moved to Delhi or Bombay to a bigger hospital.
Right, Swesha, and I think we also have Ratan Negi with us. Ratan Negi is right there outside the hospital. Ratan ji, आप वहाँ पर हैं? एक बार हमको अपडेट दे दीजिए, क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बीसीसीआई ने भी स्टेटमेंट डाला है. वहाँ के कोई ऑफिशियल्स है बीसीसीआई के? बीसीसीआई बोल रहे हैं कि वो कांस्टेंट टच है विद ऋषभ पंत फैमिली. इज समबडी देयर फ्रॉम द बीसीसीआई एट द स्पॉट?
देखिए, इस वक्त मैक्स अस्पताल के अंदर ऋषभ पंत जी के साथ उनके माताजी हैं, उनके परिवार के कुछ परिचित हैं, लेकिन मैक्स अस्पताल के जो प्रशासन की टीम है उनकी बात लगाकर बीसीसीआई की टीम के साथ हो रही है. बीसीसीआई ने साफ तौर पर अब अस्पताल प्रशासन कुछ भी जानकारी देने के लिए मना कर दिया है. जानकारी ये बताई जा रही है कि इस वक्त जो ऋषभ पंत है वो आईसीयू में इस वक्त यहाँ पर शिफ्ट है. उनका एमआरआई जो है वो हो चुका है, क्योंकि जो फुटेज जो तस्वीरें हमने अपने दर्शकों को दिखाई है, जब ऋषभ पंत गाड़ी से शीशा तोड़ करके बाहर निकले थे तो उनके सर पर चोट थी. उसी चोट की पुष्टि के लिए कि वो चोट कितनी गंभीर है, कैसे, उसके लिए एमआरआई यहाँ पर हो चुका है. पैर में जो जानकारी है उनका, यहाँ पर पैर का मांस फटा हुआ है, इस प्रकार की जानकारी निकली है. कंधे में पीछे की अगर बात की जाए, बैक साइड पीठ पे वहां पर चोट है. तो तमाम जो चीजें हैं, इनके जो टेस्ट है वो हो चुके हैं, एमआरआई यहाँ पर हो चुका है. इस वक्त वो आईसीयू में शिफ्ट है. और अब कुछ अगर बयान निकल कर आता है, वो बयान बीसीसीआई देती है या अस्पताल का प्रशासन देता है, मेडिकल बुलेटिन जारी होता भी है या नहीं होता, ये आने वाले कुछ समय में कुछ घंटों बाद ये तस्वीर साफ हो पाएगी. इसके साथ ही अगर यहाँ पर ऋषभ चाहेंगे या बीसीसीआई चाहेगी तो उनका इलाज यहीं पर होगा, नहीं तो दिल्ली या मुंबई की किसी बड़े अस्पताल में भी उनका इलाज हो सकता है, उन्हें यहाँ से शिफ्ट किया जा सकता है. लेकिन घबराने की कोई बात नहीं है, ऐसा डॉक्टर्स लगातार कह रहे हैं. और उनकी स्थिति काफी स्थिर है. इस बात को लगातार जो मैक्स के डॉक्टर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर कहते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं.
Right, Ratan ji, keep tracking the story for us from ground. And Swesha also stay with us. Yash also stay with us. I just want the viewers to hear this sound bite of Dr. Ashish Yagnik from the Max Hospital.
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है. अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे. और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है. डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवेल्युएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन उसके बाद। सो क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवेल्युएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवेल्युएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन उसके बाद।
All right, viewers. So the big update that Rishabh Pant has been moved to the ICU. MRI scan was done a short while back. Also, we have got an idea about the kind of injuries that he has suffered from. So he has hurt his right wrist, ankle, toe, abrasion injuries on his back, right knee, a ligament tear there, and 2 cuts on his forehead. So basically, impact injuries. These are impact injuries. There are no burn injuries so far. That's what we can confirm to you, viewers. The BCCI is saying they're in constant touch with Rishabh's family, while the medical team is in close contact with the doctors currently treating Rishabh. The board will see to it that Rishabh receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support he needs to come out of this traumatic phase. And many reactions coming in on social media. Many people, not just cricketers, but many citizens as well, wishing that Rishabh Pant recovers quickly and swiftly and he comes back to good health. Virendra Sehwag has tweeted, Ricky Ponting has tweeted, many cricketers have tweeted, Mohammad Azharuddin has tweeted, Gautam Gambhir has tweeted, all of them wishing a very speedy and full recovery to Rishabh. And many cricketers have tweeted, Irfan Pathan also saying that praying for Rishabh Pant. So we're getting these reactions as well, viewers, but at the same time, a big focus on the fact that Rishabh Pant is critically injured in the accident, and we're getting more details. In fact, you can see all the visuals on your screen. One is the moment of the crash. You can see that the car is moving. And by the way, viewers, this is the luxury car we are speaking about. This is a luxury car which is built to make sure that it takes those kind of impacts, but this car was completely charred and completely it could be seen in a very bad state. On the other hand, you can see that Rishabh Pant is seen coming out moments after that accident, and he's injured, and some locals are helping him. Viewers, so this is the top story tracking right now on Republic TV, where you can see those visuals on your screen. Locals attending to him. We know that after the accident, Rishabh Pant had to help himself. That is right. He was all alone, driving alone, and he had to break through the window to get himself out. Right now, he's being treated. Let's take a very short break. We are getting you all the updates on cricketer Rishabh Pant and his health.
आपकी कहानी यह है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the 2-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101% वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताते तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Tonekil, which is about
US top headlines right now. Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. Former union ministers to opposition leaders, a nation pays tribute to Heeraba. It's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off mega projects virtually. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident, and right now he remains critical. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shizan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Viewers, we're live and breaking, and our top focus is right now. We are trying to understand what is the condition of cricketer Rishabh Pant. He's critical right now. His car met with an accident in Haridwar district. He has been shifted to Max Hospital, Dehradun, and he's been giving primary treatment at this point of time as well, viewers. He just went through an MRI scan, and the BCCI has put out a statement where they're saying that they're in constant touch with the medical team, and they're also adding that the extent of his injuries are of impact injuries. These are impact injuries. He has 2 cuts on his forehead, a ligament tear in his right knee, and also hurt his right wrist, ankle, toe, and has suffered abrasion injuries on his back. And his condition is right now stable, but he is critically injured. He is recovering at this point as we speak. Now, on your screen, you're seeing 3 visuals. Now, these are all the moments of the crash or just after the crash. So you can see the moment of the crash where the luxury car that Rishabh Pant was driving. And by the way, viewers, he was driving alone. He was completely alone. In fact, after the crash, he had to fight his way out of that car all alone. Then you can see in the middle of your screen, the car, which is completely charred post the clash, is completely on fire. It was completely on fire. You can see that as well. And on the extreme right of your screen, you can see that Rishabh Pant, what happened just after that car crash. You can see that he is up, but he is injured, and there are some people who are helping him at this point of time. All right, we also have a reaction coming in from Pushkar Dhami. Now, remember that he said that he's monitoring the situation and he is making sure that Rishabh Pant is receiving the proper and correct treatment.
है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं। हाँ ठीक है माता जी, ठीक है, ठीक है। लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी
All right, viewers, so those are visuals coming in, and we also saw Pushkar Dhami saying that we have spoken to the family of Rishabh Pant. He's saying that my best wishes are with him. He will recover soon. So everything is being ensured to make sure that Rishabh Pant is going to recover soon. And what is very, very comforting is the fact that a lot of people are praying. A lot of people are praying for his speedy recovery, not just cricketers, but also we are seeing that Indian citizens really praying that he recovers very fast. Some reactions are coming in. Let's also hear once again what Pushkar Dhami has said.
का भी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रेफ़र किया गया है और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूँ और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहाँ पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
All right, viewers. So right now we can tell you is that we have got some updates. We know that the MRI scan is done. We know that he's being treated. He's in the ICU at this point of time. And we can also tell you, viewers, that he has got impact injuries. We can also tell you that there are no burn injuries. Even though the car has caught fire, there are no burn injuries. He's being treated right now for impact injuries. All right, we also have a reaction coming in where we have our senior news editor, Amit, speaking to the police on this story. Let's listen.
पंत की गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, क्या कंडीशन है अभी सर उनकी?
ठीक है। तो
आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारे लोगों की हुई है। तो खुद बोल रहा, काफी मतलब अपने आप ही उसने बताया कि मैं थोड़ा, मेरे को झपकी आ गई थी।
अच्छा, अकेले ड्राइव कर रहे थे?
हाँ, उसको झपकी आ गई थी तो वो डिवाइडर से टकरा गए। तो कोई पैर में शायद लिगामेंट इंजरी है और थोड़ा सा चेहरे पे कट, हेड की तरफ कोई कट है छोटा सा, मैंने लोकेशन नहीं देखा।
सर बर्न इंजरी भी है क्योंकि हमारे पास जो विजुअल है उनमें उनके पीठ पर कई जख्म दिख रहे हैं।
हो सकता है, तो वो मैक्स में आ गए हैं क्योंकि गाड़ी तो उनकी पूरी बर्न हो गई ना, तो बाहर आ जाता लकीली।
सर कितने बजे का हादसा है?
बता रहे हैं 5:30।
और सर उनकी गाड़ी जब आग लगी तो कैसे बाहर आए? क्या उनके साथ कोई और था या किसी तरीके की कोई मदद पहुंची?
या तो वो शीशा खुद टूटा है, विंड स्क्रीन, या उन्होंने तोड़ा है, मतलब विंड स्क्रीन के से बाहर आए।
अच्छा सर अभी क्या उनको दिल्ली शिफ्ट करने का कोई प्लान है?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं बता रहे कोई।
तो सब कुछ है यानी
All right, viewers, we're getting the visuals in. Right now, we can see that the accused there is being produced at the court. Shazan's custody has been extended, remember that, but he's right now being produced at the court right now. Viewers, those are coming in. Remember that we continue our breaking coverage on what's happening in the Tunisia case. And right now, visuals coming in of Shazan's being moved and produced at the Vasi court. And we also know that Shazan's custody has been extended till tomorrow. That's also some information coming in at this point of time, viewers. A short while back, Shazan, remember that the mother of Tunisia had said that Shazan has been somebody that could be the reason behind the untimely demise of her daughter. She has said that Shazan had misled her daughter. She has said that also that he was using Tunisia. These are the statements which had come out from the family members of Tunisia a short while back. But the breaking development coming in is that Shazan's custody has been extended, and we can also tell you is that he will be staying in jail until Saturday. He'll be staying in jail until Saturday as of now. So these are top updates coming in. And this is coming in after Tunisia's mother has alleged that Shazan has pressurized her daughter to convert religion. There was a press conference a short while back where as Shazan's interrogation continues, the mother of the deceased actor said that she will not be quiet until Shazan is punished. Let's go ahead to Sandeep who's joining us live. Sandeep, just take us through the latest development we are seeing right now. We know that Shazan's custody has been extended.
Today Shazan's custody was in fact about to end. In fact, he was in fact produced out here at the Walif Vasai court. And at that point of time, police have in fact got the WhatsApp chats of Tunisia Sharma, and in fact the phone of Tunisia Sharma has been unlocked by Walif police, and for the same reason police needs some more time in order to investigate this matter. Remember the allegations that have been made by the mother of Shizan Khan. Shizan Khan, the mother of Tunisha Sharma, on Shizan Khan. She mentions that Shizan Khan slapped on the day when she was in fact able to read all those WhatsApp chats between Shizan Khan and her alleged secret girlfriend. And on that point of time, Shizan has in fact slapped her. Apart from that, Tunisha's chats have been extracted from Tunisha's WhatsApp, and that is the reason why the police had in fact sought one more day of custody for investigation. He's been given, his custody has been extended at this point of time, but it will be very much crucial to see what comes out of the investigation. So far, police was in fact able to get the chats between Shizan and Tunisha from Shizan Khan's mobile phone, and that is of 250 to 300 pages. And remember, it takes a lot of time to go through with those chats what happened between both of them. But still, the mystery over the beating, the lunch break is still not unveiled at this point of time, and that is the only reason that police wants to dig in more in this case. And at this point of time, this is the Vasai court, and any time from now, we are expecting the family members of Shizan Khan will try to speak to them. Remember, the allegations that have been made by Tunisha Sharma mother is that Tunisha Sharma was in fact taken to Dargah by Falaknaz, the sister of Shizan Khan. She used to take her to Dargah, and in fact she had in fact started learning Urdu. That is what being alleged by Tunisha Sharma. So an angle of love jihad is also being investigated at this point of time. And yesterday the statement of Tunisha Sharma's mother was also recorded yesterday, and it will be very much crucial to see as far as the allegations that are concerned by Tunisha Sharma's mother, what happens next. What is the evidence that police will be able to get along with, and whether there would be any kind of conclusion on this case or not. That is something that police is looking out for.
Right, Sandeep. This is a big revelation by Tunisha's mother. Many revelations have been made today, and she has said also that it can be a murder also. This is a statement coming out from Shizan's from the mother of Tunisha. And right now, Shizan is in custody till tomorrow. His custody has been extended, and these are top updates we're getting right now, viewers. And we continue our breaking coverage on the probe of the death case of Tunisha. On that note, let's take a very short break. Coming up on the other side, big infra boost to West Bengal. The Prime Minister Modi flags off mega projects virtually. And Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shizan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताते तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations.
Here's some breaking updates coming in. Jai Shri Ram slogan raised in front of the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee during the Vande Bharat train launch event. Viewers, we're getting this update right now. And what we're learning so far is that Jai Shri Ram, that is right, Jai Shri Ram slogans raised right in front of West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee during Vande Bharat train launch event. And that's the update we're getting for you right now. In fact, a short while back, we saw that the Prime Minister had attended that event virtually. It was attended by the Railway Minister as well, Ashwani Vaishnav, and the Governor as well. And in that event, we're coming to know is that Jai Shri Ram slogans were seen, they were being heard, in fact, at the Vande Bharat flag off. This is a breaking development we're getting for you right now. And this happened at the launch. Remember, this is the launch we're talking about of the Vande Bharat trains, where we are seeing that which the Prime Minister himself had attended. The Prime Minister had virtually flagged off the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal. And in that event, we see that Jai Shri Ram slogans were raised. All right, there's the visuals as well coming in right now, viewers. The visuals on the screen of what happened, where you can see that some people are going ahead and they are raising the Jai Shri Ram slogans in West Bengal.
लोकार्पण और शुभारंभ समारोह में बहुत बहुत स्वागत। भारतीय रेलवे की तरफ से आप सभी का आज के इस लोकार्पण और शुभारंभ समारोह में बहुत बहुत स्वागत।
For our viewers, we're seeing those visuals come in where Jai Shri Ram slogans were raised in front of the West Bengal CM. And joining me on the phone line is Manojit Mondal of the TMC joining us. Now, yes. Mr. Mondal, what are we seeing right over there? We're seeing that Jai Shri Ram slogans were raised at the Vande Bharat launch.
Yeah, it was a pure deliberate insult to Mamata Ji. She was extremely courteous. She was extremely showing her gratitude towards the Prime Minister for, inaugurating both the trains at this point in time. But the BJP Bengal, as you can understand, they have been like this, uncivil, uncourteous, and dare I say, completely uncivilized. Even their ministers, including the Railway Minister and one of the Minister of State, Mr. Subhash Sarkar, they were with their folded hands. They were appealing to the crowd. But they were instigated apparently by Shubhendu Adhikari, because Shubhendu Adhikari later on made it clear that he actually instigated them. He did not even condemn what they were doing. They suggest that Shubhendu Adhikari or the Bengal BJP are extremely uncourteous. They don't deserve any civil behavior from other political parties, but we are not going to repeat what they do. There lies the difference between TMC and the BJP, especially in Bengal.
Right. Also, I've been joined by Biswajit Deb, spokesperson of the TMC, and we are seeing that slogans were raised as the Prime Minister flagged off the project, and Jai Shri Ram slogans being raised at the Heeraba station. Could you take us through exactly what happened there?
You're asking this to me?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Dev. All right, so we will connect back with Biswajit Dev, spokesperson of the TMC. But we are also getting joined by some BJP leaders, Priyanka Tibrewal. Priyanka Tibrewal is joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us. Now we are seeing these visuals coming in. Jai Shri Ram slogans were raised during the event, and not just that, they were raised in front of the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee during the Vande Bharat train launch event. So what really happened was, what kind of reaction had come from Mamata Banerjee?
See, I don't think that saying Jai Shri Ram is a crime in front of Mamata Banerjee, or anybody should think twice about it. Because you can't stop the public. The public over there says Jai Shri Ram. And this is not the first time. It is because of Mamata Banerjee herself that she has shown such a hatred towards the slogan that people and the public at large try to tease her more. But yes, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. On the whole, the public as their salutation to the Honorable Prime Minister because of his dedication and his commitment that he was present on such a day where his mother has left the world. Even on such a day, he was present to fulfill his commitment. So Bharat Mata Ki Jai was for him. And if that troubles the CM, so I don't think anybody can do anything about it.
Right. So, Mamata Banerjee was there when it happened, when the Jai Shri Ram slogans were raised. But after that, we also saw that she did not go up on the dais as well. In fact, I'll take a reaction in from, I think we're being joined by Manojit Mondol again from the TMC. Would you like to react to this? Would you react to what Priyanka Tibrewal is saying?
No, I couldn't really hear what she was saying. Can you please repeat what she was saying?
She's saying that if these slogans were raised, and Priyanka Tibrewal, I think I'm quoting you, so you can correct me, that shouldn't have been a problem.
Then why the minister was trying to stop them, including the cabinet minister, the railway minister, the governor, what they were trying to stop them? Mr. Subhash Sarkar, I think in pure Bangla, was calling that this is a government event. You cannot raise this kind of slogans. You are saying it categorically. So who is right? Priyanka Tibrewal, Mr. Subhash Sarkar, or the railway minister? Look, this is pure and simple. This is irritating the chief minister for something that everyone knows the history about. This is not a political event. This is the event of the Prime Minister and the government of India. Why she was the chief guest, the chief minister of Bengal. And they were deliberately trying to do this. And later on, as I mentioned, when Shubhendu Adhikari was briefing the media, he made it clear that there is nothing wrong in sloganeering, even in a government event. So, I mean, it's precisely because of this, I'm saying the BJP Bengal especially, they always behave like that, uncourteous, uncivil, but we will not repeat this kind of behavior. And there lies the difference between Trinamool Congress and BJP, especially in Bengal. They don't deserve to be, they don't deserve civil behavior, but we won't repeat. We will teach them what is real culture of Bengal, what is tolerance, and what is inclusivity, especially in such grand occasions.
What is so uncourteous about...
Please go ahead, Priyanka Tibrewal. Please reply to...
Yes.
So what is...
what is so uncourteous about Jai Shri Ram? What is so uncultured about Jai Shri Ram? And what is so uncivilized about Jai Shri Ram? We do not understand that. But what
so you must ask this question to your own minister.
I am telling you what actually troubled Mamata Banerjee on the spot was that Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari was present on the stage, and whenever she sees him, she remembers the 1,956 votes to which she lost in Nandigram. That is what troubled her.
Can I answer? Because they have always been uncourteous, even in the TV studio they are uncourteous. If I can reply, Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari is not the hero. He's a political fraud. Let me tell you this. What he has been doing in fact, today is 30th December. We are still waiting for the December dhamaka that Shubhendu Adhikari was gloriously talking about. And point number two, Shubhendu Adhikari was on the day of the Constitution of India. Shubhendu Adhikari was specially invited by the Chief Minister to her own chamber for a cup of tea. So we do not need any reason of courtesy from the BJP, but they don't deserve this kind of courteous behavior from TMC. I repeat, we won't repeat what they do. There is a distinction between Trinamool Congress and the BJP. In fact, today only, one of my colleagues, again, Saket Gokhale, was arrested for the third time by Gujarat police. We won't do the same thing with Amit Malviya or some of the other leaders who are continuously deriding the government, deriding the Chief Minister.
And doing fraud. If someone is arrested for that, you cannot blame BJP for that.
See, look at this. Look at your behavior. I mean, did I disturb you, madam?
Because, as I said, Mr. Mondal, you people are habitual offenders, and habitual offenders are stopped by the law in the country.
People of Bengal.
Right. Priyanka Tibrewal and Manojit Mondal, thank you so much. Thank you so much for putting your views across here, Republic TV. I'll have to thank you both. We're running out of time. Thank you so much. And of course, we'll be tracking the story very closely in Republic TV as well.
High drama at the inaugural program of Vande Bharat Express, and there Mamata Banerjee clearly got angry because of Jai Shri Ram slogans that came from the public. We are coming back with more on Republic on this story after a short break.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
US top updates right now. After the funeral, the Prime Minister Modi flagged off the Vande Bharat project in West Bengal. The PM will launch the projects worth around 7,800 crores, giving a major infrastructure the boost to Bengal. Making a big revelation, actor Tunisha Sharma's mother said that Tunisha was forced to follow Islam and that Shazan's family wanted her to accept Islam. She further revealed that Shazan's family lured her with expensive gifts.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Tonakil, which is
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. From union ministers to opposition leaders, nation pays tribute to Hiraba. It is a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off mega projects virtually. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident, remains critical.
अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको।
Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shizan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Hey, good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawan joining you live on the broadcast from the Delhi newsroom where we get you back-to-back breaking news and also the latest on the medical bulletin of cricketer Rishabh Pant. Also what Tunisha's mother has to say as the investigation continues in the Tunisha death case. But this is the latest coming in as this is the tweet that has been put out by Mahesh Jetmalani. The tweet that reads, and I quote, Jairam Ravesh's denigration of India's pharma industry is natural. An ardent cynophile, he is a mouthpiece of Chinese disinformation. His rant comes in the backdrop of China's present grim crisis and India's success. His lies stands exposed by the Gambian and Uzbekistan governments. Hashtag cough syrup. This is the latest tweet by Mahesh Jetmalani on Jairam Ramesh over how the Congress panders to China over and over again. How the Congress has always been critical of the indigenous makings of the pharma industry. But for the moment, Mahesh Jetmalani is with us on the phone line. Mahesh Jetmalani, we just put out the tweet that you wrote against Jairam Ramesh. What is your larger thought when it comes to Congress pandering to China and how they always have been critical of the pharma industry?
Well, I mean, I don't have to say this anymore, but their public stand on so many issues qua China is now known to everybody. It's public knowledge, starting with their MOU and their frequent rants denigrating the army every time there's a skirmish with the Chinese army on our borders. I can give you a number of examples, but I thought yesterday's tweet by Jairam Ramesh was so unnecessary and so obviously motivated that, who would slam an entire industry, the entire Indian pharma industry, which is, one of our potent growth sectors and driving our growth story. And on the basis of a cough syrup company, allegedly, but falsely as we now know, causing children's deaths in Gambia and Uzbekistan. Who would slam the entire industry? What is the game? What is the need for this kind of completely wild allegation, denigrating your own country? Where do your loyalties lie, Mr. Ramesh? Explain this. The Uzbekistan and Gambian government have clarified the entire issue. Apologize to the nation unless you have a better explanation.
But that is what the Congress has been doing time and again. When it comes to being critical within our own country, not standing by our own vaccines, not standing in the fight against COVID, when the nation needs to be united. The Congress always takes a line that is not with the sentiment of the rest of the country. We may have lost that phone line with Mahesh Jetmalani, but this is in reference to the tweet that he's just put out that is on our screens right now, where the cough syrup controversy has exploded. Jetmalani has called the Congress cynophile, saying that the Congress always panders to China. He's questioning Jairam Ramesh out front, where he goes and says that Jairam Ramesh's denigration of India's pharma industry is natural and ardent cynophile. He is a mouthpiece of China's Chinese disinformation. His rant comes in the backdrop of China's present grim crisis and India's success. His lie stands exposed by the Gambian and Uzbekistan governments. A strong attack by Mahesh Jetmalani, where he's questioning senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh. And he says that the Gambian and Uzbekistan governments have completely exposed them. They've put out the truth. Today, the Congress stands embarrassed. But this is the position that they've always taken. They've always pandered to China, and they continue to do so. They're nothing but a mouthpiece to whatever China says. And even in the past, how the BJP has always drawn a parallel in the statement that has been made by the CCP and the Congress party here, saying that it literally looks like the scripts for both is written by one person. And more news of the Congress that continues to grab headlines this time. It is Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, who spoke to a youth which seemed like a literal threat to him merely because he asked him an uncomfortable question. That is what happened, and we'll try and play out that sequence for our viewers. The youth questioned him. He asked him straight up, but the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister that instead turned around to threaten the youth after he was uncomfortable answering his question. Could not handle direct confrontation, could not handle a straight answer that was expected out of the Chief Minister, but instead of answering to the people, it seemed like a literal threat to the youth who questioned him. Let's listen in to what the Chief Minister had said.
अभी सब लोग बोल रहे हैं, इसको मैं बोलता हूँ वो हाथ उठाते सबको मौका दे रहा हूँ, नहीं दे रहा हूँ? ये गलत आरोप लगा रहा है कि नहीं लगा रहा है? है ना? तो पहले बात है अपने वापस लो, समझ गए? और ये मौका मिला तो किस मुख्यमंत्री के पास तुम्हारे पिताजी की बात की है?
सर मेरे पिताजी मैं जब छोटा था 8 क्लास में था, जब
तुम्हारी मम्मी ने भी बात की है, तुम्हारे चाचा ने भी बात किया?
किस तरीके से सर?
कभी साहब कभी माइक दिया उसको कि बात की है?
सर मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ।
तो इसीलिए भैया तुमको मौका मिला है तो तुम मुझ पर आरोप लगाओगे?
सर आरोप तो मैं लगा सकता हूँ सर, हर कोई लगाता है सर एक दूसरे पे। आप रमन सिंह को लगाते हैं, मोदी को
So you saw that entire sequence of what happened when the man was threatened. You saw that entire sequence of what happened when the man was threatened in front of everyone. Why? Because he asked him a straight question, and the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister, uncomfortable with answering that question, went on to counter-question the youth, threatened him in front of everyone, and could not handle a direct confrontation. The Chief Minister, who is supposed to be a leader of the people and is supposed to answer what the people ask of him, is why he's been tasked with that very responsibility and chosen for that chair. But instead of answering him, he went on to threaten him in front of everyone. Shahzad Poonawalla of the BJP has also spoken on this. Listen in.
The video which is going viral on social media, where Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel of Chhattisgarh can be seen scolding and speaking in the most unbecoming, unconstitutional manner with a young boy, merely because the young boy asked him for a solution for his problem. The manner in which he threatens the young boy says that, has your mother or father ever spoken to a chief minister? This shows that this is not Congress's mohabbat ki dukaan, but Congress's arrogance ki dukaan. This is the mindset of the Congress. On the one hand, the Prime Minister considers himself as the Pradhan Sevak and the people of the country as the Janta Janardan, as the Bhagwan, as somebody who you have to serve. And on the other hand, the Congress considers itself as the Malik, and it considers the Janta as the Naukar. And therefore, Mr. Chief Minister has spoken to people like this on public platform on many such occasions. This is not the first time he's threatened somebody from a public platform or spoken to them in this manner. The question is that Rahul Gandhi, who waxes eloquent about Mohabbat ki Dukaan, will he come out and take a stand?
All right, well, that is what the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister did. And Saroj Pandey from the BJP is now joining us on the phone line. Saroj ji, ये जो भूपेश भागेल जी ने किया, और जब उनसे सीधा सवाल पूछा गया, उसका जवाब देने की बजाय उन्होंने उस आदमी का फर्दर इंसल्ट कर दिया. क्या ये एक्सपेक्टेड है एक चीफ मिनिस्टर से?
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पूर्व में भी इसी प्रकार की घटना को एक बार पुनः अंजाम दिया है, और इसके पहले उन्होंने एक महिला के साथ भी, उन्होंने जब उसने प्रश्न किया, अपनी बात कहने का प्रयास किया, तो उसको वहां पर भी प्रताड़ित किया गया. अभी ये दूसरी बात है, जब जनता के बीच में आप जाते हैं, उनका आशीर्वाद मांगने जाते हैं, तो जनता के आशीर्वाद से मुख्यमंत्री जी को ये समझना चाहिए, और वो जनता के सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देने के लिए बाध्य हैं. अगर ऐसा कहा जाए तो अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी. मुख्यमंत्री जी का ये व्यवहार बेहद अक्षम्य है. मुझे लगता है कि उन्हें इस बात के लिए माफी मांगनी चाहिए.
पर सरोज जी, से जनता को क्या मैसेज जाता है जब उन्हें ये मौका मिला है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर एक इवेंट पे हैं, जब वो उनसे सवाल पूछ सकते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत ये कम होता है जब जनता को अपना सवाल पूछने का एक मौका मिलता है. यहाँ पर उन्होंने ऐसा किया, पर बदले में उन्हें क्या मिला? और बाय एंड लार्ज एक लार्जर ऑडियंस, एक लार्जर स्टेट को क्या मैसेज जाएगा?
मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी एक छत्तीसगढ़ में लोगों से भेंट मुलाकात कार्यक्रम चला रहे हैं. उसमें वो लोगों के पास जाते हैं, उनकी बात सुनते हैं, उनकी बात कहते हैं. इसका बात साफ है कि वो जनता के साथ जो भेंट मुलाकात कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, वो कार्यक्रम केवल और केवल दिखावा है. वो दिखावे के कारण ही आज उनका ये घटनाक्रम जो हुआ है, वो इस बात को प्रमाणित करता है कि वो केवल लोगों को घटना दिखाते हैं कि नहीं, हम आपकी बात सुनते हैं, लेकिन अब वो बात सुनते हैं, और जिस प्रकार से छत्तीसगढ़ की वर्तमान स्थिति है, वो उसमें केवल अच्छेदार बातें करते हैं, लोगों की भावनाओं को उभारने का प्रयास करते हैं, और अपने कर्तव्यों से हमेशा विमुख होते हैं.
जी, सरोज पांडे जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ. राम प्रसाद फ्रॉम द छत्तीसगढ़ कांग्रेस इज नाउ विद अस. राम प्रसाद जी, क्या कहना है आपको? क्यों भूपेश भागेल जी ने ऐसा किया? जब जनता आपसे सवाल पूछ रही है तो उसका जवाब मिलना चाहिए ना उनको.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कट पेस्ट और फर्जी वीडियो बनाने में महारत हासिल है. जैसे राहुल जी के बयान को कट पोस्ट करके आलू से सोना वाला बयान को उनको बदनाम करने के लिए बनाया गया, उसी तर्ज पर भूपेश बघेल जी को बदनाम करने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गंदी और घिनौनी साजिश रची है. 9 मिनट का वीडियो है, सार्वजनिक प्लेटफॉर्म पर उपलब्ध है. जिसे देखना है वो देख सकता है, जिसे सुनना है सुन सकता है, और जिसके पास नहीं है वो मुझसे मांग ले, मैं उसको दे दूंगा। भेंट मुलाकात में हर व्यक्ति को मुख्यमंत्री से सवाल पूछने का सीधा अधिकार होता है। ये रमन सिंह का कार्यकाल नहीं है। यहाँ पहले से प्रायोजित लोग होते थे, उन्हें बताया जाता था कि आप मुख्यमंत्री से क्या पूछेंगे, उन्हें मालूम रहता था कि मुख्यमंत्री मुझे क्या जवाब देंगे। ये वैसा प्रायोजित नहीं हो। दूसरी बात, एक पिछड़ा वर्ग के मुख्यमंत्री के सामने बच्चा खड़े होकर ये कहे कि पिछड़े वर्ग के लोग बच्चे ज्यादा पैदा करते हैं, ये उसके संस्कार हैं। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर इस संस्कार के साथ में है, मतलब पिछड़े वर्ग को गाली देने वाले के साथ में है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पिछड़े वर्ग से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
नहीं, पर आपको नहीं माफी मांगनी चाहिए कि किस तरह से आपने उनकी इंसल्ट की और सवाल आपसे पूछा जा रहा था। अब आप किसी को बताएंगे कि सवाल कैसा पूछना चाहिए, वो किस माइंडसेट से आ रहे हैं, कि उन्हें क्या बोलना चाहिए था। आप कुर्सी पर है, आपके मुख्यमंत्री कुर्सी पर है, सवाल उनसे पूछा गया, माफी तो आपको मांगनी चाहिए।
आपने पूरा वीडियो देखा है? अगर नहीं देखा है तो फिर से देख लीजिए। उसमें अगर वो बच्चा कह रहा है कि आपने संविधान को तोड़ा है, आपने कोर्ट के रूलिंग के खिलाफ गए हैं, मुख्यमंत्री ने उसका जवाब दिया है कि मुख्यमंत्री ने ये कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि 50% से ऊपर आरक्षण नहीं बढ़ सकता। बावजूद इसके केंद्र सरकार ने 10% आरक्षण बढ़ाया, वो कोर्ट ने इसको स्वीकार किया। तो जब 50 का 60 हो सकता है तो 60 का 76 भी हो सकता है। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की गंदी मानसिकता के लोगों ने मुख्यमंत्री के जवाब को काट दिया है और पिछड़े वर्ग को अपमानित करने वाला बच्चा उसके साथ में खड़े हैं। ये हमारे पिछड़े वर्ग समाज का अपमान है।
चलिए, आप रिपब्लिक से आपने बात की, धन्यवाद आपका। All right, so you know where the Congress stands on this entire matter. While refusing to apologize, they continue to be on the defensive. But this is exactly was the treatment meted out to a youth who asked his chief minister a straight-up question. And instead of answering him, you see how the Congress goes on to defend their chief minister, Bhupesh Baghel, who got uncomfortable with that question. And instead embarrassed and insulted the youth, counter-questioned him on this very point. And it's been an irreparable loss for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who lost his mother early this morning. She passed away at 3:30. And early this morning at close to 9 is when her last rites were conducted. But the message that she leaves for her son, work with wisdom, work with purity. And her life lessons that he takes, imbibes that into the leadership that he makes, leads the country, and India moves forward. How exactly does he remember his mother? We get you the life and times of Hiraba.
A mother is a child's first teacher. A mother's advice is carried by her children through their lives. And Hiraba always remained the guiding light for her son Narendra Modi. Her teachings have been the principles that set the tone for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's actions. Hiraba has been a constant support to Narendra Modi through his journey from a boy whose torn uniform was patched by his mother to being the Chief Minister of Gujarat and to becoming the country's Prime Minister. Even as she breathed her last, the Prime Minister penned a note on her final advice. He recalled how at her 100th birthday celebration that was organized in June in Vadnagar, she said, "Work with wisdom and live with purity." Advice that the Prime Minister has imbibed, and advice millions will now be inspired by. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the funeral, Prime Minister Modi flagged off the Vande Bharat project in West Bengal. Prime Minister will also launch several other projects worth 7,800 crore rupees, giving major infrastructure boost to Bengal. Making a big revelation, actor Tunisha Sharma's mother said that Tunisha was forced to follow Islam and that Shizan's family wanted her to accept Islam. She further revealed that Shizan's family lured her with expensive gifts.
उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको जब उसका किसी और लड़की के साथ था.
A third-year student of a college was dragged by her classmates in Bengaluru. The police has lodged a complaint against 6 while the victim is undergoing treatment at a hospital. Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident en route to national capital. His car caught fire after it hit a road divider at around 5:15 in the morning. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has confirmed that Rishabh Pant's condition is stable now and he has been kept under supervision for the time being.
ऋषभ पंत का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है. उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं. सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूँ और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है. सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहाँ पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए.
Brazilian king of soccer Pele passed away at the age of 82 after a long battle with colon cancer. Tributes from across the world poured in after the demise of the football king. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident. He remains critical. We'll get you details of the treatment that is underway after the short break. Tunisha's mother makes a sensational charge. She says that Shizan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताते तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
In what seems like a big twist to the Tunisha Sharma death case, her mother has spoken to the media. She said that Tunisha was being forced to follow Islam. Tunisha's mother demanded answers from Shizan. She said, why was Shizan misguiding her daughter when he was in a relationship with other girls?
उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको जब उसका किसी और लड़की के साथ था।
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they...
Viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Many developments today, starting off with what's happening right now when it comes to Rishabh Pant. Remember, he got into an accident and he is injured. He's recovering. We'll get you all the updates. But first, the top headlines we're tracking right now. Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. From the union ministers to opposition leaders, nation pays tribute to Hiraba. It's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off mega projects virtually. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident and remains critical.
और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको।
Tunisha's mother makes a sensational charge, says Shazan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Viewers, we continue getting your top updates. It's Friday, and the story we're tracking right now is what happened when cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident. This happened in Haridwar district. He has been shifted to the hospital right now where he's being treated. An MRI scan has been done as well, viewers. He has got impact injuries, no bird injuries, but impact injuries. The entire nation, including cricketers and citizens of India, are praying that he recovers quickly as well, viewers. And we are also learning that Rishabh Pant's mother is at the hospital. Rishabh Pant's mother is at the hospital. The visual of that on your screen, viewers, where you can see that the family members are there with him at this point of time, including Rishabh Pant's mother. And now we are knowing that according to the BCCI, the couple of injuries which Rishabh Pant is going through right now. He has been hurt in the forehead, back, feet. We also know that Pant's car had been completely ruined. It's completely charred. And but Rishabh Pant was able to come out of that car. He was able to come out of the car, and he was able to, in fact, look for help. And after he looked for help, he was admitted in the hospital. He was alone when he was driving. We are being joined by many guests as well at this point of time. And we will be, in fact, going across to the guests. Okay, I'm being joined right now by Rakesh Reddy, cricket commentator, who's joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us and speaking to Republic TV. Now, we know that Rishabh Pant has been critically injured, and many people, the entire nation is praying that he recovers quickly.
I think this is something, a tragedy which nobody would have expected. Even Rishabh Pant wouldn't have expected. But a lot of people are talking negative about Rishabh Pant's driving and all those things. At this point of time, I don't think those are the things which really matters currently, because he's not a normal person. He represents India. He has done a lot of things for India, playing for Indian cricket. So all we need to do is just pray, or if you doesn't want to pray for him, or if you don't want positive, just keep quiet, but don't try to talk too many negatives. What had happened, everybody makes mistakes. And a lot of people are saying he was drunk. I was really surprised with the way people, how can they speak without knowing anything? This social media, they've got this platform and they're just talking whatever they want to talk. That is not something which we have to accept. But at this point of time, everybody should just hope for the best, that he comes out really well and comes back really well, because India needs a lot of cricketers like that. He's a very, very aggressive cricketer, very fighting cricketer. We've seen a lot of big innings from him in cricket. So all I can say at this point of time is let us pray for him to get out well without any major injuries. Like you said, the doctors, whoever is monitoring his health, they are saying that there is nothing really dangerous. But definitely, this will definitely be an example for any sports person, not just Rishabh Pant or not just for cricketers. Everybody will try to be very careful, because accidents do happen. When a person like Rishabh Pant, because he's a hero for a lot of people, and he's also a celebrity.
Right.
So this has become a topic.
Rakesh Reddy, please hold on. Please hold on. I'm being joined right now by Amit Mishra. He's an Indian cricketer. Thank you for joining us here. We know that Rishabh Pant is critically injured. We are waiting, and in fact waiting for a health bulletin to come in. Entire nation right now, and many cricketers as well, praying for his speedy recovery.
हेलो
हाँ जी, आप मेरी बात सुन सकते हैं अमित मिश्रा जी? आपको आवाज आ रही है हमारी?
हाँ जी अब आवाज आ रही है, बिल्कुल आ रही है. थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर कनेक्टिंग मी.
हाँ जी, तो अभी पूरा जो इंडिया है वो प्रे कर रहा है कि ऋषभ पंत जल्दी ठीक हो, एंड ही इज ऑफ कोर्स अ स्टार प्लेयर. वो स्टार प्लेयर है इंडिया के. आप क्या बोलना चाहते हैं?
नहीं, सबसे पहले तो बहुत सैड न्यूज़ है कि ऐसी एक अपकमिंग यंगस्टर्स के साथ ऐसा कुछ हुआ है, और मैं बहुत सैड हूँ। बहुत शॉकिंग न्यूज़ रही मेरे लिए, और बहुत डिस्टर्ब भी हूँ मैं इस चीज़ को लेकर, और बहुत कंसर्न भी हूँ कि हाउ ही इज फीलिंग नाउ। बट थोड़ा बहुत सोच से पता लगा है कि ही इज आउट ऑफ द डेंजर राइट नाउ। सो आई एम रियली हैप्पी कि ये सब कुछ वो ठीक हैं, और कोई उनको ऐसी बहुत मेजर इंजरी नहीं हुई है जिससे कि उनको कोई आगे चल के दिक्कत हो। बट या इट इज वेरी सैड न्यूज टू कम टू हियर एनीथिंग लाइक दैट।
हाँ जी, और अमित मिश्रा जी, ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव सीन दैट ही इज अ वेरी वेरी गुड प्लेयर, और अभी आपका कोई मैसेज है जो उनके फैंस हैं? लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर प्रेइंग फॉर हिम, बहुत क्रिकेटर्स भी बोल रहे हैं कि वो जल्दी ठीक हो।
सब लोग प्रेयर करें, नो डाउट कि वो बहुत ही टैलेंटेड प्लेयर हैं, और मेरे हिसाब से तो उनको ऐसे काम, मतलब हर किसी क्रिकेटर को स्पेशली इस ठंड के मौके पे इतना सुबह कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, और जाना भी पड़ जाए तो एक ड्राइवर लेके जाना चाहिए, खुद ड्राइव करके बिल्कुल ना जाए, और कोशिश करें। मैं सभी अपने देशवासियों से कहूँगा कि उनकी स्पीड रिकवरी के लिए प्रेयर करें, क्योंकि एक बहुत उम्दा खिलाड़ी हैं और अपकमिंग प्लेयर हैं। आने वाले टाइम पे मैं चाहूँगा कि इंडिया के लिए और खेले, लंबा खेले, और इंडिया के लिए परफॉर्म करे। और जो मेरे सोर्सेज से जो पता लगा है कि उनको कोई मेजर इंजरी नहीं हुई है, ये एक बहुत रिलीविंग न्यूज़ है कि वो ठीक हैं, कोई मेजर इंजरी नहीं हुई है। और हम सब लोग यही प्रार्थना करेंगे ऊपर वालों से कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी रिकवरी करें, और इंडिया के लिए वापस से वैसे ही परफॉर्म करें और इंडिया के लिए खेलें।
अमित मिश्रा, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, आमतौर पर क्रिकेटर्स फील्ड पर कितनी बार खेलते हैं, इंजरीज होती है, पर एक सेंस ऑफ रेजिलियंस होता है एज एन एथलीट टू बाउंस बैक फ्रॉम दैट। अभी ऑब्वियसली ये तरह का एक्सीडेंट बहुत ट्रॉमेटिक हो सकता है किसी के लिए भी, और बीसीसीआई ने भी बोला है कि हर तरह की हेल्प करेंगे वो ऋषभ पंत को, चाहे मेडिकली हो चाहे मेंटली वो जैसा भी फील कर रहे हो। जिस तरह से आप जानते हैं उनको, हाउ सून डू यू थिंक ही विल बाउंस बैक? किस तरह के वो फाइटिंग स्पिरिट है?
मेंटली बहुत स्ट्रांग लड़का है वो, क्योंकि जब मैंने उनसे पहली बार मिला था तभी मैं उनकी दिमाग को समझ गया था कि किस तरह का दिमाग है, स्ट्रांग आदमी है, स्ट्रांग मेंटली बहुत स्ट्रांग है। आई एम 100% श्योर कि ही विल रिकवर बैक। और स्पेशली जो स्पोर्ट्समैन होता है कि ऑब्वियसली कि जब मैच में हम खेलते हैं तो इंजरीज होती हैं, मेंटल बहुत डिस्टर्ब होते हैं उस टाइम पे। बट या कि क्योंकि इसमें कोई मेजर इंजरी नहीं हुई है, कोई ऐसा सुनने को नहीं आया कि उनको कुछ बहुत ज्यादा चोट लगे, लेकिन ऐसी कोई मेजर इंजरी नहीं है जो कि उनको लंबा टाइम तक बाहर रहना पड़े, जैसा कि मुझे अभी तक न्यूज मिली है। होपफुली कि वो अगले 1-2 महीने में वापस स्टार्ट हो जाएंगे, और आई नो कि ही इज अ मेंटली वेरी स्ट्रांग बॉय एंड ही विल कम बैक वेरी हार्ड टू इन द ग्राउंड।
एंड यूजुअली ऐसे में बीसीसीआई से फुल सपोर्ट मिलता है, which of course the BCCI has been reiterating that any sort of help they will extend to Rishabh Pant. I want to thank you, Amit Mishra, for speaking to us this afternoon.
Right. All right. So I'm just going to go back to Rakesh Reddy, cricket commentator, who's joining us once again. Rakesh, we were talking about Rishabh Pant and the controversy surrounding the accident. You were talking about that. But right now what people want to know is that, as a cricketer who has gone through, and like Suesha, my colleague, was also asking, someone who is very physically fit as a sports person, who has gone through this kind of traumatic accident, we are pretty sure that he can come out of it. He can come out of this kind of injury, this kind of trauma, because cricketers anyways, they are very, very resilient.
के लिए आ रहे थे, नया साल आने वाला है, और ऐसे में अपनी मदर को सरप्राइज करने के लिए वो बिना बताए दिल्ली से रुड़की के लिए रवाना हुए थे, और बस कुछ ही किलोमीटर पहले उनका ये भयानक एक्सीडेंट हुआ। सुबह यहाँ पर वो लोग भी मौजूद थे, हमारे साथ वो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी भी मौजूद है जिन्होंने मदद की ऋषभ पंत की। हम सबसे पहले उनसे बातचीत कर लेते हैं। आपने सुबह सबसे पहले क्या देखा? मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा।
देखा कि हम घर से काम पता रहे थे कि हमने देखा भाई का एक्सीडेंट हुआ पड़ा है, तो हमने देखा कि गाड़ी में तो आग लग रही थी। उसके बाद भाई बाहर खड़े थे, तो हमने देखा भाई के पास कपड़े।
आप पहचान गए थे ऋषभ पंत?
नहीं, मैं पहचान नहीं पाया था उस टाइम, कि उनके सिर पर चोट लगी, खून लग रहा था, पहचान नहीं पाया था। तो भाई ने बोला, मैंने बोला भाई कैसे हुआ? कहने लगे भाई मेरी आँख लग गई यहाँ गाड़ी में, तो मैं डिवाइडर से टकरा गया, एक्सीडेंट हो गया। तो उसके बाद कहने लगा भाई मेरे ऋषभ पंत हूँ। मैंने बोला कोई बात नहीं भाई, मैंने अपनी चादर दी भाई को, जो भी मुझसे बना इंसानियत के नाम से सब किया जो मैंने। फिर उसके बाद मैंने 102 पे एम्बुलेंस पे पुलिस पे कॉल की, तो उसके बाद एम्बुलेंस आई, पुलिस आई, उसके बाद हम हॉस्पिटल लेके गए, सक्षम हॉस्पिटल में, वहाँ भाई का ट्रीटमेंट हुआ।
वहाँ जब आप हॉस्पिटल लेकर के गए, इस बीच में मतलब वो होश में थे, बातचीत कर रहे थे?
मुझसे बात की उन्होंने, इस बीच होश में थे।
अगर चोट की बात करते हैं, कहाँ कहाँ उन्हें चोट के निशान थे?
तो सर पे है, मतलब बदन पे हर जगह है, सर पे, आँख पे, पैर में बता रहे कि भाई बोल लेते पैर टूट गया मेरा, और कमर वमर सब छिली पड़ी थी भाई की।
तो देखिए, आपने सुना कि किस तरीके से आखिरकार वो जख्मी हुए थे, और ये वही शख्स है जो उन्हें हॉस्पिटल लेकर के गए थे। यहाँ पे काफी भीड़ लगी हुई है, यहाँ कई लोग थे जो उस वक्त मौजूद थे, और ये तस्वीरें भी देखिए, तस्वीरें ये देखिए किस तरीके से ये जो डिवाइडर है, डिवाइडर से ये गाड़ी टकराती है, ये जो रेलिंग लगी हुई थी ये पूरी तरीके से टूट गई। और मैं अपने वीडियो से कहूंगी ये कांच के टुकड़े भी दिखाएं कि आखिरकार कितनी बुरी तरीके से ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, कि कांच जो था वो टुकड़ों टुकड़ों में यहाँ पे टूटा हुआ है, गाड़ी पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो गई, गाड़ी में आग लग गई। बताया यहाँ तक जो आ रहा है कि जो स्पीड थी वो 150 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा थी, यानी कि स्पीड ज्यादा थी। लेकिन आपने प्रत्यक्षदर्शी से सुना कि आखिरकार किस तरीके से उनकी जो गाड़ी में आग लगी, उसके बाद वो कूदे और उसी वजह से उन्हें चोट के निशान आए। उनके यहाँ पर निशान थे, उनकी पीठ पर निशान थे, और उनके हाथ में भी निशान आए हैं। लेकिन आप ये लंबे तक देखेंगे, ये पूरा जो डिवाइडर है इसी से कार टकराई और इसी से ये पूरा क्षतिग्रस्त हुआ है। बाद में पुलिस को फोन किया गया, एम्बुलेंस को फोन किया गया, उन्हें हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाया गया, सक्षम हॉस्पिटल वो पहुंचे। वहां पर डॉक्टर के द्वारा भी यही कहा गया कि वो ठीक है, उन्हें चोट के निशान थे, लेकिन हमने उन्हें टाँके नहीं लगाए। टाँके इसलिए भी नहीं लगाए क्योंकि वहां से मैक्स हॉस्पिटल ले जाना ज्यादा जरूरी था, ताकि सर्जन की देखरेख में वो रहे। लेकिन आप ये तस्वीरें देखकर के अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि एक्सीडेंट कितना भयानक था। जगह जगह यहाँ पर कांच के जो टुकड़े हैं वो टूटे हुए हैं, और गाड़ी की तस्वीरें भी हमने दर्शकों को दिखाई कि आखिरकार किस तरीके से वो जो गाड़ी है पूरी तरीके से तहस नहस हो गई, उसमें आग लग गई। सबसे अच्छी बात ये रही कि ऋषभ पंत को ज्यादा चोटें नहीं आई हैं, और जो चोटें आई हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं रिकवर होने वाली है। मैक्स हॉस्पिटल की तरफ से भी यही बयान दिया जा रहा है। उत्तराखंड जी।
Right. Okay. So we are getting the report from the accident spot as well. Republic Bharat is there at the spot, getting us the first reactions. And Rakesh Reddy, if he's back with us, I would like to go back to him. But viewers, right now, the car you can see was completely set ablaze after the accident. The visuals show the impact of the accident.
बातचीत करवाते हैं आप लोगों को जब इस एक्सीडेंट के बारे में पता चला, बताया गया कि आखिरकार क्या हुआ था, उनका जो हालत थी उस समय कैसी थी?
मैडम जी, उनकी हालत तो बहुत, मतलब मुंह पर चोट लग रही थी, उनके हाथों में लग रही थी, नाक पर लग रही थी, और फिर हम तो मतलब लेट ही आए थोड़ा पहले तो।
उसके बाद पुलिस आई जी? हाँ जी, पुलिस आई। हाँ। और जो गाड़ी थी उनकी वो तो जल चुकी थी, पूरी रूप से जल चुकी थी। अच्छा, क्योंकि गाड़ी की जो स्थिति है वो देख करके लग रहा है कि गाड़ी जितनी बुरी तरीके से जली है वो खुद कैसे बचे?
वो भगवान का कृष्ण है। वो तो मैं बता रहे थे भैया बता रहे थे, बाहर लिखड़े पड़े थे, और मैं कपड़े तार दिए थे उन्होंने, कपड़ों में आग लग रही थी ना, तो उस भैया ने अपना कम्बल दिया था उन्हें।
हाँ जी।
तो देखिए सुमित, यहाँ पर लोगों का यही कहना है कि वो जो उनकी गाड़ी थी वो काफी स्पीड से थी, काफी रफ्तार से थी, 200 मीटर तक वो गाड़ी घसीटते चली गई। अगर मैं आपको रास्ता दिखाती हूँ तो ये रास्ता है, ये उस साइड का जो रास्ता है वो ये कहता है कि आप जब दिल्ली से देहरादून जाते तो वहां रहेंगे, और मैं अभी जिस रास्ते पर खड़ी हुई हूँ वो देहरादून से दिल्ली लेकर के जाता है। यानी कि उनकी जो गाड़ी है वो पीछे से कहीं से टकराना शुरू होते होते पलटते हुए यहाँ तक आई है, उसके बाद डिवाइडर से टकराई है, और डिवाइडर जो है वो इतनी बुरी तरीके से चकनाचूर हुए हैं। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात,
Right. So we're getting those reports from the accident spot, and Republic Bharat's correspondent is telling us that the eyewitness is saying the car was rushing at a very high speed. You can see the visuals as well on your screen, where you can see how fast the luxury car was on the road. It was really going on at a very fast rate.
है जिससे बुरी तरीके से चोट आई है, जिसकी गाड़ी पूरी तरीके से जल चुकी है और वो लहूलुहान हो चुका है, इसलिए मुझे उसे हॉस्पिटल लेकर जाना चाहिए। और यही वो व्यक्ति थे जो उनको हॉस्पिटल लेकर के गए, सक्षम हॉस्पिटल में उन्होंने भर्ती करवाया। पहचाने जरूर नहीं थे, लेकिन जब उन्हें पता चला कि अरे ये तो ऋषभ पंत है, तब जाकर के उन्हें एहसास हुआ कि आखिरकार आज उन्होंने किसकी मदद की है। सबसे अच्छी बात इसमें यही रही कि गाड़ी में जैसे ही आग लगी, ऋषभ पंत तुरंत कूदे वो उस तरफ थे। उस तरफ की तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखाते हैं। गाड़ी यहाँ टकराई, और ये तस्वीरें भी मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ कि यहाँ पर जो गाड़ी है वो आग के गोले में पूरी तरीके से तब्दील हो गई है। आप यहाँ का एरिया देखेंगे, यहाँ से वो कार हटाई गई है, क्योंकि ये तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ से वो कार हटाई गई है, यहीं वो धू करके जली है, आग के गोले में तब्दील हो गई है। और जैसे ही कार में आग लगी तुरंत ऋषभ पंत कूद जाते हैं, कूदते वो उस तरफ है, उधर की तस्वीरें भी दिखाएं, और उधर कूदते हैं। उसके बाद इसी वजह से उनकी पीठ में जो निशान थे, जो उनके माथे पर निशान थे और उनके जो कंधे पर चोटें आई हैं, वो इसी कूदने की वजह से आई है। क्योंकि कहा यह जा रहा था कि उनकी पीठ पर जो निशान थे वो जलने की वजह से है, लेकिन वो जले नहीं थे, वो गिरे, घसीटे और इस वजह से उन्हें चोटें आई हैं। जी सुजाता।
Right, so those updates coming in from the accident spot, and viewers, as you can clearly see that we're getting more updates coming in. We're getting more updates coming in where we have these visuals you can see of Rishabh Pant, who was injured. Just moments after that car crash, he was injured. He came out. He was helped by some locals before he had gone to the hospital for treatment. And we all can also tell you the kind of injuries that he has received are impact injuries. He has got some ligament tears. His ankle has been hurt. His toe has been hurt. He has got some abrasions on his back. He has got a cut on his face as well.
महीने तक बिस्तर से नहीं उठ सकते। तो ऐसे में जब आईपीएल 2023 होगा, यानी कि मार्च और फरवरी का वो सीजन होगा, मार्च और अप्रैल का, तब वो खेलते हुए शायद नजर ना आए। बीसीसीआई की तरफ से यही कहा गया कि अभी हमारा जो पूरा फोकस है वो इस बात पर है कि वो ठीक है, लेकिन अभी जो एमआरआई की रिपोर्ट्स है वो आनी बाकी है और उसके बाद ही पता चल पाएगा कि आखिरकार उनकी स्थिति कैसी है। लेकिन डॉक्टर लगातार मैक्स हॉस्पिटल के यही कह रहे हैं कि अभी उनकी स्थिति काफी अच्छी है, वो स्थिति जो है स्टेबल है। और साथ ही जो उत्तराखंड सरकार है, धामी सरकार है, उन्होंने यहाँ तक कह दिया है कि जो भी खर्चा आएगा, जो भी वाहन होगा, वो उत्तराखंड सरकार के द्वारा ही उठाया जाएगा। उन्हें बेस्ट से बेस्ट इलाज दिया जा रहा है। और बीसीसीआई के जो सचिव है जय शाह, उनकी तरफ से भी यही कहा गया है कि अभी हमारा जो फोकस है अभी इसी बात पर है कि सबसे पहले वो ठीक हो जाए, ऋषभ पंत ठीक हो जाए। क्योंकि अगर हम पिछले मैचेस की बात करते हैं तो जी, पिछले मैचेस की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो ठीक है जी सुजाता।
All right, viewers, so we continue getting to the top updates coming in right now. And apart from that, let's tell you all the reactions coming in on this story where we are tracking every development. We're waiting for an update on Rishabh Pant's health bulletin perhaps from the hospital itself. But before that, we can tell you that a lot of reactions have come in. A lot of cricketers, Virendra Sehwag, among others, Irfan Pathan, they've all wished him a speedy recovery, and wishes coming in from all his fans all across India as well, viewers, at this point of time. And right now, we can tell you that Rishabh Pant is being treated at the Max Hospital in Dehradun. And Uttarakhand CM Pushkar Singh Dhami has asked state officials to provide all the arrangements for Pant's treatment. We're taking a very short break at this point of time. We continue to be live and breaking. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off mega projects virtually. And Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shazan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Stay tuned.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की
गई? वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
We was getting in visuals of Shazan's remand copy, which has been accessed. The custody has been extended till tomorrow. That's what we are learning so far, viewers, on Republic TV. The Shazan's custody has been extended till tomorrow. And we have accessed the remand copy. Republic TV has accessed the remand copy. You can see the remand copy right on your screen, viewers, right on your screen. And remember that the probe into the Tunisia death case continues. And we're also learning that Tunisia's mother, a short while back, she had held a press conference where she said that Tunisia needs justice and the mother will not be quiet until Shazan is punished. After that, we can see that the remand copy has been accessed by Republic TV and it's on your screen. It's exclusive visuals where the remand copy is also talking about the CCTV footage as well. This is the Shazan's remand copy on your screen where the CCTV tapes have also been mentioned, viewers. We'll get you more information on that. At this point of time, viewers, the family is coming out of the front. The family is coming out of the front and they have demanded justice for Tunisia. Tunisia's mother has said that they used Tunisia a lot. She told me that Shazan's mother is disturbing Tunisia. So these are one of the scathing statements that have been made by Tunisia's mother. And also the mother has added that Tunisia was being used by Shazan. We're taking a very short break, viewers. We continue to be live and breaking here and getting you all the top updates on the developing stories. Coming up, cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident. Rishabh Pant is now recovering and remains critical.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की
गई वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 look.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Viewers, we're live and breaking, and it was a very unfortunate event after the Prime Minister's Modi's mother has passed away at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad, and the Prime Minister was there. He paid a tribute to his mother, and a bulletin from the UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center said that she was admitted on Wednesday. Heeraba has passed away around 3:30 a.m. last night. Here's a full story.
Hiraba is a symbol of humility.
वरना मेरा जो फैमिली बैकग्राउंड है उसमें तो अगर मुझे कहीं अच्छी सी नौकरी की भी मिल गई होती तो शायद मेरी माँ अड़ोस पड़ोस के लोगों को गुड़ खिला देती कि चलो भाई बेटे को वहाँ नौकरी मिल गई.
An epitome of simplicity. A picture of strength in face of struggle.
हर किसी के जीवन में आप किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में देखें.
I think if you look at anyone's lives, if you look at their autobiographies,
हमेशा आती हैं.
generally you find two things are always there. One would be what was the role of my teacher in my life, and what was the role of my mother in my life. I think that's true of everybody. I come from a very humble family. My parents played a very big role in my life.
The Prime Minister defined Hiraba as a great karma yogi. She was born in the hamlet of Palanpur and shifted to Vadnagar upon her marriage. In face of relentless hardships, she made countless sacrifices and ensured she raised her children with values they still hold on to. Even at times when she did not have enough money to manage education for her children, she persevered. Hiraba was determined to build her children into self-reliant, strong individuals whose life was defined by them and not by their circumstances. Her grit, humility and simplicity continues to inspire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. A big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister Modi flags off mega projects virtually. And Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shazan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Stay tuned.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की
गई. वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
Good Good afternoon. You're watching Superfast 50 at 3 p.m. I'm Suesha Saman joining you live on the broadcast. We get you all the top 50 stories from today. Today around 3:30 in the morning, when Prime Minister Modi's mother Heeraba Modi breathed her last at the age of 100 at a hospital in Ahmedabad. The world bids goodbye to Hiraba. Her life and struggles will continue to be eternal. Prime Minister Modi penned down an emotional post for his mother Heeraba Modi. He wrote, and I quote, "A glorious century rests at the feet of God. In Ma, I have always felt that Trinity, which contains the journey of an ascetic, the symbol of a selfless karma yogi, and a life committed to values." Home Minister Amit Shah reminisced about Prime Minister Modi and Hiraba's solemn bond. He said, "A mother is son's first friend and teacher, and the pain of losing a mother is undoubtedly the biggest pain in the world." Defence Minister Rajnath Singh expressed his deepest condolences to Prime Minister Modi and his family. He wrote, and I quote, "The death of a mother leaves such a void in one's life that it is impossible to fill it."
प्राप्त हुई एक दुखद घटना की कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मां, जो 99 ईयर से अधिक की हो सकी थी और हो गई थी, उनका निधन आज हो गया है। आज उनका स्वर्गवास हो गया है। मुझे लगा कि शायद मुझे वापस जाना पड़े, लेकिन हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने कहा कि नहीं, कोई भी अपना कार्यक्रम कैंसिल नहीं करेगा और कार्यक्रम करके ही सबको जो है दिल्ली वापस लौटना है। आज के इस अवसर पर मैं अपनी तरफ से, आप सभी की तरफ से, मठ की तरफ से मां हीराबा, जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की मां हैं, उनके चरणों में श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करते हुए।
While expressing condolences, President Draupadi Murmu remembered Hiraba as a symbol of Indian ideals. President Murmu said that Prime Minister Modi's mother, Shri Modi, imbibed the spirit of God. While expressing condolences, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai prayed for the strength and to Prime Minister Modi and his grieving family.
Prime Minister has been grieved by the loss of his mother, Hiraba. There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son, you could have seen. We have seen it from his Chief Minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son. And Narendra Modi ji always visited her in spite of his busy schedules. He never lost the opportunity to see her, to be with her, and spend some really good time. And she also gave a lot of affection. And one thing we could see that she maintained the role of a mother to a son, rather than to different positions what he is today. That shows the equanimity of thinking of the great Hiraba.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami spoke about the values Prime Minister Modi's mother imbibed while remembering Hiraba Modi, who passed away at 3:30 in the morning at the age of 100.
मोदी जी की माता श्री हीराबा जी का आज निधन का समाचार प्राप्त हुआ है और ये बहुत दुखद है, क्योंकि किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। और जहाँ उनका माँ का चला जाना आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए तो बहुत दुखद है, उनके परिवार के लिए दुखद है, वहीं संपूर्ण भारतवासियों के लिए भी ये बहुत दुखद क्षण है। एक कर्म योगी जिसने संपूर्ण जीवन भारत माँ को समर्पित कर दिया, हीराबा ने जनने का काम किया, इसलिए उस माता को मैं सत सत नमन करता हूँ। उनको भगवान अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दे और उनके सभी आत्मीयजनों को, सभी उनके चाहने वालों को इस दुख की घड़ी में इस दुख को सहन करने की शक्ति प्रदान करें।
Uttar Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya expressed his deepest condolences to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He remembered Prime Minister and Hiraba's special bond.
समाचार मिला है कि भोर में 3:30 बजे ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में उन्होंने अपनी जो इस धरती की यात्रा थी उसे पूरा किया और वह परलोक सिधार गईं। ऐसी पुण्य आत्मा को भगवान अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दें और पूरे परिवार को यह गहरा जो शोक है इसको सहन करने की सामर्थ्य दें। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और उनके परिवार के सामने यह जो एक दुख की घड़ी आई है, उस दुख में पूरा देश दुखी है, पूरा उत्तर प्रदेश दुखी है।
As tributes continue to pour in, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida expressed condolences to Prime Minister Modi and wished strength to the family in this difficult time. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel said, and I quote, "Sad to learn about the demise of Hiraba Modi. I pay my deepest condolences. We all stand with Prime Minister Modi and his family in this difficult situation."
इनका दुखद समाचार प्राप्त हुआ और इस शोक की बेला में हम सब प्रधानमंत्री जी और पूरे मोदी परिवार के साथ हैं। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना कि मृतक आत्मा को शांति मिले और दुखी परिवार को ईश्वर शक्ति प्रदान करे, इस दुख को सहन कर सके। ओम शांति।
Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident between Mangalore and Narsan in Haridwar district. He has been shifted to Max Hospital in Dehradun after giving primary treatment at the Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident happened on the highway at NH58 of Mangalore PS area. India's star cricketer Rishabh Pant suffered multiple injuries when his car collided with a road divider on the Delhi-Dehradun highway. His condition is still critical. BCCI issued a statement saying that cricketer Rishabh Pant's condition is stable and that BCCI is in touch with his family members. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also spoke to the family of Rishabh Pant. Chief Minister said that proper treatment will be ensured for Rishabh and that he prays for his speedy recovery.
ऋषभ पंत का भी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूं और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारी जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहां पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
Tanisha Sharma death case has taken a shocking twist after Tanisha's mother spoke to the media and claimed that Shizan had cheated on her daughter. She further claimed that Shizan and Tanisha had exchanged very expensive gifts.
कि दोनों का था आना जाना भी, घर पे बुलाना, वो आ जाता था। मेरे को उसने बताया मम्मा मेरे को शिजान से है और शिजान भी मेरे से करता है। फिर एक दिन अचानक उसने उसका मोबाइल चेक किया शिजान का, जिसमें उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का कुछ चैट था, पता नहीं आई डोंट नो क्या था। तो इसने पूछा, शिजान से पूछा कि ये क्या है। शिजान ने टुनीशा के थप्पड़ मारा, सेट पे रूम में थप्पड़ मारा। तो वो कहता तू कर ले जो कुछ करना है, मेरा तेरे साथ कोई रिश्ता नहीं है।
While speaking to media, Tanisha's mother claimed that Shizan was continuously pressurizing Tanisha, asking her to convert to Islam.
उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया। तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको जब उसका किसी और लड़की के साथ था।
Meanwhile, Valif police extended Shizan Khan's custody by a day. Shizan faces allegations of abetment to suicide in the Tanisha death case. Tanisha's mother has also gone ahead that she was not sure what made Tanisha take such a drastic step. She said that it could be a murder too.
मेरे को टनीशा ने बोला कि मम्मी मेरे साथ धोखा हुआ है, मेरे को यूज़ किया गया है, मम्मा शिजान को बोलो कि वो वापस आ जाए। मैंने शिजान से बात की, मैं क्या शिजान ये क्या है कि तूने टुनीशा के साथ ऐसा क्यों किया? कहता आंटी सॉरी, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो। ये बात गलत है उसकी, उसको मैं छोड़ने वाली नहीं हूँ। मेरा बच्चा गया, मेरा सब कुछ खत्म हुआ है, मैं अकेली रह गई हूँ।
Soon after performing the last rites of his mother Heeraba in Gandhinagar, Prime Minister Modi flagged off the Vande Bharat Express in Kolkata, West Bengal, virtually giving a major infra boost. Jai Shri Ram slogans were raised in front of West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee during the Vande Bharat train launch event soon after a political fight broke out between the BJP and TMC, wherein the BJP said that it is not a crime to chant Jai Shri Ram, while TMC claimed that it was an attempt to disturb peace. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai slammed Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant for saying that water will not be diverted from Mahadai to Karnataka. Bommai said that Karnataka has got the necessary approval from the centre. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurated 90th Sivagadi pilgrimage at the Sivagadi Madhom in Varkala. Union Minister of State for External Affairs V. Muralidharan was the chief guest on the occasion. Speaking at the inauguration in Kerala, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that India wants to have and maintain friendly relations with its neighbours, but it will not be done at the cost of national security. Union Home Minister Amit Shah attended the inauguration of Mega Dairy at Gejare Dairy Complex in Mandya in Karnataka. The Mega Dairy has the capacity to process 14 lakh litres of milk. The Manmool earlier had a processing capacity of 10 lakh litres. One PFI activist in Ernakulam in Kerala has been there. This comes after NI conducted raids across 56 locations in Kerala. The one arrested has been identified as Mubarak. Sources said that a notice has been issued to 6 PFI activists. 50-year-old Manoj Wankhede committed suicide by hanging himself in a house under construction next to his housing board colony in Chandangaon. Wankhede was posted as a project officer in the Women and Child Development Department in Chindwara. A third-year student of a college was ragged by her classmates in Bengaluru in Karnataka. The police has lodged a complaint against 6, while the victim is undergoing treatment at a hospital. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel was caught on the wrong foot as a video from a public event shows him scolding a youth referring to his father, mother and uncle. Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviya tweeted saying that the deaths of children has taken place in Uzbekistan are indeed due to cough syrup. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, on his first official visit to Cyprus, visited the Konark Wheel, here which symbolizes a strong friendship between the two countries. US Coast Guard is still searching the waters of Louisiana for 4 people on board a helicopter that crashed on Thursday while departing an oil platform. South Korea will temporarily require travelers from China to show negative COVID-19 results before leaving for South Korea because of a surge in infections in China. A court in military rule Myanmar on Friday convicted the country's ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi of corruption, sentencing her to 7 years in prison and the last of a string of criminal cases against her. A Southern California sheriff's deputy has been shot and killed while trying to stop a car. The suspect was then later killed, said the authorities. The confirmed death toll from a massive fire at a casino hotel complex in Western Cambodia rose to 25 on Friday as the search resumed for victims, so said the officials. China continues to conduct reclamation activities in unoccupied islands in South China Sea. Satellite images from USA officials show land formations around the Spratly Islands. US President Joe Biden has called Benjamin Netanyahu a friend for decades. He further said that he is looking forward to work with Netanyahu government. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Russia hasn't abandoned plans to capture Donetsk region, aiming to accomplish the goal by New Year. He added that each of such missile strike in Russia is only driving itself deeper into a dead end. UN said that humanitarian needs in Afghanistan were absolutely enormous and it was important the rights of women and girls were preserved. Florida authorities said that a human trafficker from Maryland has been arrested after an alleged victim jumped from a moving car to escape him. U.S. Coast Guard spent hours searching the waters of Louisiana for 4 people on board a helicopter that crashed on Thursday while departing an oil platform. Homes in the southeastern Kiev district were destroyed or badly damaged as a result of a Russian missile attack. At least 3 people were injured and hospitalized, including a 14-year-old girl. Russian Foreign Ministry called Ukraine's peace plan and a February summit proposal under the UNAIDS as delirious and hollow. Several regions of Ukraine, including its capital, were facing a Russian missile attack, the latest in a series targeting national infrastructure. Air raid sirens rang out across the country. In Kiev, the regional administration said that air defense systems were activated to fend off the ongoing missile attack. Pele, the Brazilian king of soccer who won a record 3 World Cups and became one of the most commanding sports figures of the last century, died on Thursday at the age of 82. World mourns the death of Brazil football legend Pele, who passed away at the age of 82. Tributes poured in from across the globe. Katie Swan eased past Zoe Hives in straight sets to put Great Britain firmly in control of the United Cup tie against Australia in Sydney. France secured the victory for Team United States against Team Czech Republic at the United Cup Friday when Thomas was forced to retire due to an ankle injury. Matteo Berrettini made a good start to his season on Friday and in doing so put Italy in position to close out its tie against Brazil at the United Cup. Lucia Bronzetti then finished the job to clinch her country's victory. Monaco came from behind and held off Zalgiris to win their EuroLeague match. The hosts opened scoring through a Matthew but were playing catch-up from there on, trailing at the first break.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the 2-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती है, ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
And more breaking news just coming in the latest in the cough syrup controversy. The Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India has suspended the membership of Marion Biotech with immediate effect after the company failed to reply to the council. The Pharma Export Board is now taking action, where it's a massive crackdown on Marion Biotech over the cough syrup row. This after several deaths resulted in Uzbek. It's a big crackdown on the Marion Biotech over the cough syrup row, where Marion Biotech's membership has been suspended. Harsha is joining us on the broadcast. Harsha, give us the details of what you know.
In fact, now we are learning that since the investigation yesterday night has been done in the factory of this Marion Biotech, where the CEO officials were present and the sample has been taken. We are learning that the Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India, which is the Pharmex, so the chairman.
Alright, so that's the latest that is coming in. Harsha will join us shortly to give us more details of the decision I meant. This is in connection with the cough syrup controversy, where the Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India has now suspended the membership of Marion Biotech with immediate effect after the company failed to reply to the council. Several deaths in Uzbekistan due to that cough syrup, and the Pharma Export Board has now taken action, where trouble mounting for Marion Biotech. Their membership has been suspended with immediate effect. This after they had not been able to reply to the council. So there on your screens are the details of the Pharma Export Board having taken action against Marion Biotech, where the makers of the cough syrup linked to Uzbek deaths have now been suspended. Remember, they had halted all production and the manufacturing activities were stopped earlier. Now the latest is that their membership has also been suspended by the Pharma Export Board after they had failed to put out any reply on the same. A technical panel was formed in the aftermath of the pharma case. And more breaking news coming in on the updates of the investigation in the Russian MP's death in Odisha, where the crime branch has now put out details of what they found out. The two Russians who were found dead. The forensic team has arrived at the spot, collecting all the important evidences which they will now look into. Remember, while some suspect foul play in the deaths of the two Russian MPs, the police had put out details of what it looked like prima facie, where they said that one had died after he had fallen from the third floor of the hotel and the other one had died due to a stroke. But remember, the police is investigating into the matter and the forensics team is now at the Odisha hotel. Also, TMC leader Saket Gokhale has been arrested by the Gujarat police in the crowdfunding case stating misuse. This is what has been said by officials. That Saket Gokhale, TMC leader, has now been arrested. The arrest is by the Gujarat police in the crowdfunding case, where he has allegedly misused his position. Saket Gokhale, TMC spokesperson, has been arrested. Priyanka is joining us live. Priyanka, details of Saket Gokhale's arrest and what's next for him. How is the TMC reacting?
Well, that's right. This is another case in which, in fact, Saket Gokhale has been arrested and he has been taken into the custody of Ahmedabad Cybercrime. And of course, they have registered a case against him. And this is a fresh FIR with respect to the siphoning of funds. These are the new allegations that have been leveled against the TMC leader Saket Gokhale, who had been in a lot of controversy when it comes to the Ahmedabad police, because they had earlier also arrested him in one case by Ahmedabad Crime Branch, and in the same case, Morbi police had also arrested him and had taken him to Morbi as well and had interrogated him with respect to his tweets about the Morbi tragedy, about the Prime Minister's visit to the Morbi and the kind of expenditure that it may have had, and that was a fake FIR, that was a fake RTI, beg your pardon, that had been published by Saket Gokhale as well. And in another case that has been registered now by the Ahmedabad crime and cybercrime is that of Saket Gokhale had siphoned off funds in the name of activism, claiming that he was taking money for paying off legal fees for registering of FIRs, registering of FIRs and also of the PILs in several courthouses for challenging various policies as well. So these were some of the claims that were being made by Saket Gokhale as to why he was taking money. But apparently the authorities have also found a lot of irregularities when it comes to Saket Gokhale's bank accounts and how he had in fact been taking that money out and making use of it for his own personal gain. As well. Those were some of the allegations that were being made by the Ahmedabad police when it comes to Saket Gokhale and also Ahmedabad, the cybercrime that is investigating into this matter, who will be taking Saket Gokhale in their custody. They will be questioning him about the entire trail of the money as well, to understand how he had been taking this money and how much money till now he has in fact taken under the garb of activism and has used it for his own personal gain, is something that the authorities have told us that they will be investigating. They will be looking into this entire matter, but we can expect perhaps an hour from now where Saket Gokhale will be brought to Ahmedabad and produced before the court.
All right, Priyanka, we'll come back to you then to get more details of how matters proceed from here on. For the moment, we are stepping into a very short commercial break and a quick check for our viewers to what's lined up on the other side. Cricketer Rishabh Pant, who is undergoing treatment, and the BCCI says that he is stable. Also, Tanisha's mother has made a sensational charge. She said that Shizan was forcing Tanisha to convert to Islam.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअल्टी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. From union ministers to opposition leaders, nation pays tribute to Hiraba. It is a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off mega projects virtually. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident remains critical.
और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको।
Tanisha's mother makes a sensational chant, says Shizan forced Tanisha to convert to Islam. And cutting across to breaking news, coming in protests that have broken out after Barry Naresh, president of the Atheist Association, sparked a major controversy as he made a derogatory remark on Hindu gods in Kodangal assembly. And what followed later were these protests that were staged by Hindu groups. The Hindu Sangh made a call to all Hindus, especially Ayyappa devotees, that they must register a complaint against Barry Naresh and he must be sent to jail under the PD Act protest by Ayyappa devotees at the police station. They were angry about the derogatory comments made on Lord Ayyappa and other Hindu gods. They demanded that the president of Atheist Association, Barry Naresh, must apologize and he must be punished for making such derogatory remarks against the Hindu gods. He made a derogatory comment against Lord Ayyappa and other Hindu gods, and they gathered outside the police station demanding that a complaint must be filed. The man who went on to make a big speech, president of the Atheist Association, his name is Barry Naresh. He made derogatory comments on Hindu gods in Kodangal assembly. Aneri is now joining us on the broadcast. Aneri, give us details of what had happened, what Barry Naresh said and how the Hindu Sangh reacted.
Well, Suresha, we have been seeing that a few days back while addressing a gathering, the Atheist Association president has made a derogatory comment against Hindu gods, and also what he has made a comment against Swami Ayyappa, where we see that he had made a derogatory comment in a public meeting while addressing a gathering. He has made that derogatory comment, and now we are also seeing
that there was a massive protest which has broken out in various parts of Telangana, especially in Hyderabad. Also, last night there were protests by the
Swami Ayyappa devotees as they also staged protest outside the police station, demanding that B. Naresh, who is the Atheist Association president, should be booked under PD Act and should be immediately arrested, is what they have been demanding. There was a massive protest which had broken out last night against the derogatory comments which Naresh had made, and also now what we are seeing is that a few Hindu groups along with the Swami Ayyappa devotees have come together. Now they are also filing complaints at various police stations demanding the arrest of the Atheist Association president, and also at the same time they say that he should be booked under PD Act. And also now what we are being told are that in some area where B. Naresh was found, was attacked by the Ayyappa Swami devotees, and also at the same time now we see that what will be the next move, because there are complaints which are being filed against him at various police stations by the devotees, by the Hindu groups, as he had made this comment. Well, this video has now gone viral on social media as well, that after he had made this comment, and so the Hindu groups, the Swami Ayyappa devotees, had called for a protest against him, and also they have been asking the police officials to lodge a PD Act against him.
Absolutely, and we also have a reaction from Berry Naresh on this. Let's try and listen into that, Anili, after which I come back to you.
ఒకడు రామరాజ్యం అంటాడు, ఒకడు జై శ్రీరామ్ అంటాడు, ఇప్పుడేమో అయ్యప్ప అంటున్నారు. అయ్యా అయ్యప్ప చరిత్ర చదవండి. నాస్తికులు దేవుళ్ళని నమ్మనోళ్ళే ఉన్నారు కదా, మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి ఏమంటారు దేవుడిని నమ్మనోళ్ళు. ఏ స్మరణగా చెప్పుకోలేదు, నాస్తికుల సభలు ఎక్కడే అనుకోరు, అంబేద్కర్ సభ అంటే చేయి కిందకేరి. అయ్యప్ప పుట్టుక గురించి వాళ్ళు రాసుకున్న పుస్తకంలో ఏముందో తెలుసా? ఒకసారి పరమశివుణ్ణి భస్మాసురుడు దండం పెట్టగానే
Aniri, I want to come back to you. Obviously, a language that most of our viewers may not be able to understand. But if you could give us the gist of it, of the derogatory comment made against Lord Ayyappa and other Hindu gods. And he is an atheist clearly, and which is why the president of the Atheist Association. But what right does he really have to hurt the sentiments of others? And the Hindu Sangh is clearly not going to take this line down.
Well, definitely Hindu groups and Swami Ayyappa devotees are not going to keep it calm. But now what we had said is, I'll translate it. He has says that ignorance and darkness are being kept under the shoulders of our children. But also at the same time, one will say it's Ram's kingdom, one will say Jai Shri Ram, and nowadays they have been saying it's Ayyappa. Well, we all know how Swami Ayyappa was born, and he has been talking about the history. He's been talking about the birth history of Swami Ayyappa, and also he has made a derogatory comment against the birth and rather say it as how Swami Ayyappa was born is what he is trying to make. He's trying to say he has openly come and criticized Swami Ayyappa, and also that is the reason why we see there's this massive anger which has been now growing by the devotees of Swami Ayyappa, because they have been seeing, we saw the visuals also how Swami Ayyappa devotees were staging protest outside the police station last night, outside Mangalghat police station. They were seen staging protest, and also what we are seeing right now is that B. Naresh, who is the Atheist Association president, was attacked. Few devotees had come together and attacked on him for making this comment, and also at the same time we see that this derogatory comment he had made was a few days back, but now we have to wait and watch, because there's a growing demand that there should be a PD Act which should be booked against him.
All right, Aneri, thank you for getting us all those details. So we're getting top updates from Aneri, and keep us ahead on the story, Aneri, as we continue top updates here on Republic TV. Now, viewers, today at around 3:30 a.m., Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Heeraba Modi, breathed her last at the age of 100 at the hospital in Ahmedabad. As the world bids goodbye to Hiraba, her life and struggles will continue to be eternal. Here's a look at her life story.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Heeraba Modi, passed away at the age of 100. Hiraba breathed her last at the hospital in Ahmedabad, where she was admitted since Wednesday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi penned down an emotional post recalling her mother's teachings. Hiraba was married at a very young age. At a very early stage in her life, Hiraba endured hardships but remained resilient through it all.
हर किसी के जीवन में आप किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में देखें
I think if you look at anyone's lives, if you look at their autobiographies, generally you find two things are always there. One would be what was the role of my teacher in my life, and what was the role of my mother in my life. I think that's true of everybody. I come from a very humble family. My parents played a very big role in my life.
Hiraba's persistence, her tenacity, her simplicity inspired her son, who then went on to become not just the Chief Minister of Gujarat, but also a successful Prime Minister of the country. Prime Minister Modi had seen the struggles of his mother very closely. From working round the clock for her children's education to taking full responsibility of her family, Hiraba's life was of a true inspiration for all. In his blog on Hiraba's 100th birthday, the Prime Minister described his mother as a simple but extraordinary woman. On her 100th birthday, Prime Minister Modi washed her feet and honoured her. Born on 18 June 1922, Hiraba Modi's hometown was Vadnagar in Mehsana, Gujarat. Even in her final years, Hiraba inspired each one of us. When at an age of 100, she cast her vote for Gujarat polls. Prime Minister Modi's life is rooted in his mother's teachings. Every year he ensured he paid a visit to his mother and took her blessings. A mother is the first teacher and friend to her son. The solemn bond of love and affection as exemplified by Prime Minister Modi and Hiraba. As the world bids goodbye to Heeraba Modi, her legacy has left an indelible mark. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So viewers, this was a tragic news which had come in earlier in the day when the Prime Minister has lost his mother, somebody he was very close to and who has inspired him every year and every day. We wish that Heeraba Modi is resting in peace. All right, let's get ahead to the other big story we're tracking right now. Getting some breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Allegedly, a dental student has been dragged by her classmates for sharing a pro-Modi status on social media. So viewers, a big news coming in, getting in breaking news where a dental student has been dragged by her classmates for sharing pro-Modi status on social media. So what we know so far is that a dental student has alleged harassment, 6 arrested over ragging in Bengaluru, student claims political targeting. I was called Sangi and Bhat, that is exactly what the dental student is saying, and also saying that he has been called a Sangi and a Bhakt. That's the word being used, viewers. Dental student alleges harassment. 6 arrested for ragging in Bengaluru. 6 arrested in ragging in Bengaluru. Student claims political targeting. And those visuals coming in as well, viewers. Those visuals coming in. This is a ragging case coming in from Bengaluru. And coming live with us is Prajwal. Prajwal, take us through exactly what's happening on our screens right now. And we can see that 6 people have been arrested for ragging in Bengaluru, and this is a case of ragging. Ragging has reared its ugly head once again.
ऐसा बोल रहे थे ना।
Right. All right, I'll come back to you. Please fix your audio right now because our viewers are seeing these details. We are seeing these details coming in at this point of time. Viewers, where we are learning that a dental student has alleged harassment and the student targeted for having BJP links? That's a question we're asking on Republic TV, where 6 people have been arrested for ragging in Bengaluru. All right, getting some reactions as well. In fact, we have got a soundbite of the victim. Let's play that out.
Actually, I'm studying I'm a junior resident doctor, postgraduate student in KVG Dental College, Sulya. So I got allotted a seat through the government quota, a scholarship seat, I think in May 2020. I joined the course from the 1st of September 2020. The harassment, the ragging started on a small scale where the senior PGs were ragging me. In general, they used to do that. It was on a small scale. But once, I think around November 2020, I don't remember the exact date, around 6 o'clock the ragging session started outside the medical college. Went on till about late in the night, up to 10:30. I was not allowed to eat or go to the washroom. I brought this to the cognizance of my parents and also to the administrative officer, Mr. Madhav. I gave a written letter describing the incident and the kind of mental harassment I was facing. So in 2 months I was mentally very low and I wanted to quit the course, and I have acknowledged that to my parents as well. So once we brought it to the notice of the college, they told they'll take action. It reduced, but small incidents kept happening. Once that 2018 batch passed out, 2019 becomes the senior batch. There, 2 of my male seniors, they tried to assault me by saying that will not give you cases and all that. So basically the problem was that I am a government quota student through reservation. So I was being harassed for that and humiliated on a large scale by everybody for a long time. And in February 2021, I had given an exam in June. The rank list was released by the Rajiv Gandhi University. So the first year MDS results had come. And after that I went for peripheral postings to various places like Trivandrum, Thrissur and all that. And I returned in June when my final year, which is the last lab and which is very important for me as a resident, started in June. Around July the extremity of isolation started increasing by my own batchmates. They were all nice to me, as in like not very close and all that, but yeah, we were in good terms. But from July it started increasing, and around August Dr. Rishikesh, one of my batchmates, assaulted me for a case which is my thesis case. The reason that they gave is that the professor, Dr. Mahabaleshwar, has told one of the students to do and not me. So that's where I started somehow sensing in the air that even the staff has a problem, because in the final year is where we have a lot of interaction with the staff. Otherwise, as the first and second year residents, our seniors will guide us to do whatever it is. So this, I brought it to the notice of my parents again and to the college authorities. This person, Dr. Rishikesh, gives me a written apology letter. So I left it at that, since there are better things to focus on. Around September, it started increasing, where Dr. Aishwarya, who is very dominant, not just to me, but in general, she is very dominant. And that's where it started increasing, where I was isolated completely from even the college events. Say, if there is an Onam celebration, the 5 of them are separate. Even the photos were clicked separately. So somewhere it started affecting me. And I was made to sit in my place. The other 5 are together in a team, and cases, at least what is professional, the patients that come, major cases, I'm not aware of it. It is being discussed separately. Because that becomes very important for my exams. So when asked, they were not interested in even sharing the details of cases. After a point, it became like I should not touch patients anymore. So if I do an OPD, they come and recheck. And if I go to the hostel, they don't let me stay there as well. They call and scold me like they are the professors or something. So for each and everything, I was being taunted and teased. And in August, an incident happened in Dakshina Kannada where there was curfew imposed. I didn't know why, and there was a murder of some RSS person or whatever it is. Then the taunts increased to an extent where my brother works for the BJP and I'm not politically inclined. But I was repeatedly called Sangis, Bhakts and all this, which was, it was very demeaning for me to take, like we were just walking and they were doing all this. And there were also threats at that time that in a very subtle way they used to put it across that, we are from Kerala and we support a certain political party in Kerala. We can just kill you in the heat of this incident. We can just kill you and run away. What will your party or your brother do? Just stay 400 kilometers away from. It will take a day for them to come. We will cross the border in maybe half an hour. I used to inform that because my family is the only place where I can confide or tell what is happening. So every day I used to call to my brother and mother and tell everything.
All right, so we heard that sound bite of the victim, and I want to go back to Prajwal. Prajwal, I'm glad that you're back with us. You can tell our viewers more about what happened, what's the background of the story, and who are these people who were targeting the dental student?
Shivangi, now mainly 6 people have already been taken into custody is what we get to understand, and all of them are medical students who were studying in the final year at the KVG Dental College in Sulya in Dakshina Kannada district, and this is a case pertaining to ragging. But we cannot just say that this was ragging over here, because now we have also gone on to access the medical reports of the victim, which clearly shows that she has been physically assaulted by all the 6 of them, and she has also had blood clots in her abdomen too. So this is the latest breaking that is coming in now, and the college management has still refused to act on these students, but has gone on to suspend Dr. Pallavi along with the accused number 1, Dr. Vishak Panikar, and also with the accused number 2, Dr. Aishwarya. They have been suspended for a period of 1 week. This is the latest information that we are getting in from the college. So this particular incident happened on the 21st of December, where Dr. Pallavi, the victim, along with her brother Vijay, after finishing dinner at a restaurant along with their friend, was dropping off the friend. At this point of time, the accused number 1, Dr. Vishak Panikar, along with around 15 to 20 people who also were her batchmates, some of them interns and some of them juniors, went on to assault Dr. Pallavi. They grabbed hold of her hair, they slapped her on the face, and after she fell on the ground, they have kicked her in the abdomen and also on the stomach, where she's gone on to sustain some grievous injuries, and she was also admitted to the Sulya Government Hospital, where she underwent treatment. But for further treatment, she was taken to Mysuru, and finally she was brought to a private hospital in Bengaluru, where she was treated. She is right now under psychiatric counselling as well, and also on antidepressants, and medical reports clearly point out to the fact that she has been harassed, she has been brutally assaulted by all these students. But till now, the college management has refused to act over here, and this is something which is very shocking. And also now the ideology is being questioned over here. She was assaulted only because of the fact, because her brother was a BJP worker over here. So this is absolutely shocking, and she was also threatened to be killed, and she was also called a dog as well.
Right. Okay, Prajwal, thank you for getting us all the updates. So right now, viewers, this is the story we're tracking right now. A ragging case coming out from Karnataka, where a dental student alleges harassment. That's true. That's right. And Prajwal, please keep us ahead on the story. We're taking a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side, where cricketer Rishabh Pant's car has now met with an accident. And right now, Rishabh Pant is recovering. Plus, Tunisia's mother makes sensational. Chart says Shizan forced Tunisia to convert to Islam. Stay tuned.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती है, ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये
On Wednesday, 28th December, Hiraba Modi was admitted to UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center in Ahmedabad after suffering some health issues. Hiraba breathed her last at 3:30 am today, after which Prime Minister Narendra Modi soon rushed to Ahmedabad. A little after 8 am, Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached Ahmedabad and proceeded straight to Heeraba's residence. He paid floral tribute to his mother at her residence. As Heeraba's final journey began, Prime Minister Modi lent a shoulder to his mother's mortal remains that he carried to the crematorium for last rites in Gandhinagar. As Heeraba's remains were consigned to flames by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Modi folded his hands and paid his final respect. Modi, flanked by brother Soma Bhai and other family members, bid a fond farewell to Hiraba. Besides Prime Minister Modi and close members of his family, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel also attended Hiraba Modi's last rites at the crematorium in Gandhinagar. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his family members left the Hindu crematorium in Gandhinagar Sector 30 after his mother Hiraba's last rites were performed, Modi appealed to the entire country to continue work and discharge duties despite the inconsolable loss. And leading by the example, he immediately commenced official duties by flagging off Vande Bharat Express in Bengal virtually. And leading by the example, he immediately commenced official duties by flagging off Vande Bharat Express in Bengal virtually. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती है ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101% का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident. Cricketer's condition now stable. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Chizan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको।
Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. From union ministers to opposition leaders, nation pays tribute to Hiraba. It is a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister Modi flags off mega projects virtually. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Savan joining you live on the broadcast. And cricketer Rishabh Pant, who met with an accident this morning. He was on his way from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was driving the car himself until the car rammed into a divider. A very narrow escape for the cricketer. Miraculous so as is termed. The cricketer could have met with a fatal accident, but he escaped on time. He moved out of the car and now he is undergoing treatment at a hospital in Dehradun. And you see all those pictures on your screens of when the crash happened, of how the car caught fire soon after he got out of the car, of how he was rescued by the locals, of the multiple injuries he has suffered. Rishabh Pant, who's now in the hospital. So let me quickly summarize for you what we know until now. Rishabh Pant's car collided with a divider. This was close to Roorkee. He was coming from Uttarakhand alone in the car, not being driven by anyone, and he was on his way to Delhi where he wanted to give a surprise to his mother. The moment the car rammed into the divider, he soon broke the window and got out of the car. Then the car caught fire and it was completely charred. That was the impact of the accident. And the moment Rishabh Pant got out of the car, the first thing he told locals is that he had dozed off. So that is exactly what Rishabh Pant had said on a cold winter morning in the national capital, and through this entire stretch, when the visibility had taken a hit, Rishabh Pant dozed off. He was alone at the time of the accident. He was not being driven by anyone. He was in his Mercedes car. He was on his way to Delhi, and that's the time the car rammed into the divider, and he managed to break the window and come out of the car. A near miraculous escape is what it is now being termed, as Rishabh Pant is undergoing treatment. We're getting you those various pictures, CCTV footage of what had happened, of how Rishabh Pant soon got out and how he was rescued by the locals. My colleague Meenakshi is now joining us live on the broadcast along with Ratan Negi, who has been reporting since this morning from Max Hospital, where Rishabh Pant is undergoing treatment. But Meenakshi, I want to come to you first. You were at the accident site. You spoke to the locals there, some of them who had literally rescued Rishabh Pant and got him out, and the first thing he told them was that he had dozed off, and that is why he did not realize when the car rammed into the divider. We saw the condition of the car later. It caught fire and it was completely charred, and such a miraculous escape that Rishabh Pant had.
बिल्कुल, लेकिन सबसे पहले मैं आपको वो तस्वीरें दिखाती हूँ, वो कार दिखाती हूँ, वो मर्सिडीज बेंज दिखाती हूँ जो पूरी तरीके से अब कबाड़ में तब्दील हो चुकी है। आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि किस तरीके से ये आग लगने की वजह से पूरी तरीके से जो है वो कबाड़ बन चुकी है। कार अब कबाड़, ये पूरी तरीके से अंदर से भी जल करके तहस नहस हो चुकी है, और इसके जो डोर थे उस वक्त लॉक हो गए जब ये हादसा हुआ। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात जो रही वो ये रही कि ऋषभ पंत ने वक्त रहते हुए आगे वाले शीशे से कूद करके अपनी जान बचाई, और जान बचाने के बाद वहां जो लोग मौजूद थे उन्होंने जब देखा कि आखिरकार कौन है गाड़ी में, राहगीर जो थे वहां पर जो लोग थे वो पहचान नहीं पाए कि आखिरकार ये कौन है, ऋषभ पंत है। लोग तो नहीं पहचान पाए, लेकिन उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं इंसानियत के नाते उनकी मदद की, क्योंकि कोई व्यक्ति सड़क पर पड़ा हुआ है जिससे चोट के निशान है, उनकी आंख के ऊपर चोट के निशान थे, उनकी पीठ पर चोट के निशान थे, और इस वजह से लोगों ने सबसे पहले उन्हें कपड़े दिए, क्योंकि उनके कपड़े जो थे वो पूरी तरीके से तहस नहस हो चुके थे। कपड़े देने के बाद उन लोगों ने हॉस्पिटल लेकर के गए, जो रुड़की का सक्षम हॉस्पिटल है, सबसे पहले वहां लेकर के गए, शुरुआती परीक्षण वहां पर किया गया। लेकिन वहां शुरुआती परीक्षण के बाद वहां से उन्हें मैक्स हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया, क्योंकि जब डॉक्टरों को ये जानकारी लगी कि वो ऋषभ पंत है, तो इसके बाद डॉक्टर्स भी यही चाहते थे कि उन्हें बेटर से बेटर जो इलाज है वो दिया जाए, इसलिए मैक्स हॉस्पिटल देहरादून भेजा गया। वहां पर डॉक्टर्स का यही कहना है कि उनकी जो स्थिति है वो पहले से अच्छी है, वो बेटर है, लिगामेंट डैमेज हुआ है जो कि ठीक हो जाएगा। लेकिन सबसे अच्छी बात ये रही, क्योंकि कहा यह जा रहा था कि उन्हें फ्रैक्चर हुआ है, लेकिन उन्हें फ्रैक्चर जैसी कोई सी भी चीज अभी सामने नहीं आई है। वहीं वो अपनी मदर को सरप्राइज करने के लिए आ रहे थे। दरअसल वो दिल्ली से रुड़की निकले हुए थे, क्योंकि नया साल आने वाला है और ऐसे में मदर को सरप्राइज करना चाह रहे थे। लेकिन जब वो कुछ ही किलोमीटर दूर थे अपने घर से, उस वक्त ये हादसा होता है। बताया जाता है कि उनकी जो कार थी वो काफी ओवर स्पीडिंग थी, कार जो थी वो काफी ज्यादा तेज चला रहे थे, और इस बीच उन्हें नींद आ जाती है, झपकी आ जाती है, आंख लग जाती है, और इसी वजह से ये हादसा होता है। हालांकि सबसे अच्छी बात यही रही कि वहां पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने आगे आकर के उनकी मदद की। लेकिन ये तस्वीरें बेहद जरूरी है। हालांकि डिक्की का जो ये पीछे का हिस्सा है ये बताया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये डैमेज नहीं हुआ है, ये जला नहीं है, तो ये कहा जा रहा है कि जब एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो उसकी वजह से डिक्की पहले खुल गई। ये लॉक भी दिखाएं, मैं अपने वीडियो से कहूंगी कि ये लॉक दिखाएं, क्योंकि ये डिवाइडर से टकराती है कार और ये इसकी वजह से पहले ही उखड़ के गिर जाता है। इस वजह से सिर्फ ये एक हिस्सा है जो कि पूरी तरीके से डैमेज नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन जो ये कार है ये पूरी तरीके से डैमेज हो गई है। सबसे अच्छी बात, ऋषभ पंत ही इज सेफ नाउ।
Oh yes, absolutely. Meenakshi, they're giving us the details of what has now transpired and what exactly happened at the time of the accident. Those pictures on our screens right now of the moment of the crash captured on CCTV of when the car caught fire, and you can see how it was completely charred after that. And Rishabh Pant, who was later rushed to the emergency, he was then treated by the doctors, who checked whether he had any fracture or not, and that is exactly what the doctors are now saying, that there is no fracture, there are no burn injuries. However, he does have a ligament tear on his knee. His forehead had started bleeding and there have been injuries there. And these are the pictures we're showing you of that car that was completely charred after that accident that happened at 5:21 this morning on the highway. This was on his way to the national capital. On CCTV, you see that speeding Mercedes-Benz, the owner of which is Rishabh Pant. He was driving that car. He was all alone. There was no co-passenger or driver. And he had dozed off. That is exactly what he said to the locals who rescued him later. The moment the car collided, rammed into that divider, he broke the window pane open and he jumped out of the car. A very, very narrow escape, because soon after that, the car caught fire and you saw the final condition. Charred to ashes is what is left of it. I would also want to welcome on the broadcast our guests joining us, Himanshu Chaturvedi, who is the founder of Lok Diksha Sports Law. He's joining us from Delhi, and Gaurav Sethi, who is the founder of boardcricket.com, a senior sports journalist. Himanshu, if I can come to you. Obviously, this has come as a shock to the cricketing fraternity, to all the fans of Rishabh Pant who were waiting to watch him play next. But this just came out of nowhere. And he met with an accident. Now, we're all his colleagues saying that he'll come back. He is a very resilient player, and that will also show in the road to recovery. But what do you really make of it, and how the fans are receiving it?
Well, we all should thank God for the entire series of events what has happened, the kind of speed which we see, the kind of crash we see, and the subsequent burning of the car. I mean, just God forbid, what if he could not have come out of the car? What would have happened to one of the very good talent? Because he's been my favorite since very beginning, and I've been saying that he's one of the best future of the Indian cricket. I mean, this is very unfortunate that he's met an accident, but I also see one thing, that one has to be very, very careful, that especially in these wee hours of the day when you leave, people tend to fall off sleep when you're driving and you have so much of fog. He was alone. So I would also say that when he recovers in future, he should be very careful. And especially, you are a national talent. You see, you're a national property. So one has to be very, very careful on your own movements. I'm sure he was very excited. He wanted to give his mother a surprise. But in future, one has to be very careful that the kind of speed you take, the hours you drive at, how you drive it. And I'm very surprised that a car like Mercedes get burned like this. I mean, this is a matter of investigation. One must actually look at that side also, because a Mercedes, it's not a small car. I mean, that whatever, if it did hit the divider, it did hit the divider on a high speed, but this kind of a burning of a car, I mean, I'm sure because Rishabh, being a sportsman, has reflexes and he has his agilities there, which worked for him, and he could break the front glass and get out. What if there's somebody else? So it is quite a serious issue, and should be looked at a very, very legal point, that a car of this kind can get burned by an accident. That's unfortunate, and I wish Rishabh a very speedy recovery.
Right.
We all look forward to see him in action as soon as possible.
I want to take the same point to Gaurav. Yes, Himanshu, yes. I want to take the same point to Gaurav, because Gaurav, there is a reason that these cars are so expensive. They provide utmost safety. And like Himanshu is saying, that this is national property that we are talking about. He belongs to the country. He represents the entire nation. And for such an accident to happen is something that will have an impact on the entire country. I just want to come to you on the fact that what was stated next for Rishabh Pant, what may get impacted during the time of his recovery, and of course after that we'll also get a word from our reporters on what the doctors are saying. But over to you on what were the next few months lined up for Rishabh Pant.
So immediately I think Rishabh Pant was taking a break from the Sri Lanka series, where he was going to go for rehab, and they were going to be looking at his knee. And that was a few weeks where he was going to miss both the T20 and the ODI series against Sri Lanka. More importantly, I think what has happened is for me, showing the impulsiveness of Rishabh Pant, which is something as a cricketer is both a boon and a bane for Rishabh, because he plays his best cricket when he is impulsive. And while this may not be a time to really talk about his cricket, because as Himanshu said, the kind of national treasure that we are speaking of, we're talking about one of the rarest cricketing talents that has emerged in many years in India, who plays cricket, and especially Test cricket, like no youngster has in years and years. I would say after Virat Kohli, we are seeing someone as special to take on the red ball as Rishabh Pant. Yet at the same time, what you do have to realize is he's a young man, he's impetuous, he did what he did when you do things without thinking too much, as we've spoken and has been well documented, that he was on his way to surprise his mother. And there are so many other things which do come into play when there is a road accident. While we are talking about the Mercedes, where the former Tata chairman, I think, was also in a Mercedes-Benz, which met with a mishap. And what we do have to question is, these are supercars. And if you think that they are invincible, we are wrong, because cars can only save you to that point, whether it is a German supercar or from any other country. If you push it to the brink, it cannot defy gravity or the force. So while we will question that, yes, it did catch fire, it is the man who drives the car who has to know both the limitations of the motor car and himself. And while someone like Pant, it is coming out that he did fall asleep. And always been someone who wears
and
his
of course all these details,
and
Gaurav, that the police
really
is looking into. They are trying to find out what had happened, because Rishabh Pant himself had admitted that he had fallen asleep, he had dozed off while he was driving the car, and that was the very reason why the car rammed into that divider. Good sense prevailed. He reacted on time. He is an athlete. He is a sports person, and which is why he got out of the car on time. He literally had to break the window pane. But I also want to show you pictures of what happened soon after that accident. This is the CCTV footage of how the car rammed into the divider and met with an accident. Just in time, Rishabh Pant broke the window pane, got out of the car. He had blood on his forehead. He obviously had a ligament tear, which was later informed by the doctors. Thankfully, there is no fracture or there are no burn injuries. But you see how the car caught fire. This is his Mercedes-Benz that he got out of in time. The moment he got out of it, it caught fire. And then the blaze and this blaze on that highway at 5:30 in the morning, where his car was completely charred. He was rushed by the locals to a hospital close by, and the doctor said that there is no fracture, there are no burn injuries, but there are marks. His forehead had received injuries, his knee had received injuries, and his shin. We've also put out this latest tweet that has come in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he says that he is distressed by the accident of noted cricketer Rishabh Pant. I pray for his good health and well-being. Prime Minister putting out a tweet for Rishabh Pant's recovery. Of course, on a day when the Prime Minister has lost his mother also, and while he's still dealing with that pain, he has put out a tweet for Rishabh Pant's recovery. He says, I'm distressed by the accident of noted cricketer Rishabh Pant. I pray for his good health and well-being. This even as we understand that the BCCI is monitoring the situation very, very closely. So is the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Office. Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, had said that he is in touch with the family of Rishabh Pant. His mother was also at the hospital where she had met with the Chief Minister, and BCCI Secretary Jai Shah also saying that all possible help will be extended to the cricketer. Meenakshi, I want to come back to you. You are at the accident spot. You're also tracking details of what the doctors are saying. And they say that there is no fracture, there are no burn injuries. However, there is a ligament tear, injuries on the forehead, injuries on the shin, and if need be, and if Rishabh Pant and the family is comfortable, then he can be airlifted to Delhi and moved to a bigger hospital. But for now, he stays there at Dehradun. What more are you learning?
बिल्कुल, मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने कहा है कि जो भी मदद की जरूरत पड़ेगी ऋषभ पंत के परिवार को वो दी जाएगी, फिर चाहे वो एयर एम्बुलेंस को लेकर के हो या फिर किसी भी तरीके का फाइनेंशियल इशू हो। लेकिन साफ तौर पर यहाँ उन्होंने ये भी कह दिया है कि उत्तराखंड का मैक्स हॉस्पिटल जो है वो बेहतर हॉस्पिटल है और वहां पे उनका अच्छे से इलाज कराया जा सकता है। इसलिए वो चाह रहे हैं कि उत्तराखंड में ही उनका इलाज करवाया जाए। उत्तराखंड सरकार जो है पूरा इसका खर्चा उठाने वाली है। लेकिन एक बार आपको फिर से ये तस्वीरें भी दिखाते हैं। अगर आप शुरुआत से इस गाड़ी को देखेंगे, सामने से इस कार को देखेंगे, तो आप बिल्कुल नहीं समझ पाएंगे कि आखिरकार ये कौन सी कार है। ये मर्सिडीज बेंज है, ये समझना बिल्कुल परे है, क्योंकि ये पूरी तरीके से जल करके खाक हो चुकी है। अंदर से, बाहर से, कहीं से इसका कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जो कि बचा हुआ है। हम उस स्पॉट पर भी थे, उस जगह पर भी थे जहां पर ये डिवाइडर से टकराई थी। और अगर हम बात करें तो जो दिल्ली से रास्ता जाता है देहरादून के लिए, वहां से वो आ रहे थे। कार जो है वहीं से आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल होती है और दूसरी लेन में घुसती है, यानी कि देहरादून से दिल्ली आने वाले रास्ते पर घुसती है और वहां से बाकी जो रेलिंग थी, जो डिवाइडर थे, उसको तोड़ते हुए आगे बढ़ जाती है। लेकिन इसी दौरान अचानक से कार में जो है विस्फोट होता है, कार में आग लग जाती है। सबसे अच्छी बात ये रहती है कि इस सब के दरमियान, इस सब के बीच ही जो ऋषभ पंत हैं वो कूदते हैं कार से और अपनी जान बचाते हैं। और इसके बाद वहां जो लोग मौजूद थे, 3 से 4 लोग मौजूद थे, क्योंकि सुबह का वक्त था, बहुत ज्यादा लोग वहां मौजूद होते नहीं है। 5:30 साढ़े 4 के बीच का ये वक्त था और इस दौरान वहां पे जो लोग मौजूद थे उन्हें वो तुरंत हॉस्पिटल लेकर के गए। सक्षम हॉस्पिटल इसका नाम बताया जा रहा है, रुड़की हॉस्पिटल का। हालांकि उसके बाद उन्हें मैक्स हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया। मैक्स हॉस्पिटल में उनके जो भी चेकअप थे वो किए गए, एक्सरे किया गया, एमआरआई की गई है और एक्सरे में अभी तक यही निकल करके सामने आया है कि उनको सिर्फ लिगामेंट डैमेज हुआ है और इसके अलावा कोई भी फ्रैक्चर नहीं हुआ है। चलिए हम आपकी ना उनसे भी बात करवाते हैं जो व्यक्ति उस वक्त वहां पर मौजूद थे। प्रत्यक्षदर्शी भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। आप उस वक्त थे जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, क्या देखा आपने?
मैंने देखा कि एक बहुत 50 मीटर पे जहाँ हादसा हुआ मेरा घर है, तो मेरी मिसेज जो है बाहर सफाई कर रही थी, मैं खाट पे अंदर बैठा हुआ था कुर्सी पे, वो के लिए निकलने वाला था। तो अभी जब आवाज आई तो मैं एकदम बाहर आया, तो अब वो डिवाइडर से कैसे गाड़ी गई हम लोगों को नहीं पता, लेकिन लास्ट पॉइंट पे जहाँ गाड़ी पड़ी हुई तो आग लगी हुई थी। तो जैसे ही मैं शूज भी नहीं डाले, पैदल मैं ऐसे दौड़ता चलाया जुराबों में, तो इतने में 2-3 बाइक वाले बंदे रुक गए, एक रोडवेज गाड़ी हरियाणा की रुक गई। वो सब रुकने के बाद उनको गाड़ी से निकाला गया और गाड़ी से निकाल के सेफ जगह दूसरी साइड में ले जाके उनको बैठा दिया। बात कर रहे थे, बोल रहे थे, ठीक थे, घबरा नहीं रहे थे। जब बंदे का एक्सीडेंट हुआ लेटता है, लेटे नहीं थे, बैठे हुए थे, तो ब्लीडिंग था यहाँ पे, कपड़े निकाल ले, आग लगी हुई थी, तो सिर पे था, पैर में था, एक ही कमर ज्यादा छिली हुई थी उनकी। फिर मैं तो वहां से एकदम उनको सेफ जगह बैठा के किसी और की बाइक पे बैठ के मैं चल चौकी चले, पुलिस चौकी सोचना थी।
आप उन्हें हॉस्पिटल लेकर के गए, उसके बाद आपने वहां से उन्हें हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाया, उसके बाद क्या हुआ? आप पहचान गए थे ऋषभ पंत है वो?
नहीं, बताया उन्होंने, लेकिन उस हादसे में नहीं पहचान पाई। बताया उन्होंने कि माँ कहाँ से आप आए, दिल्ली से, कहाँ जा रहे हैं घर आप, तब उन्होंने अपने आप बताया मैं ऋषभ पंत हूँ, क्रिकेटर। लेकिन वो माहौल ही ऐसा था उधर गाड़ी में आके, उधर वो नहीं हम लोग को समझ पाए कि क्या कहानी है। तो बाद में जब उनको एम्बुलेंस में भेज दिया, उसके बाद पता लगा, बच्चे आए कि ऋषभ पंत क्रिकेटर है।
अच्छा, आप हॉस्पिटल गए थे?
नहीं, हॉस्पिटल नहीं गए, तो गुरुकुल सिविल हॉस्पिटल है, यहाँ से एम्बुलेंस देखने गया था। एम्बुलेंस को ले जाके उनको एम्बुलेंस में लाके रुड़की भेज दिया, बल्कि उनको ये बोला कि ये ऋषभ पंत हैं, क्रिकेटर हैं, सिविल हॉस्पिटल में नहीं जाएंगे, प्राइवेट अच्छे हॉस्पिटल में ले जाओ, अच्छे हॉस्पिटल में जाएंगे। ये बात हार्ट सेंटर के लिए जी
ठीक है, ठीक है। तो आपने सुना कि आखिरकार किस तरीके से जो उनकी गाड़ी थी वो पूरी तरीके से जो है वो आग के गोले में तब्दील हो चुकी थी। वहां पर जो लोग मौजूद थे उन्होंने उनकी सहायता की और सहायता करने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं जो हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचाने का एक पूरा वाकया था वो यहाँ के लोगों के द्वारा ही दोहराया गया, क्योंकि ये जो कार थी ये पूरी तरीके से बर्बाद हो चुकी थी और उसके बाद लोगों ने उनकी मदद की।
Right, so you saw the condition of that car right now, nothing is left of it, and which is the very reason why it is being called a miraculous escape. Rishabh Pant just got out of the car in the nick of time and his life is saved. Of course, the BCCI is saying that we will extend all possible help to the cricketer. They are in touch with the family and the doctors will put out the next medical bulletin to give us details of how the cricketer is now recovering. On that note, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. A quick check of the other big stories we're tracking for you this afternoon. Tunisha's mother has made a sensational charge. She said that Shizan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Also, it's a big infra boost to West Bengal as Prime Minister flagged off mega projects virtually.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were travelling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताते तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the
Work with wisdom, work with purity. That is the last message from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother to him as he remembered her. She passed away this morning at 3:30. The last rites were conducted at close to 9 a.m. And we are now remembering the life and times of Hiraba.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Heeraba Modi, passed away at the age of 100. Hiraba breathed her last at the hospital in Ahmedabad where she was admitted since Wednesday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi penned down an emotional post recalling her mother's teachings. Hiraba was married at a very young age. At a very early stage in her life, Hiraba endured hardships but remained resilient through it all.
हर किसी के जीवन में, आप किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में देखें,
I think if you look at anyone's lives, if you look at their autobiographies, generally you find two things are always there. One would be what was the role of my teacher in my life, and what was the role of my mother in my life. I think that's true of everybody. I come from a very humble family. My parents played a very big role in my life.
Hiraba's persistence, her tenacity, her simplicity inspired her son, who then went on to become not just the Chief Minister of Gujarat, but also a successful Prime Minister of the country. Prime Minister Modi had seen the struggles of his mother very closely. From working round the clock for her children's education to taking full responsibility of her family, Hiraba's life was of a true inspiration for all. In his blog on Hiraba's 100th birthday, the Prime Minister described his mother as a simple but extraordinary woman. On her 100th birthday, Prime Minister Modi washed her feet and honoured her. Born on 18th June 1922, Hiraba Modi's hometown was Vadnagar in Mehsana, Gujarat. Even in her final years, Hiraba inspired each one of us. When at an age of 100, she cast her vote for Gujarat polls. Prime Minister Modi's life is rooted in his mother's teachings. Every year he ensured he paid a visit to his mother and took her blessings. A mother is the first teacher and friend to her son. The solemn bond of love and affection as exemplified by Prime Minister Modi and Hiraba. As the world bids goodbye to Hiraba and Modi, her legacy has left an indelible mark. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded.
US top headlines right now. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident. Cricketer's condition now stable.
और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको.
Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shazan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. From union ministers to opposition leaders now, nation pays tribute to Heeraba. It's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off mega projects virtually. Viewers, getting some breaking coming in right now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah made a big statement at a public meeting in Karnataka now, and what he has said and stated is, and I quote here, during the Siddaramaiah government, cases against 1,700 PFI cadres were taken back. I repeat, he's saying that during the Siddaramaiah government, cases against 1,700 PFI cadres were taken back, but the BJP government banned PFI and put those associated with it behind the bar. So right now we are seeing this statement coming in from Amit Shah, where clearly is saying and making a big statement at a public meeting in Karnataka, stating, and I quote here, during the Siddaramaiah government, cases against 1,700 PFI cadres were taken back, but the BJP government banned PFI and put those associated with it behind the bar. So that is a statement. Let's play out that statement.
सिद्धरामैया की सरकार थी, 1700 PFI कैडर को इनके ऊपर हुए केस वापस लेने का काम किया था, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने PFI को बैन कर सबको जेल में डालने का काम। जब सिद्धरामैया पीएफआई कैडर को इनके ऊपर हुए केस वापस लेने का काम किया था और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने पीएफआई को बैन कर सबको जेल में डालने का।
All right, let's go across to our correspondents. We are being joined by Prajwal and Ashwin. Both of them are live with us right now. And let's go across to Prajwal first. Prajwal, just take us through exactly what Amit Shah has said. It's a very big statement coming out, because we know, and we have been reporting on these stories consistently, the kind of influence PFI has had on the community. In fact, a lot of activities which were, when it comes to rights, other anti-social activities have been traced back to the PFI.
Absolutely. Now, Shivangi, one of the major questions was that in the month of June in 2015, the then Siddaramaiah government has gone on to withdraw cases against the KFT as well as the PFI cadres as well, who were involved in communal clashes as well as communal violence in 2009, which happened in Mysuru as well as across the coastal districts of Karnataka, mainly in Dakshina Kannada and especially in the Mangaluru city and Udupi as well. And therefore, there was a lot of backlash which came in for the Siddaramaiah government. But even then, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, had gone on to defend this, stating that not everybody is a criminal and majority of them were innocent, and because it was a mob, all of them were named and therefore they were freed. But immediately after that, we also saw a few linkages from this particular case, from those who were particularly released in Praveen Nettaru's murder case as well as Sharath Madiwala's case as well. So therefore now, the Union Home Minister who spoke in Mandya today, who addressed a mega convention of over 1 lakh people who had gathered there, has now again taken a dig at Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister as well as the leader of opposition, stating that the Congress has always been soft on the PFI as well, and that is one of the reasons for the murders of not only pro-Hindu activists and BJP Yuva Morcha members, but also of those innocent citizens in Karnataka too. And this coming ahead of the 2023 assembly polls in Karnataka is something which the Congress needs to face over here, because this has definitely dented the image of the Congress. And let's not also forget the fact that R. Ashoka, the Revenue Minister of Karnataka too, had repeatedly pointed out this and stated that once the ban by the centre happened on the PFI, they welcomed it with open arms. Even DK Shivkumar welcomed it, but nowhere did the leader of the opposition, Siddaramaiah, speak about this, and he came in for a lot of brickbats from his own party as well.
Absolutely. Let's go to Ashwin as well. Ashwin, I want to come to you right now. Ashwin, you have also reported on multiple stories where we have seen how the PFI has also tried to intimidate our own reporters as well. Ashwin, in fact, you were present in one of the events where we saw intimidation. Take us through what this really means, because banning the PFI was a big step which was taken, and right now we are seeing that the PFI is also frustrated. In fact, Bomai had said that after the ban, the frustrated PFI activists, they're indulging in graffiti in Karnataka.
What we see today is the action that has been taken out by the National Investigation Agency, especially recently when there were raids that had taken 56 raids. It clearly shows that the Popular Front of India is trying to reorganize itself and to curtail that particular movement in that direction. The National Investigation Agency has come forward with a raid, and in fact they have made one more arrest in this regard. Mubarak, remember, Mubarak is somebody who's a practicing lawyer in the Kerala High Court. He has now been arrested by the NIA because, and as per NIA, he is a trained martial art expert and has been imparting training to various PFI cadres. This is what NIA is alleging. So what is the scope of an organization like the Popular Front is something that is baffling everybody, including the citizens. Remember, somebody like an advocate from practicing in the Kerala High Court is imparting training to cadres to take out acts of violence. And this has also been seconded by the claims made by the NIA in their extension of custody report as well, where they say that even a murder that has been committed by the NIA, by the Popular Front of India, has implications as got conspiracy which extends beyond states. So when an organization such as these includes in such nefarious activities, it certainly means action has to be taken, and action has been taken. In September, the ban has been brought forward, and not just that, the continuation of the investigation is also going on, and various ways are being put on by this current government dispensation at the center to ensure that no kind of nefarious activities is allowed, no terrorization of the citizens of the country is allowed in the name of activism such as that has been done by the Popular Front of India. So the latest arrest also indicates that there are people within the society who may be holding great positions, may be holding honorable positions, maybe even holding government positions, or even part of the judiciary. Even that person has now been arrested and has been booked under various sections by the NIA. So certainly this is a serious issue, and certainly a strong government and the decision is necessary to ensure that the country is safe. And that is what probably the Karnataka Chief Minister has also hinted out, that the way in which, the manner in which this ban has been taken forward.
Right, absolutely, Ashwin, and thank you so much, Prajwal and Ashwin, getting us top updates right now. Viewers, big news coming in, where Amit Shah has said that during the Siddaramaiah government, cases against 1,700 PFI cadres were taken back, but the BJP government banned PFI, and many of the PFI members are right now behind bars. All right, viewers, let's move on to more news coming in right now. We continue to get you top updates. Getting a reaction and a breaking news story coming in from Mumbai now. Mount Mary Church in Bandra received a threat mail. Sources claim that Mayor Sen mentions that a terrorist organization named Lashkar-e-Taiba is to carry out a terrorist attack on the Mount Mary Church. All right, viewers, so this is the big breaking we're getting in for you right now. Mount Mary Church in Bandra received a threat mail. Sources claim that a mail sent mentions that a terrorist organization named Lashkar-e-Taiba is to carry out a terrorist activity on the Mount Mary Church, viewers. Mount Mary Church. So this is the big news we're getting for you right now. Big news coming in right now, viewers, where we are coming to know. We're coming to know about a terror mail. That is right. A terror mail has been sent. Mount Mary Church has received a threat mail, that is right. And Sandeep is live with us. Sandeep, you're joining us live right now from Mumbai. Take us through exactly what we know about this. What does that letter say?
See, Shivangi, at this point of time, Mount Mary Church, had in fact received a terror threat on the feedback form of Mount Mary website, and in fact mail was sent with some code word and which mentioned Lashkar-e-Taiba terror threat to Mount Mary. Now when a primary investigation was in fact carried out after by the Bandra police, on the same feedback form, a mother of that very person, claiming that a mother of that very person, that the person who have sent that email has not a good mental state, and hence he has said that she had in fact apologized that. Now Bandra police carried out the primary inquiry into it, and prima facie it appears to be a hoax. But at this point of time, Bandra police DCP has in fact spoken to us and mentions that it could be a hoax, but primarily an inquiry is carried out, and in fact a case has been also, an FIR has been also registered under section 505(2), so subsection 2. So at this point of time, it appears to be a hoax threat, but the Bandra police is in fact carrying out the inquiry and investigation of this email and also this comes at the time when New Year is just few days left for New Year. So at this point of time, police is carrying out the primary inquiry into it, but the case that has been in fact registered is 505 subsection 2.
Right, Sandeep. Keep getting us those updates. Sandeep, thank you for joining us. Keep getting us the top updates coming in right now. We can tell you, viewers, Lashkar has been mentioned in that threat mail, and Lashkar may attack the Bandra Church. Sources are saying this to us, and Sandeep, please keep us aware and keep us ahead on this story. Let's move on to some other news coming in. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. We are live and breaking right now, and we're getting your top updates only on Republic TV. Now, getting in another breaking news from Madhya Pradesh is Morena. Now we know that opening fire has been reported in Morena. Due to the firing, one person was seriously injured. Others have got minor injuries. All injured brought to the district hospital in Morena, viewers. And that incident which has occurred, you can also hear what happened. Let's listen it.
सुबह सूचना मिली थी कि दो परिवारों में आपस में झगड़ा हो गया है, जिसमें फायरिंग की गई है। तो तत्काल पुलिस मौके पर पहुंची और तुरंत एफआईआर की गई और उस प्रकरण में 308 की कायमी की गई है और 8 आरोपी हैं जिनको गिरफ्तारी के प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। टीम अभी रवाना हो गई है, तुरंत से तुरंत गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी। हाँ, एक व्यक्ति को सर में चोट है, घायल हुआ है, उसका इलाज करवाया जा रहा है।
विवाद किस बात की?
विवाद उनका आपसी रंजिश है, पुरानी पहले से चली आ रही है, उसी पर विवाद था। आज सुबह उन लोगों की पंचायत होनी थी, पंचायत से पहले ही उन लोगों में विवाद हो गया, इसीलिए घटना घटित हुई।
All right, viewers, we are live and breaking right now. Right now, you can see that there has been a firing incident in Morena. One person has been injured in Madhya Pradesh, and now we know that one person was injured, and some other people who are present at that spot, they've got minor injuries. All injuries have been brought to the district hospital in Morena. Viewers. So this is the top update we're getting for you right now. Let's take a very short break. We are getting your top updates on Republic TV, and we will continue to be live and breaking this Friday evening. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident. Cricketer's condition now stable. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shazan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको।
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like
वक्त में भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने कर्तव्य पथ को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा
तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रखे हैं वृंदावन बंगलोज से, जहां पर अब से कुछ देर पहले प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं। अपने भाई पंकज मोदी के घर पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे हुए हैं और जैसा कि जानकारी है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब सुबह यहां पर पहुंचे उसके बाद अपने कर्तव्यों का जो निर्वहन किया, एक बेटे के फर्ज का जो निर्वहन है वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने अदा किया और उसके बाद फिर वे अपने
images on your screens right now are that of Raisana village, where the Prime Minister in fact has reached once again to meet with his family members. Remember, his mother Hiraba Modi in fact had passed away at 3:30 a.m. in the wee hours of morning today, post which we have seen the Prime Minister rushing to Ahmedabad, and then of course as the son carrying out the last rites of Hiraba Modi as well, and then of course we also saw the Prime Minister once again going to Raj Bhavan and taking part in various events as per schedule via video conferencing, post which we see the Prime Minister in fact now arriving at the Vrindavan bungalows once again at his brother's residence, and of course we also see that the Prime Minister reaching there once again and meeting with the family members, and also meeting with them once before emplaning for Delhi, and he has in fact carried out all and taken part in all of the events as per the schedule, and that in fact was the statement that we also saw from the family members of the Prime Minister, then be it the brother of Narendra Modi and also various other family members in fact who sent out this message that the only tribute that you can pay, or the biggest tribute really that you can pay to Hiraba Modi, is to go on your work as per schedule, as per plan, and work just as hard as you do on any other day. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister also did, because early in the morning he had arrived at about 8 a.m. when he had carried out the last rites till about 12 that we had seen those images of the crematorium where the Prime Minister had been carrying out those last rites, and a very minimal VVIP movement that we see in these images as well. Once again, the entire last rites carried out with absolute with absolute simplicity, that we saw these last rites also being carried out of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hiraba Modi. And of course we also see that as of now the Prime Minister meeting with his brothers Somabhai Modi and Prahlad Modi as well, that we had seen in those images, and of course others as well. There were various relatives who had come through the day. We have been seeing people coming in and going and paying their respects to the family and remembering Hiraba Modi, and that's exactly what through the day we had been seeing the tributes pouring in and even now we see the Prime Minister reaching at his brother's residence there in Gandhinagar and meeting with the family for finally leaving for Delhi. And through the day the kind of tributes that are coming to light of Hiraba Modi, the kind of woman that she was, the kind of life that she's led, the kind of philosophies that she's embodied, all of these things that have been remembered through the day as a tribute to Hiraba Modi, as we saw the kind of anecdotes that the Prime Minister had also shared from his own life, the kind of anecdotes that the neighbors have been sharing about Hiraba Modi's life, the kind of philosophies that she's embodied, with which she in fact also spoke to the Prime Minister, that the Prime Minister has on various occasions claimed has shaped his North Star, in fact has proved to be his North Star when it comes to the public life and also the personal life, and that is something that has been mentioned by the Prime Minister in various parts of his blog that he also puts out, remembering Hiraba Modi as the mother who sacrificed so much for her sons and for her family, how she struggled through life and also carried out various menial jobs, and that has been reminisced about by the Prime Minister on various occasions at global platforms as well, where he has remembered Hiraba Modi.